What's up, Overwatch fans? We are live in Los Angeles to close out the first week of Stage 2 in the 2019 Overwatch League season. Today, 8 more teams will fight it out on our Blizzard Arena stage. The San Francisco Shock are in the building, and the Shock looks stronger than ever after a deep Stage 1 playoff run and a 4-0 sweep of the Valiant to begin Stage 2. Today, they'll face off against the Guangzhou Charge Squad, hoping to bounce back from a 4-0 loss to Paris earlier this week. Guangzhou is starting to slip to the bottom of our pack in the standings, and we'll see if they can charge back today. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and I've got our expert analyst here. We've got Brent Sideshow and Hex filling in once again, our special guest analyst. How you doing, bud?
Just trying to bring, some level of talent to the desk.
Hey!
Okay. Whoa! All right. I did say I was succeeding.
Already. That's how we're starting our Sunday. Josh, I know it's a very special Sunday for you.
It certainly is. I'd like to lead us all in a little piece as well.
Yes.
Our Father, who rolls in heaven, amen be thy name. Goats may come, they will be shattered, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily cheese, and deliver us from mayhem. What the hell is the rest of it?
You guys can put it in the chat. Just get that copy pasta going.
You guys know how it goes.
You know how it goes. All right, we're going to start this week off strong, and we're going to finish even stronger here today as we close out the first week in Stage 2. The Vancouver Titans, our beloved bad boys, and Danny Lim hung out with the Stage 1 champs in downtown LA to find out how they became the league's toughest team. Plus, the London Spitfire started Stage 2 off right the other night. Jester and Prophet tell us why one championship isn't enough for London. And the beginning of Stage 2 has been truly wild. We'll check out the best moments in emote control. When the Stars take the stage, you'll see the Shock battle the Guangzhou Charge. The Atlanta Reign will take on London, and Washington will face Chengdu. Our stage champions will also take their Stage 2 debut. The Vancouver Titans haven't lost a match yet at all. They're currently sitting at 10-0, counting the stage playoffs. They'll face a Guangzhou Spark team today that's making their first appearance in Stage 2 as well. So, Hex, let's talk about the expectations for the champs coming in. What do you expect to see from Vancouver when they match up against the Spark?
Well, we've seen a lot of really interesting compositions in the last couple of days, and everything's kind of changing up. I expect Vancouver to just run 3-3 until someone proves they can beat it. When you're dominant with one form of meta, why not keep running it until someone, anybody in the Overwatch League proves they could actually beat you on 3-3. Now, maybe some teams are going to try to maybe throw a little bit of DPS at them and whatever, but I think if you're Vancouver, your game plan is, let's go with what got us here, let's stick with it. If we start losing, then we'll make adjustments.
Brent, on the other side, let's talk about the Spark. They entered the match today at 3-4. What are the chances they get back to 500?
I think it's actually highly likely, and there's one man in particular who's going to be helping make that happen, and that's Gugogi. This dude is phenomenal, to say the least. He is an absolutely ridiculous Winston player. His Reinhardt needs a little bit of work. I mean, I'd probably say it's on the average side when it comes to leagues, but his Winston is really what put him on everyone's radar. As well, going back to the Overwatch World Cup, when he was playing for Team China, came into the finals there with these guys. He is a ridiculous player. His Primal Rages, I've never seen a player who's more mechanically skilled, I think.
Yeah, they are
ridiculous. His control is unlike anything we've really seen in the Overwatch League in quite some time. So him now on Winston, where he's a little bit stronger with the new patch, I'm expecting very big things.
I think once the Spark are going to be very disappointed with how things went in Stage 1, especially because they were so hyped up at the beginning. But coming into Stage 2, we had a chance to talk to some of the other players as well. And as Big Goose told us on the Watchpoint post show a couple of days ago, everybody still really respects them.
But like, if we were to think that teams that didn't do as well last stage, what will do better is, I think, Spark. We learned a lot from Spark, like practicing these few weeks. So I think Spark is going to show up this stage.
Something that everybody was saying in Stage 1 as well. Everyone was saying that the Spark were going to be a great team. And I think that's because coming into Stage 1, people thought that more DPS stuff was going to be run. And then it ended up just being triple tank, triple support. So now that we're finally in a meta where Spark really understand how to play, we could see the true potential of this team.
Looking forward to it. We'll see if the Stage 1 champs can keep it rolling today. Another team that's rolling is the team Vancouver beat in the Stage 1 finals. That's the San Francisco Shock. They smashed the Valiant in their first match after that 7-map loss to the Titans. They'll square off with Guangzhou Charge team today, who's looking to erase the bad loss they suffered at the hands of Paris on Thursday. So, Sideshow, let's talk about the Charge here. Why did they look outmatched against the Eternal?
I think it comes down to preparation, honestly. I think this team looks like they haven't really figured out what the meta is. All of the pieces there individually, they should have a decent roster for this meta, but they kind of fell to pieces against the Paris Eternal. They didn't look particularly comfortable or very well prepared with what they wanted to run. So I think that's what it comes down to. You see teams like Paris, like Chengdu, like the obviously NYXL and Titans and Shock, they know what they're going to run in every single scenario, and they're super well prepared for it. So I think the Chargers still got some time, but they will improve.
For the Shock, it looked like new meta, no problem on Friday night. So how is San Francisco continuing to improve here in Stage 2, Hex?
They're already such a solid team at their base. They got the tanks, they've got the supports and everything. But one of the X factors is going to be Rascal, and how he played on the Batiste was really impressive. He's always been known as a guy who can pick up new heroes very quickly. Big brain on Rascal, and it's really nice to have a Batiste who's very good at DPS. He can actually aim in this. I think he understands the hero and the kit better than anybody else does right now. He's right-clicking and left-clicking, putting out fire, putting out healing at the same time, whereas a lot of people who've been playing have been focused on one or the other. I think Rascal's found that great balance, and he's been a joy to watch in that Batiste.
For me, again, looking at the big picture for San Francisco Shock here, Josh, the other day, you had your hot take where you said New York Excelsior were going to go undefeated in their stage 2. Yeah. I think the Shock are highly likely also to go undefeated if they beat the Charge today. They go back-to-back games against them. If they figure them out today, they should have a better chance as well in the next day, theoretically. And then the rest of the games, again, they're kind of middle-of-the-pack teams. Very beatable, and there is a very good chance here that we may see, you know, honestly, multiple teams undefeated. That's a bit of a hot take, but I think Shock can be one of them. And I think New York alongside them, obviously, there's a very good chance of that happening. But Shock, they're looking, you know, they got like a pretty tasty schedule ahead of them.
It could happen. Not the toughest road, but it could happen. The Shock seem to be a contender for the season playoffs, but only one team has ever won a grand final. That's right. It's the London Spitfire, and we sat down with Gesture and Prophet to see how the champs plan to climb back onto their throne here in Stage 2. It's the Watchpoint pre-show, presented by State Farm. The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. High ground or low ground, T-Mobile has you covered.
London Spitfire, our former champions of the 2018 Overwatch League season, will miss out on Stage 1 playoffs.
The London Spitfires have got to be wondering what has happened.
저희가 스테이지 1을 할 때 못한 건 못한 거지. 나중에 지금 스테이지 2로 와보니까 저희가 생각보다 작은 건데 놓친 부분들이 크게 작용했던 게 많더라고요. 지금은 저희가 스테이지 1에 비하면 많이 나아졌다 생각하고 팀적으로 좀 더 콜을 많이 하면서 팀플레이를 좀 더 잘하려고 많이 연습했어요.
스테이지 1 때 아쉽긴 한데 그때 포지션이 좀 안 맞긴 해서 근데 스테이지 2에서는 이제 포지션 맞추고 잘하고 있어서 괜찮은 것 같아요.
The London Spitfire take the series away.
That's the dominance we saw last year.
저희 런던이 시즌 1 챔피언이긴 한데 우리는 챔피언이니까 뭐 안 해도 그냥 잘할 거야 이런 건 아니고 우리가 좀 못하는 시기가 와도 우리 잘했을 때 있으니까 좀 더 열심히 해서 그때처럼 만들어보자 이런 생각도 하고 그리고 챔피언에 대한 자부심이 있을 수밖에 없는 게 시즌 1 챔피언은 저희잖아요. 안 없어지는 거니까 좋게 기억하고 있습니다.
아, 근데 형이 말을 다 해보니까 내가 할 게 없다.
The shift from Reinhardt back towards Winston should definitely suit the Spitfire well. Gesture seems much more comfortable on the Monkey, and as you can see, his Winston ranks are higher in almost every major category, and he leads the league in final blows and fewest deaths. Gesture and the Spitfire will battle the Atlanta Reign today. Atlanta was on the wrong end of a reverse sweep against Boston on Thursday, while London outlasted a Florida Mayhem squad who many thought that they should have beaten handily. So let's talk about the Spitfire. Why did they struggle with Florida on Friday, Brent?
There's a lot of sloppy play from him, and I think looking at this team in particular, the one change they made from stage 1 success to stage 2 now has been Birdring being reintroduced into the lineup now. And he's a phenomenal damage dealer, right? He is a fantastic DPS player. But when he has to flex back over to the Brigitte, that's where stuff starts to go wrong for them, because they have to play the triple tank, triple support in these mirror matches alongside the DPS comps, and he's just not as comfortable. It's evident from just the eye test. You can see it in their gameplay. They don't play as clean. Their teamwork's a little bit all over the place. And it's just not quite the London that we expect to see from them, especially against a team like Florida Mayhem, who have been underperforming so much so far this season.
I'd really like to see them crush their competition. We were discussing this about the San Francisco Shock before. Something we love about those guys is that when they play against other teams, they just mince them. But London don't do that. They don't just destroy their opposition. They actually play really close games against everybody. It seems like even the top teams, they can go close with them. Here you're looking at their season so far, and they've had a super close game against the Justice, a relatively close game against Mayhem, some close games against a bunch of other teams that were at various levels. You know, win over the Gladiators last stage was nothing to sniff at as well.
Yep.
They've had some good wins, but they've also looked really quite bad at times as well. And so you never know exactly what you're going to get, but you can always predict that London are going to look a little shaky, even when they're at their best. And this isn't what we saw from them last season.
Start stacking up some 4-0s. That's what we want to see from this London squad. On the other side, we have the Atlanta Reign, who have become favorites in the community, but fans don't necessarily win you games, do they, Hex?
No, if fans win you games, the Dallas Cowboys would be a good team.
Oh! Still better than
What
Philly.
wins you games in the Overwatch League is actually consistency, and that's the big troubling thing with Atlanta, is I don't know which Atlanta we're going to see day to day, and I think part of that is because there's such an emotion-based team. Even with Defran gone, you've got a guy like Dogman tweeting after the match, calling his team bad, saying we played terribly, and that kind of stuff can really start from the beginning of a match. You lose map 1 and it starts going off the rails. I actually wouldn't mind maybe suggesting swapping out Dogman, bringing in a more tempered player like Kodak, so that way you're just at least have more consistent performance, not based on the ebbs and flows of how the match is going any particular day.
Fans love Atlanta, but they may be leaning towards a new team after yesterday's performance by Chengdu. That's right. The Hunters will play a Washington Justice team that's still looking for a boost from their new main support in Arc. Chengdu put on a stunning 4-0 performance against Paris last night, moving them to 4-4 overall. And you guys were all glowing on the post show last night about how good this Hunters team is. So, Bren, has your love for Among subsided at all overnight? No?
You're having a laugh. This guy.
You doubt
Roll
my
the tape.
faith?
Roll the tape. Look at him. Look at this unit of a man right here. He's got the jawline. He's got the skills. He's got the panda on his jersey. Let me give you a little history lesson in the genetics of bears, panda bears in particular. They evolved from bears. These guys were predators. Panda bears, not so much. They kind of just sit around and eat bamboo. I actually think they're trying to evolve themselves out of existence. But bears themselves are fantastic predators. I feel like Eamon really kind of embodies the real spirit of just bears in general.
I got nothing out of this.
In his ability to kill. Okay, so the match is Chengdu Justice. You really want me to talk analytics with this?
Okay. I'll give you some highlight though, because when they were playing against Paris last night, he had a fantastic point where he was just destroying them on Wrecking Ball, actually going really aggressive into their spawn. And it's this kind of stuff that we had Cruz on the post show afterwards. He was saying, how do you prep against this? No other team plays like this. It's the first time in the history of Overwatch I have ever seen a team hold this close.
He was smurfing in gold.
It is ridiculous, isn't it? And it's not like Paris are terrible, but they were thrown off guard completely by what Chengdu were doing and didn't really have a response to it. And so, I mean, how do you deal with that? The guy is so good and he causes so much chaos.
Hex, on a 1 to 10 scale, where would you rank your confidence in Washington's ability to handle Chengdu today?
Do we have to start at 1? Very low. I don't think Washington really has a chance against Chengdu. I guess they have some confidence from up top, at least. Their general manager seems to believe that they were getting some wins against teams. This is a tweet we got from Justice Kate Mitchell here. Wild that Mayhem thought that building a mixed roster was too hard when they've lost to every other mixed roster in the league. My response to this is one word. Really? Really? You're 1-7. You're throwing this shade like this? There's an adage people in glass houses should not throw stones. Maybe try to get your roster actually communicated and working well together before you start sniping at other people here. Corey's off on his own island, actually plays well when he's off on his own island, doesn't have to speak to the rest of his team. But is it really time to start throwing shade on the rest of the league when you're 1-7?
Check your facts as well. Philadelphia's a mixed team before to beat them stage 1. Anyway, it's tough to become the best team in the Overwatch League, but it's even tougher to do it with as much style as the Vancouver Titans have. Danny Lim hung out with Overwatch's coolest cats in downtown LA for our most entertaining interview of the season so far. That's next on Watchpoint. The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
The Vancouver Titans have taken the Overwatch League by storm. As an expansion team, they have dominated their competition on the way to an undefeated Stage 1, and this has left the team overflowing with confidence. I caught up with the Titans earlier this week to discuss their epic victory over the Shock in Stage 1 finals and just how they came to be known as the bad boys of the Overwatch League.
The Vancouver Titans, your Stage 1 champions!
Now that Stage 1 is over, and you guys are kind of known in the Overwatch League scene as the bad boys. Do you guys approve of that? Do you guys think like you guys are like the bad boys of Overwatch League?
저희야 뭐 꿀릴 게 없기 때문에 항상 상남자 스타일로 가고 있죠.
알겠습니다.
저는 범펑이 팀장이기 때문에 저희도 상남자 스타일로 밀어붙이고 있어요.
재미도 있긴 하지만 그만큼 자신이 있으니까.
인성이 나쁘네.
응? 인성이 나쁘다고? 네가 제일 나빠.
It's an epic match. Huge statement win for the Titans.
Can you guys kind of walk us through just that whole experience on the final matchup against San Francisco Shock?
초반에 저희가 이길 거라고 생각했던 맵들을 한두 번 져서 3대1 정도 스코어 갔을 때 진짜 지나 싶었는데 그래도 이제 저희 템포 잡고 이제 저희 흐름으로 넘어온 것 같아서 하다 보니까
저는 그냥 로얄로더 그걸 너무 하고 싶어서 멘탈 나갈 것 같길래 멘탈 잡아주고 네, 그렇게 한 것 같아요.
좀 구체적으로 좀 설명해 주세요. 어떻게 멘탈을 어떻게 잡으셨나요?
아니 범퍼 형이 죽을라 하길래
진짜?
하면서 죽을라 하길래 계속 제가
보면서 이거 확실히 맞나요? 좀 이렇게 많이 힘들어하셨나요?
아니요.
아니에요?
제가 원래 또 집중을 하면은 말이 없어지기 때문에 그런 표정이 나왔을 수도 있어요. 근데 전혀 힘든 건 없었는데.
That's the first pick, and now the rest would follow. Bumpy hits a huge shatter.
아무래도 런어웨이 때부터 숙소 생활을 하셨잖아요. 2달 동안 있으면서 제 기억에 남는 순간이 있다면?
숙소에 큰 벌레가 들어와서
벌레?
범퍼 형이 도망 다녔던
이러면서 아유 저 소리 지르면서 막 계단 타고 내려오길래
웃으면서 소리 질러 웃으면서.
근데 진짜 벌레가 유만해.
얼마나 컸어?
진짜 장난치고 팅커벨을 봤어요. 팅커벨. 진짜 이따만 해가지고.
벌레가 아니고 팅커벨인 줄 알았어?
진짜 팅커벨이었어요.
How about on stage? Like, what's the most memorable moment for you guys on stage?
그 결승전 때 딱 들어가기 전에 그 자리가 스탯 띄워놓거든요. 근데 제가 그 계속 떨어져 있고 시안트라가 다 위인 거예요. 위. 끝나고 봤더니 제가 위여가지고 봐봐 내가 위잖아.
범퍼 선수.
준결승 때는 피자 선수와 저의 그 라이너드 스탯이 딱 뜨더라고요. 근데 피자 선수는 막 2등 몇 등 이렇게 뜨는데 저는 1111 이렇게 뜨는데 근데 저는 그때부터 피자 선수보다 제가 더 잘한 걸 항상 매일마다 느꼈어요.
If there's something that you guys learned from stage 1 that you guys could implement it into stage 2, what would it be?
아무래도 저희가 리그 최초로 전승 우승을 했잖아요.
그죠?
그래서 뭐 스테이지 1에서 배운 거는 다른 팀한테 질 자신이 없는 것 같아요.
계속 끝까지 이번 시즌 계속 끝까지 이 이미지로 가실 거죠? 나중에 빼면 안 돼? 나중에 바꾸면 안 돼? 약속.
저는 바꾸는 거 모르기 때문에.
아 큰일 났다.
좋아.
Time now for the most fun moments of the week. It's a Mo Control presented by State Farm. Florida versus Philly. The Mayhem are in overtime, but the fight is won. All they have to do is stay on the cart, but Zephyr wasn't into that plan. It's the classic C9 from Florida here, but the Fusion Boombox was happy to take credit for it all.
I'm gonna have Valk now.
Yeah.
And we fight. I guess.
I forced it, guys.
Nice Boombox.
It was all me.
What do we got, guys?
I forced it, guys.
I'm looking at the other side of it as foreman of the salt mines. I know how that feels when your team walks off the cart.
I mean, that's just funny to me. Again, every time a team just forgets to play the objective.
That's one of the worst we've seen. That
no,
really
it's not.
was
I think the
terrible.
Youngjin one is.
It was pretty rough.
Probably
no
worse.
game 5 for Florida. All right, let's keep it moving. It's tough being on camera for an entire match. Youngjin didn't do it. Don't do it. Don't. Did he? Hold. Show some restraint.
What sign do I use?
You got it.
No.
It never happened.
panicking.
It never happened for the record. What do you got?
This has to be good.
I found it.
I hate to associate our beloved friend Golden Boy, the national treasure himself.
This one's for you, Golden Boy. All right, the last one, of course, is what I call watering the lawn with a lightsaber. Yeah.
This is going to be the next hip dance.
That's our buddy Kevin with the maracas. Yeah, rocking the mic. That's how we do it here in the Overwatch League. I get nothing but potatoes.
Potatoes all around.
I pray that is the last time we show that.
I'm showing you that later, Hex, after this show, for sure. All right, family, we are less than 10 minutes from Super and Sinatra leading the San Francisco Shock onto the Blizzard Arena stage to face Guangzhou. We've got our match predictions coming up right after it. It's the Watchpoint pre-show. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League. Shock fans, here's a look at your team setting up on the stage. Moth and crew ready to improve to 6-3 if they can pull off a big win today over the Guangzhou Charge. On the other side of the stage, we have Guangzhou getting set up. You can see the boys ready to go up against the runners-up from stage 1. Can they pull off the upset and climb the standings? We'll find out in just a few moments. Here are your official analyst predictions for today's matches. It looks like all three guys like the Shock over Guangzhou and Chengdu over Washington. Brent is on his own with Atlanta over London, and Hex is taking the Spark to hand Vancouver their first loss. Hex, I gotta hear why. Sideshow versus Hex, 30 seconds, let's go.
I think yours is self-explanatory, so I'm gonna take a lot of this time. Obviously, Vancouver's unbeaten, but I really like this team, and I think now it's time to not play 3-3. It's start picking up full-out Clown Fiesta, Godspeed, you got Bazzi. It's gonna be time to hit some heads and make Vancouver play something that's not 3-3.
80% map win rate in stage 1, undefeated, incredible teamwork, fantastic players.
Here's my rebuttal.
Number 1 in the stats.
My
haven't
rebuttal.
been beaten.
Bang, bang. That's all you're gonna see today.
Nobody has ever killed a Sasquatch with a gun before.
Titans trying to stay undefeated. We're 15 seconds out. Bren, real quick, give me a player to watch from both teams. Shock and Charge.
Oh, Sinatra and Happy.
You did it. Bren did it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer along with Bren in the chat. That's going to do it for us here on the Watchpoint pre-show. Stay tuned. We got 4 matches coming your way. This, again, presented by State Farm. Enjoy the games, guys.
Vancouver Titans take what was promised to them. It's been an incredible stage thus far, but there's more to come. Takes them out with his signature McCree. beats. Good night, he puts them in the grave.
Only one, no, there's 2 and 3.
It's a brutal beatdown, and he's got another one. AKM is back.
Justice reigns from above.
Welcome to the Overwatch League. It's Sunday. Doa and Monte Cristo here to help you begin the final day of week 1 of stage 2. It's been a crazy week, seen a lot of new stuff, and we have got a great match to start things off with, don't we?
I mean, maybe. It depends on if the Guangzhou Charge decide to play Overwatch, because they didn't in their first match of the week, so...
That's the thing. I mean, they've got a tough opponent in the San Francisco Shock as well, but I don't know. The thing is Guangzhou's Charge, I really feel like this team can do better.
Oh,
they have to be able to do better than they did against Paris,
definitely
right?
agree that they can. And here's our season standings. Excelsior now, after a 2-0 week, sitting at 9-0, undefeated in stage play. Remember that these are a running total of our season standings for the season playoffs,
right.
But we will also have a separate ranking for our stage 2, which will then result in our stage 2 playoffs.
Exactly.
So this is the combination of stage 1 and stage 2, but stage 2 will also have its own playoff.
Stage 2 also has some big changes coming into it. Obviously, multiple hero balance changes. Many multiples of balance changes. We've been talking about those as they've sort of popped up in the games here and there. New support hero, Batisi, is so cool. He's been put to good use already. We've got a new assault map, Paris, that's been a lot of fun to watch, and a little bit of a map order change up in how we do the matches, just to kind of prevent some of those ties at the end.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, Guangzhou Charge, coming out here losing to the Paris Eternal. And we thought this would be a great team in a multi-DPS meta, but they haven't really shown that they have the same level of coordination that we saw from them in stage 1. We're pretty sloppy.
It was really puzzling, but credit to Paris, too, for coming out in that match, showing people a lot of stuff they didn't necessarily expect as well. And now, as you can see, though, Guangzhou Charge losing 3 straight matches, 1-11 in their last 12 maps. They really need to pick it up today.
Yeah, they have hit, I think, a little bit of a speed bump after starting out strong. Now, remember, they did have, one of those losses was their last match of the stage, the Vancouver Titans, where they did lose 0-4. So they've had some tough opponents, and the Shock are going to be a very tough opponent again for them today.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of the San Francisco Shock, it's time to give them a warm welcome. Let's hear it for the San Francisco Shock. Whoa, definitely feeling some reverberations from that intro music. But I like it, man. I think every team in the league should have their intro song. I'm glad the Shock finally do.
Well, DJ Tiesto is actually one part of the ownership group of the San Francisco Shock, so he is providing the beats for their walk-in today.
There you go, man. I've actually seen him live, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I was like the uncoolest person there.
I believe that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. San Francisco Shock, this team is insane. And of course, we've talked about the overall storyline with these guys is that last year they had a lot of young players. They couldn't even use everybody like Sinatra super early on in the year. They said, that's okay. Season 1 of the Overwatch League is just kind of biding our time, getting this team prepared for the 2019 season. That's where we're going to start to crush. And man, they certainly did in stage 1, coming so close to winning the stage 1 championships. I think they've got a great season ahead of them.
Well, it turned out even better than expected, honestly, because the bets on Super and Sinatra have paid off big time, honestly. Like, it wasn't, I think, feasible to think that these guys would be this good, turning into top 3 positional players in the league this stage.
That's right. So, a tough opponent for our next team to introduce in this series. Let's hear it for the Guangzhou Charge. We know this team has a lot more to show us than what we saw in their first match of stage 2 against the Paris Eternal. That was an 0-4 loss. Of course, hitting a little bit of a slump here, but we know this is a good team. We've seen them take on very, very tough opponents in the past. We know the talent is there. It's just been a bit weird to not see it come out yet.
I'm going to pivot this conversation a little bit, though, and say...
Go ahead. Go ahead and pivot.
I know that this team has very good players. I'm not sure they are a good team. In that, I think that that's where they're really lacking right now is follow-up and communication on some very strong individual play. We talk about Shu a lot here, their flex support player, and I think one of the biggest problems for them is that he's getting a lot of first kills, but his teamfight win rate after his team gets a first kill is only 60%, which is really, really low compared to 85% or so for Violet. So
a lot to work on. Well, not to pivot the conversation again, but let's talk about the guy on your screen right there, Rascal. Now, this player has been really impressive on pretty much any new hero that's come out in the game. Way back when we casted him in Apex in Korea, he was one of the best Sombras early on when she popped into Overwatch. Now showing us that again on the Batiste as well. He was great on the Brigitte when she showed up. This guy is just so good at adapting and learning to control these new heroes.
Yeah, he probably is the fastest pro player that we have in the league at learning new heroes as they're added to the game. And so, of course, San Francisco is going to use that to their advantage, put him on the Batiste first. And it also, I think, slots very well into San Francisco's play style in that Batiste provides a lot of poke and healing from range without necessarily having to trigger that Brigitte Inspire heal. So the range advantage, we'll get to that in a minute and how it helps San Francisco.
That's right. So our map set presented by Toyota. We're going to begin things on Busan for Control, then going to Anubis for our Assault map. Eichenwald and Junkertown will be maps 3 and 4, and we'll see if we get to that 5th and final Control map. In this series, I'd be a little bit surprised judging how both of these teams have kind of stacked up against other opponents in the league recently, but you never know. If I've learned anything this week, Monty, it's that you really can't predict these matches very easily.
No, it has been quite the challenge, although I think you, from Twitter, are doing very well in your predictions this week. So you say that, but you're also crushing the game, sort of.
That is true. I mean, you know, not to toot my own horn or anything, but I am.
Noah says it's very difficult, but also is what's your record on predictions so far?
I'm 10-2 in predictions this week so far.
But it was very hard for him to do that. He wants you to know that it's really hard, but he's crushing it.
It's hard for, you know, maybe the desk, but it's not hard for me. Not hard for me, at least. Here we go. A little bit of swapping going on in San Francisco. Shock took a look at what the Charge had coming, and they decided they wanted to switch things up a little bit.
Yeah, they thought they were going to be facing a multi-DPS composition, hence the Moira and the Winston. Now that they see it's just going to be a Reinhardt 3-3, we are going to see the Shock mirror that comp. They should be very comfortable in this, and they engage.
Yeah, Sinatra pushing forward on that Zarya. This guy has been insane on that hero in stage number 1, building the graph super fast, doing tons of damage. Super catches Shu with the Fire Strike. You know, sometimes you just lose some health, and the Fire Strike comes in there and finishes the job, and that should lead to an early cap for San Francisco. Appa dodges the charge, and he's taking the train to the afterlife. Whoa, Choyobin decides to go as well. Or Rio, rather, yeah.
Yeah, yep. Does take Rio off the map there a little bit, but they will have plenty of time to regroup as he pushes them straight into the trains. A little bit of style right there. They have their Lucio back to provide the speed boost.
Yeah.
Has been nerfed a little bit, so slightly less speedy than it used to be, but still plenty of time to get Choi Hyobin back in time for this next fight.
Still pretty much one of the best abilities in the game, for sure. Super a little bit low. San Francisco Shock building up that control percent here at the Busan train station. And we'll see what Charge has in mind. We're looking for that coordination. That's what they seem to really lack against Paris.
I mean, their backline's taking so much poke damage right now from the Shock.
Well, yeah, I mean, we did see that kill on Shu earlier with that Fire Strike. That's what happens when your backline takes damage, and that's what happens when your whole team takes damage. Grab gets used, and Shock absolutely wrecked the Charge.
As I clean up this fight, though, let's talk a little bit about the San Francisco Shock, because you know, they've taken 3 losses already. 2 of those were to the Titans and the NYXL last stage, which could have been expected, and they did have some issues. But one thing about the Shock is, you know, for a while now, ever since about halfway through the last stage, they have been cleaning up teams lower than them on the rankings, like absolutely destroying them, not even close.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what's happening so far in this fight. Guangzhou used Happy's Graviton, so they're not going to have that tool available to them. Meanwhile, San Francisco Shock extremely efficient with the ults on that last push. And
well, yeah, all they needed was Super's Earth Shatter, and that kind of set that last one up. Charge coming in with not too much to use. They're going to have a couple support ultimates, though, which is going to be useful here. If they're going to flip the point, this has to be the moment, but Shock is well prepared.
They're going to play on the low ground for the time being. Shock may rotate around up the high ground. No, they're just going to dump the grab immediately.
Why not, man? They're going to send in Choyobin with the self-destruct as well. Rio taken out via the charge, and it's going to be really tough for the Charge to get anything done at this point forward.
I mean, Super has another shatter, and there's no barrier because the Reinhardt is dead.
Yep.
Here we go.
That's about it, man. It's just clean up. Like you said, San Francisco Shock not giving any quarter at all to teams weaker than them in the league, which seems like pretty much everybody at this point. Rio goes in with a late Earth Shatter, drops down Choyobin, but not going to get anything done on his own, and that's going to be the end of the round. San Francisco Shock looking about as dominant as you can.
Wow.
Busan so far.
I mean, that's just a stomp. What do you say about that?
Yeah.
Shock completely controlling that point from start to finish, staggering the charge, beating out ultimates, having a better ult economy, and just a brutal showing from San Francisco. And Guangzhou, who is now only, what, 1 of 11 in their last 12 maps, in their last 3 matches, looking to make it 1 in 12 to start off this series. They can't take this point.
I don't think they're looking to make it 1 in 12, but they might be headed there anyway.
They're on a fast track. They're on the train to 1 in 12. They can't control the direction.
Certainly are. They left the train station. They're trying to avoid that. We're going to Mecha Base now, Monty. We'll see if Shock can close out this map in a hurry. It's kind of looking that way. Guangzhou Charge switching things up. They've got Rio on the Wrecking Ball now. Shu swapping to the Ana, so we'll see what they've got in mind, but Sinatra on that Sombra is going to be a really big problem.
Yeah, they have switched over to the Moira as well, anticipating a multi-DPS composition from the Guangzhou Charge to provide a little bit of extra healing, as well as the elusive nature of the Moira with the Fade.
Yeah. Sinatra just looking for a few hacks that he can. Ooh, Happy taken out by Violet's Orb. Whoa, that does not happen very often.
We certainly don't expect that one. Now Shock is going to go ahead, try and clean up some of these low HP targets right now while they go ahead and take the point.
I mean, without the Widowmaker putting pressure on your team, you're kind of free and clear to just charge here. And the Charge are just so split up. You just can't seem to get these guys together for a coordinated attack this stage.
I mean, Rio is trying to put pressure on the point with the Hammond, but he's just chunked out and he can't really get there right now. Finally, they're going to make their way onto the stage, but their supports are not there. Their supports are getting manhandled by Super.
Man, I just totally zoned out. Happy does get a kill on the Rascal, so if they want, they do have a push coming in 6v5. They can continue, but no, Shu goes down again. Violet just controlling so much space with that Moira, and that's going to be a problem to deal with. He's got the Coalescence now, gaining back a little bit of health. Eileen gets zapped there. And Charge just not getting anywhere near this one. They almost, well, they're getting closer to taking the point, but still no percentage at all on this map yet.
I mean, the Charge are just trapped in this little room right now.
Yeah.
Unable to get out, unable to get in line of sight to provide a lot of healing. I mean, Shock is really focusing Shu right now and making sure that he can't have an effect on this map. Hoppa now switching over to the Zarya.
EMP from Sinatra hits a few people, 4 members of the Charge. They take out Rio immediately. And there's not too much more that Guangzhou can do to prevent that fight from not quite going their way. And it just seems like there's so much desperation in the Charge right now. They've never really pulled back and regrouped at all. It's just been push after push after push. At some point, you need to take a moment, take a breath, and kind of do a little bit of planning here.
Yeah, Violet now switching over to the Zenyatta so he can provide the Discord Orb to burn down the tanks, because we do see the Charge slowly swapping over to a more tank-heavy composition.
Hacked again. No biotic grenades going to be coming out anytime soon.
I mean, they have an EMP right now, but Eileen can't get into the fight because he's getting zoned out by spam from Violet.
He's on the point now. Maybe he can get back for a good EMP. He's going to try it. Yeah, he hits a few members of the Shock. This might be a chance here for the Charge. 2 kills already coming in. San Francisco not able to do a whole lot at this one. So finally, the EMP comes through for Charge, and it looks like it's going to deliver them the point, but we're already 99% for Shock. Guangzhou needs to hold this for so long.
And also, Hotba needs to not get hit by the EMP that Sinatra's going to have very shortly. He's got to do something with the Graviton Surge, so him getting his abilities disabled by a hack is going to be disastrous, considering Guangzhou must use that ability effectively if they are going to hold on to this point.
Super switching over to the Winston now. Oh man, Sinatra's already scoping things out. That's a big EMP from Sinatra. Where's the follow-up from the Shock, though?
Hoppa got the Graviton off.
Yeah, that's right. Graviton did happen, so Charge didn't lose anyone immediately. Now the fight becomes a bit more protracted. So Sinatra not quite setting up the EMP that his team could use.
Now they need to spam for support ults right now. That's what Shock are waiting for before they engage.
All right, Rio goes for a Shatter, doesn't get anybody with that one. Wall's coming up and helping out a little bit there. Violet with the Transcendence, trying to keep his team alive. They do get the kill onto Shu. Super finishes one off there. Rio did get stunned there for a second. Eileen comes in to try to save the day with the EMP, and Charge striking back with a few kills of their own. Choyobin does go down. Super stunned. He's got his ultimate, but he can't use it. taken out before he can pop the Primal Rage, and Charge has managed to hold on.
With that EMP coming up at just the right time, as well as another Graviton Surge for Hotba. So they're able to hold it off for the time being, and now San Francisco Shock in a bit of trouble as they have to retreat. Sinatra nearly at his EMP, however. Guangzhou have no ultimates available to them. They've got to split up to make sure this EMP isn't successful.
I mean, credit to the Charge here, using their grab a while ago to make sure that EMP from Sinatra was a little bit less useful. They've held on long enough to get up to near 90% themselves. Sinatra used his EMP, hacked 3 members of the Charge. Choibin does get the kill into Happy, though, so Shock not really phased by this one yet. Super, meanwhile, helping Choibin zone more members of the Charge out, and now the flip is going to come back in for the San Francisco Shock. And as we're in overtime, Charge is going to have to fight this one really short-handed. Eileen coming up pretty close to the EMP. If he can build it, maybe they got a chance, but no. Shoot down already. Violet jetting in with the Transcendence to try to keep everybody alive, and Shock just keeping everyone off the point. Maybe with the Sound Barrier now, Charge can come back in. There's the EMP. Rio drops a Shatter, drops Moth and Rascal. Can they get the kills, though? They've got the grab. They've got Super as well. Charge making a fight out of this. Shock having to scramble to try to stay in this one, on the verge of winning this map. They did flip the point back, but can they win the fight? Oh, that was so close. Charge trying to get people on there, but it looks like Shock will take it in the end. Got a little bit dicey towards the end of that round, but Shock will take the first map.
I mean, Guangzhou Charge did a great job of at least holding on to that point as long as they could. Yeah. Hotba building up the Gravitons quickly in order to shut down some of the San Francisco Shock's plays. Maybe they stayed on the Sombra a little bit too long there for Sinatra. In the end, though, Shock come out on top.
And they get the win. We'll see if Charge can tie it up when we come back.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
So when people are calling that a target's 1, that's usually supposed to mean that they're around like 20 HP and they can be killed by like 1 bullet from any single character. Usually when somebody says somebody's 1 shot, they're just saying, please shoot this target, and they're not 1 shot.
You obviously want other teammates to focus what you're hitting, right? So you trick them into saying that they're 1 shot away when they're 50% to 60% health still.
To be honest, I'm pretty guilty of it. I call people are lower than they are sometimes just to get people to be shooting the right thing. Don't do it though. It's not a good idea.
Well, Muma is right. Yeah, you should be pretty accurate when you're calling out the health of your opponents in your games, but every once in a while, you know, I can't totally disagree with it because, you know, you might want to direct the attention of a team. My answer is just play Zen and tell them who the Discord orb's on. That's easy.
There you go.
Right there, yeah.
I'm surprised Zachary was talking about 1 shot, because as a Brigitte player, he doesn't really know what shots are.
Or bullets, really.
Yeah, bullets. He just swings his mace wildly around.
One smack.
One smack.
So it's only 1 smack. Well, A smack is what the San Francisco Shock gave the Guangzhou Charge at map number 1. You like that segue?
Ah, that was good.
Yeah, all right. But I gotta say, Charge looked okay towards the end of that one. Towards the end of round 2, they certainly made Shock work for it.
They did, and I did like the fact that they were building the grab so quickly, as we talked about before the break, which gave them an opportunity to really get back into that match. I think they were playing around Sinatra's EMP pretty well, but it's all about that coordination that we need to see more from the Guangzhou Charge. And I think it's hard because you're playing in a lot of different languages if you are the Guangzhou Charge, considering they have Korean players, Chinese players, you know, English-speaking players.
Yeah.
So it does change, I think, their dynamics when they do have these substitutions,
like
including Kib
there
coming
you go.
into the lineup.
Well, Kib subbing in for Eileen. And they've been doing this pretty often here. But going back to what you were talking about, the coordination, I mean, if you look at what happened on Mecha Base, the team was kind of scattered across the entire round until San Francisco had like 99% already. Then they tightened things up. But if they would have been able to do that a little bit earlier, maybe we would have seen a third round there. We'll see if they can kind of continue that on Temple of Anubis, our assault map.
Yeah, I think one of the issues with the Guangzhou Charge is that it's hard to define their style right now. And I don't even know if the team necessarily knows what their style is. Like, who are they playing around? Because they have a lot of talent on this roster. But it's been difficult to discern what exactly they're going for. You know, we don't have a clear team identity. And we talked earlier about Shu and how much of a star player he is for this roster. But they have this very weird statistic where after he gets the first elimination in a fight, they only win 60% of the time, which is very low. Very, very low. You look at most other teams, if a Zen's getting the first pick, you're winning like 80+% of those team fights. So he's well below average.
It is odd.
And the other thing about Guangzhou that's very weird is that their team fight win percentage goes up by 8.4% when they're in overtime. So I kind of wonder if they're overthinking things a lot of the time, because it seems like when push comes to shove and everybody just has to get in there and fight, they do a lot better.
That's a really good point, actually. When you get down, when you get reduced to the fundamentals, sometimes that kind of unlocks that clean play that you're looking for. You might be overthinking during the actual rounds. Well, San Francisco Shock bull rushing their way onto the high ground already. They are on the attack here. Guangzhou Charge on the defense. A little bit of displacement, knocking Rio off there as Shock continues to move forward. Rascal over on that Batiste, like we talked about. Yeah, seeing a lot of that. Super dropping down. Could be a little bit of trouble. They got to keep him safe. Choyobin zone people out. Oh, Sinatra already with a kill on Deshu. Things looking good for the Shock if they can keep this going. A lot of low health members on the Charge, and without that Zenyatta, you don't have a lot of healing to bring everybody back up again. And it looks like they just might be giving that one up.
Yeah, and to continue ignoring everything that's been happening in this game, though, and talk about Batiste.
I think that's a good idea with how things have been going in this game.
So I think one of the reasons why Batiste, instead of Brigitte, is so good for the Shock is because Sinatra likes to play aggressively on high ground. So if you have a Brigitte, you have to be in range of the Brigitte to receive that healing. Whereas Batiste, if Sinatra positions aggressively, can get a lot of the heals. And also if Batiste is next to Sinatra on the high ground, using that ultimate to really superpower Sinatra.
Amp Matrix
like
superpowering the damage here from the Shock. Guangzhou Charge just runs away. They're just going to go ahead and wait that one out. It only lasts about 10 seconds, so you don't need to wait too long here. They were able to prevent Shock from taking anything on the point anyway. And Rascal still just trying to keep everybody healed. He's got the AoE heal in close as well. You can put out a ton of healing, actually, if you're near the Batiste. Rio getting really low. Ooh, they had to use the Transcendence to save him. And now they're going to get aggressive. Going to be the Transcendence from the Shock side as well. There's a grab from Happy. Can they follow it up with some kills? Maybe, but they need to burn through the sound barrier from Moth. Now San Francisco on the attack again, but it's going to be the sound barrier from the Charge as well. Another Amp Matrix already built up by Rascal. He's so fast in that. Philo with the double kill, but Hatpa comes back with one onto the kill key, or the kill-er, whatever you want to say. Meanwhile, Shock losing people left and right. It looks like Charge will be able to hold. That got close.
It did get close, and also got a tick for the San Francisco Shock. Not exactly the way they wanted it to go. Good decision making from the Guangzhou Charge to hold onto that sound barrier till deep in that fight. That's what helped try and turn things around right here.
Yeah.
You see Kim finally getting in range.
Oh, great stun.
Nice stun.
Great stun on Super during his ultimate animation, canceling that one.
I don't think it would have hit anybody anyway because of the barriers that were in the way from the Rhine and the Brigitte, but, you know, still a nice play.
Hey, it's so classy, right? Super's got another Earth Shatter already built up. Doesn't take too long. The Transcendence used once more by Shu. Oh, he drops the Shatter right into the shield. Then he gets stunned from the shield bash of Kib. Down on the low ground now. It didn't work out too well. Immortality field down. Shock trapped in the grab. They didn't lose anybody in the process, though. Maybe they can keep fighting, but Super needs some healing really bad. Rio tries for the shatter, gets pooped. Oh, it doesn't complete his charge, but it doesn't matter because the rest of Guangzhou getting the kills they need to hold on to this one, and no progress made by the Shock on that push.
Yeah, so Rascal did switch over to the Brigitte, and we do see Char on the Batiste now, so switching compositions for each of the teams. And that immortality field gonna be quite strong in that very small area that you have to fight on the point.
Well, it's really interesting seeing teams use Batiste in like every conceivable support role. They use him on main, flex, and you have that sort of DPS flex role that usually plays the Brigitte. Swap to the Batiste once in a while too. So this support is finding some really interesting uses so far. It's fun to watch. Shock on the attack again. Now the Amp Matrix up for Chara. And Shock can just wait that one out again. It doesn't last too long. You don't have to give up too much time for it.
That's right.
Shock pushing in now. Super. Halfway through to an Earth Shatter. They got to keep him healed up, though. Taking a ton of damage. Ooh, that was a close one. Rally used by Rascal to try to keep everybody healed up with the armor. Now Violet Force using Transcendence as well. Hadba, nothing with that self-destruct, but Rio does get the charge kill onto Super. So another advantage for Guangzhou. Rio waiting for it. He's got that Shatter, used it to try to counter, but now the kills come in for the Shock. They've got a few, but have they lost too many people to keep this push? Maybe not so much. Rio in a lot of trouble, finally taken down. And it's pretty much just Hadba trying to resist on the point, but he's gonna have to take a trip back to spawn for the moment. Shock so close to finishing off B, and they'll finally get it. So in that long scrap towards the end, looked like it could have gone back and forth, but Shock gets the job done.
Yeah, pretty good defense from the charge too, given the massive amount of time that the Shock had.
Yeah.
After a quick cap of point A.
Not bad. When we come back, Guangzhou charge goes on the attack. Welcome back to the Overwatch League. Right now on your screen, Sinatra, been playing amazingly well for the Shock, has yet to die in this series.
In this match, yes. He did not die at all on the control maps, and then he has not died yet on that attacking round. So 0 deaths for Sinatra, pretty impressive feat. Moth also did not die on that last attacking round, but did suffer a few eliminations against him during the control round.
So now Shock are on defense here. Guangzhou charge, gonna get their chance to attack here on our assault map, and I think this might be where the streak ends for Sinatra. It's tough to make it alive out of point A if you lose the point.
It is, but if you full hold, you know, who knows? They're very good at protecting Sinatra as well.
Yep.
Looks like Rascal back to the Batiste play, so they are going to be running the composition we discussed. A little bit of insurance there as well, should the Guangzhou charge choose to play something like a Pharah, but they may go with the double snipers here. Hadba at least going to take a shot out of spawn.
I'd love to see the double sniper from charge, but it looks like that's not what we're going to see in
Could
the
play
long
Pharah.
run anyway. Yeah, it will be the Pharah Mercy combo.
Yeah, Hadba, the flex tank, who is also quite a good Pharah and Tracer player in a pinch, and we've seen that a lot from the charge this season.
Yep. All the way back to their early matches, they loved putting him on the Tracer and then nano boosting him, which is something we did not see much of in Overwatch in general at that time.
I do think this is probably where Sinatra is going to die, because it is very difficult to hold this with a Reinhardt 3-3 against a triple DPS composition, but they're really aiming for just a smooth transition to prevent a snowball and have an ultimate advantage at point B.
Okay. See on your screen there, Rascal doing really well in the Batiste, stats-wise as well as in-game through the eye test. I suppose the stats come from in-game, don't they? So that's where stats come from. I was wondering.
Only in-game.
What do you know? Those out-of-game stats. Hotba trying to just put a lot of damage into that doorway on the far and just keep Shock kind of bottled up as Charge approached the point. Super down on the low ground, though. It's going to be able to keep them from gaining a lot of percentage here, but yeah, Choyabin needs to go up and help his supports stay safe there. Otherwise, they are not going to get any line of sight to heal people.
Yeah, they have to get on the point, though, and that's where the Guangzhou composition really struggles, is putting pressure on the point, because you have to have that Wrecking Ball, and in order to get that Wrecking Ball to the point, you have to chunk people out like that, but it is hard when all the supports are just clustered together right there. They heal themselves. Rio's going to try and zone him out. It's not going to do much of anything. Does force the Immortality Field. Nice Biotic Grenade, too.
Yeah.
But Immortality Field does keep all the supports up from the shot. Lots of ults, though, available.
Oh, grab gets used. They try to trap Happy in it. Meanwhile, Happy ready with his ultimate as well, trying to fire away at Super Shield. Killed out of that one. But here we go. Now the Dragon Strike comes in. Trying to go through that house. Violet down already. Hoppa finally finds the kill. Now Rio on the point with the minefield all laid out. And Shock's going to have a really tough time kind of holding this one. So many people going down here. And that is going to be the end of point A, I believe.
Guess who escaped, though, Noah?
I know. I was looking, too. I was looking. Sinatra managed to bounce his way out of that one.
So in spite of the point going down, Guangzhou has to invest everything they've got.
Yeah.
Sinatra's going to escape with a little bit of charge there, energy onto the Zarya, and the Guangzhou lineup is going to transition now into Kib with the Sombra still, so holding on to the EMP, seeing if they can snowball. But look at the shot, 2 support ultimates. Probably not going to hit both of those supports with the EMP. Might be able to force out one of the ultimates, though, and Shock was really playing for a point B defense here, because they keep up their ult economy and they force Guangzhou to change. Pretty good delay, honestly, on point A as well.
That's not too bad. A little over 5 minutes for Guangzhou now in the bank. Try to push forward onto B. And like you said, Sinatra, not necessarily a coward for fleeing point A, just wanted to keep that charge built up on the Zarya. It's a valid reason. At least that's what he tells himself when he tries to sleep at night.
I mean, good teams will constantly try and keep their Zarya alive, even a losing conflict. Zarya is by far the most important hero because you don't have to regenerate as much energy to deal damage, which makes you able to fight immediately again, which gives you a lot more options when it comes to timing your engagements.
Very true. Shock knows that EMP is out there from Kib. Kib actually just got the hack, I believe, onto Choyabin. That's right. Trying to prevent him from finding him. Locator down. Are we going to see the EMP from Kib? Coming out right now. It's used by Shock. Ooh, the anticipation. As soon as that's done, though, you might see that EMP. Ooh, EMP does get used. Violet not hit by it. Now the Sound Barrier gets used by Moth as well. Charge gets a tick on the point. They're able to last a little while on there. But they didn't get what they wanted.
Super's coming on a flank with a Shatter. This could be huge. He's behind them. He's behind them.
Oh, he got a big Earth Shatter inside the room. They did not see that Reinhardt coming. Chara down already, and that's a go button for Sinatra to charge forward and just roast people with Zarya. How about that? There's another couple kills for Shock, and they will hold.
Wow. Well, Super came out the other spawn door. Guangzhou Charge were not paying attention to that.
You gotta watch those spawn timers.
Rio was, through the choke point on the point with his barrier, so no real defense against the sneaky flank Shatter there.
Well, let's check that out from a Super's perspective.
Yeah, he realizes this. Good calling from his team, and oh man. Gets the barrier there, but I mean, you can see they were really out of position for that one.
Yeah, you could tell the communication wasn't there on Charge to let him know Super was there, as Charge is gonna jump right into his hammer. There's a grab from San Francisco Shock right now, trying to stuff this push before it begins. They do draw out the Sound Barrier early from Charge. That's a win, if nothing else. They're gonna push them back, make them go forward with a little bit less to use.
Now, Choyabin is not in the fight right now, and he had to really escape that. He was, gets demeched. He was at very low HP outside, and now grab comes in.
Charge. That's a problem. Violet tries to keep people up with the Transcendence, manages to just barely keep everyone on their feet. Choyobin still alive, but not in the back right now in the back lines. Rio pushing forward. They dodge the shatter from Super there. Now the shatter comes in. Rascal eliminated early. There goes Violet. Happy down as well, but the advantage to the Guangzhou charge at the moment. Maybe Shock can push back a little bit with this sound barrier. Shu's got the Transcendence. Super in a lot of trouble. There's not enough healing on him. The respawn's coming in for Shock.
Graviton.
Charge. They need to stay alive through this one. They lost Kib, but for the most part, they're still doing okay.
Sinatra on the point now, trying to get that damage on the
Sinatra,
barrier.
he finally
First
died.
death of the match, and that's going to be the Guangzhou charge.
Yep.
Complete the double cap.
It was like some ancient wizard told the charge they could not take the point until they finally killed Sinatra. They must face him again. We'll see what happens in extra innings when we come back. Well, both the Shock and the Charge were able to complete their attacks here on Temple of Anubis. 2 points for each team. Now, they get to use whatever time was left to try to get the job done one more time. Possibly more than one more time if they both do it again. We'll see. 2 minutes and 13 seconds in the bank for the Charge. 3 minutes and 24 seconds available for the San Francisco Shock in our time bank rounds. Shock starts out on the defense since they've got more time available. And here we go. Charge on the attack. Looks like we might see another heavy DPS composition.
Yeah, Shock just playing the same way they did in the last one. Pretty standard fare for them, and they're again playing for that B defense, but they held out quite a long time.
They did.
On A with a pretty big disadvantage.
And ideally you want to end this one on point A if you're the Shock, of course.
Will be challenging with this composition. That's definitely not what they're playing for, but maybe they can do it. Given the very short amount of time, less than 2 minutes remaining here for the Guangzhou charge.
Here we go. He's coming in like a wrecking ball. Oh, booped away by Moth. That was great. He was so ready for Rio to try to come in and knock people off the high ground, not having any of it. Moth is a great Lucio.
Yes, he is. He, I don't think we talk about Moth enough,
we don't.
honestly, because Moth is, I think, quietly been one of the best supports in the league this season.
Yeah, I think he deserves more credit than he gets.
All right, so a bit of a change here. Sinatra on the low ground in the bunker. Oh, that's a big one on to Rascal with the biotic grenade.
Rascal just getting a little bit low, and the grenade fish pop now happy with the kill on the Violet, and that's a lot of healing gone for the Shock to try to defend this point with. Happy under pressure, but the sleep dart comes in actually on the Choyobin. He's not gonna live for too much longer. Oh, is he gonna get oh, okay. I was gonna say, once in a while that mini diva gets the kills, but not that time. This time it's gonna be Charge taking point A.
Yep, Sinatra escapes again, so still sitting at that one death. Was helped by Moth on the exit, so keeps the charge. Now, keep in mind, Guangzhou, let's see if they swap off, because the Mercy ult is valuable to them, as is the Nano Boost.
You know, you only have a minute left, too. They're going to swap, though.
Okay, they're going to switch out the Mercy ult, which makes sense, because they're not running multi-DPS, which means Mercy is not going to be quite as good.
I suppose.
And they do need that speed boost from the Lucio to engage. So they will hold on to the Nano Boost, however. Who that goes on, whether it's going to be Hotbar or Rio, we don't really know. And Kib nearly dies to Choi Hyobin outside of the choke point. Could have been disastrous, because he has that EMP.
Choyobin was doing a great job in the last round of just keeping Kib from doing
Kib is not getting close because of the diva.
Yeah, except for right now. Gets there with the EMP, gets 5 members of the Shock right off the bat. Chara down, though. Kills on both sides, but it's Shock who loses their main tank in Super. Kib now fighting it out.
That was excellent play by the Shock. So they delay the Sombra so much, then they can make a proactive Graviton play. And so once everybody's locked up, doesn't matter if they don't have abilities.
Ooh, Rio taken out by the self-destruct. Shock weathering the storm so far, and they're just a couple seconds away from possibly holding here on B. That's a bigger shatter coming in from Super, and now it's pretty much just Chara and the supports trying to keep this one alive. They've got Hotba there, but he needs a bit more than the resources Charge can give him right now, and that should be about it. Rio trying to come in on this wrecking ball. Just to delay a little bit longer here. Amplification matrix comes out for Rascal as well. And nobody gets back to the point. So that's where the attacks will end for the charge. No progress, I believe, on point B. I don't think they got the first tick.
They did not. And taking a look at the 3 minutes and 24 seconds remaining for the Shock. If they get through point A, they at least secure themselves a draw.
Yep.
If they can take 1/3 of point B, they will get a win here on Temple of Anubis.
Sure. Well, they still need to take point A, I suppose. But if they take point A, then even if they don't take B, they'll be okay.
Yeah, we'll see what the Shock want to do for this attack. They did run the Reinhardt 3-3 on their first one and try and create that aggressive snowball into B, and it looks like that's what they're going to be doing one more time. Guangzhou.
Seems pretty reasonable.
It's a little bit harder on the defense because if you try and play the Ryan 3-3 on the defense like the Shock did, especially if you do it without a Baptiste, so San Francisco was playing the Baptiste, but if you do it without that Baptiste, it means that you don't have a lot to deal with a triple DPS. If you have to play against snipers or Afara from long range, it can cause you a lot of problems if you're playing Ryan because you just have no verticality, you have no range to reliably take out those heroes.
Right.
So you need the Winston just to provide the mobility to get into the backlines or get into the air to zone out some of those damage dealers.
Here we go, San Francisco Shock going for the win here, trying to get the 2-0 lead in this series over the charge. Guangzhou, though, has shown a bit of life in this series, certainly. We'll see how long they can defend. A lot of damage on the Shock as they come through here. Wow, Charge getting very aggressive right off the bat. Trying to just put some early damage on Shock as they approach the point, but now it's going to be Happy going down immediately, just not ready for the level of aggression coming out from San Francisco now.
And right now, Charge is going to take them so much to retake the point. They simply don't have the damage to retake, and they're playing with a Winston, so they don't have the barrier to survive on the point.
We saw the stats from last stage, right? If your Zarya dies first, it's really unlikely that you're going to be able to win the ensuing team fight, because like you mentioned, the Zarya is doing most of the damage, and that's going to be a quick point A for Shock.
Yeah, Char are going to switch over to the Baptiste. They need that immortality field because Rascal's coming up on the Amp Matrix. That's going to supercharge Sinatra to get his ult faster. He's already at double the charge of Happy.
That's the plan to see what they use. There it is, Amp Matrix down for Shock already. Sinatra, as you can see, trying to fire through it. Get that extra damage. Already nearly finishing the map are the Shock. They're so close to just getting that one tick. There goes the immortality field. Now Transcendence used by Charge to try to stay in it. Super turning around, it gets a decent Earth Shatter. Shu knocked down. They just need to force the Charge off the point for just a little bit.
Has grab.
That's right, and he's going to use it. Catching a lot of members in Charge, and that means they can't get to the point. Shock takes it, they get that first tick, and they get the 2-0 lead in the series.
Sinatra still at 1 death.
That's insane.
Coming into this half.
That is a crazy stat for Sinatra, but
yep. He's well on his way to breaking that death record.
I mean, it's becoming run-of-the-mill for this guy, right? You know, what amazing stuff is he going to show us today? We'll see when we come back from halftime, guys. Don't go anywhere. This is the Overwatch League.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. High ground or low ground, T-Mobile has you covered. And by State Farm. Whatever life brings your way, State Farm is here to help life go right.
The Shock are trying to close out the week atop the Stage 2 standings, and they're off to a pretty good start. Currently, they have a 2-0 lead over the Charge coming into the half. Blizzard Arena, it's Sunday morning. How you guys doing? We awake? All right, we're waking up. That's what I like to hear. The San Francisco Shock have absolutely been on fire, and it's not just Sinatra who only had one death in the first half. If we look back at the first map, all eyes are on the main tank. Bren, why do you want to watch Super today?
Yeah, because he's just a bit of a Chad, isn't he? You know, when
Chad's
it
a good
comes to
thing.
Super, it is a good thing.
Yeah, yeah.
He's just leading the team in a lot of these charges. I mean, look at this as well. Super's really impressed me coming into this season with his just game sense and his ability to be able to recognize when he should be doing certain actions, like using the ultimates, like dividing the supports. As you can see here, he was so good at this in map 1, diving into the back line, abusing what Guangzhou Charge's composition is bad at, just completely splitting them up. You cut away the healing, they're all going to die.
We were talking about Shu, the healer for the Charge. That's going to be one of their strengths. Shut down when you got a monkey in your face the whole game.
It's not a great feeling on the Ana to get dive constantly, but that's on the rest of the team. The team has to peel, come back for you, and try to keep you alive. You can only hit so many sleep darts.
Now, something that we were excited to see from the Shock was they played incredible 3-3 against the Titans to close out Stage 1. But here in Stage 2, they're running some Sombra, and if you remembered back to last season, Dante was always on the Sombra. Now it's Sinatra's turn going up against Eileen.
I really had questions about if they'd be able to run an effective Sombra because Dante was their ace, of course, traded away to Houston now, but Sinatra just picks up right where he left off. And Sinatra's always going to be able to transition to Sombra, mostly based on the damage he can do. Yeah. A former Tracer ace, if you only know him from this stage, you probably, or Stage 1 rather, you've probably seen him on Zarya. But his aim and tracking has been impeccable since the guy picked up a mouse.
Yeah, and he's a player who's really impressed me as we progressed throughout the seasons of the Overwatch League in the back. He's actually gotten a lot smarter, I think, as well in terms of his playstyle. The coaching system that Shock have set up has been very helpful towards him. He's an intelligent player now, you know, he's one of the better ones that we've got in the league, and it makes sense to be able to transition over to the Sombra so easily.
A few highlights there were from Eileen on Sombra, but if you look at the numbers, they're definitely in favor of Sinatra. 10 EMPs, 10 enemies hacked, and of course around 5,000 damage to go along with those 0 deaths. 0 deaths throughout that control.
It's a great example of your point of being a smarter player now. It used to be untempered aggression, and that's just how Sinatra played. He's going to get 6 kills on Tracer, he's going to die 3 times, but that's just the trade-off. Now you get those kills and you don't get the deaths.
All right, now we got to take a look at Anubis here, and our eyes were on the new healer in the game. If you're just joining us for the first time in Stage 2, we've got a new character. Batiste is in, and he's a great healer, especially when in the hands of a guy like Rascal. Rascal came into the day with the best of all the players' stats on Batiste. Hasn't been incredible, I'd say, on Anubis. Not the same level in his first match, but he's still playing very solid.
It's just another thing you have to deal with. It's a new hero. You're not exactly sure exactly what he's going to bring to the table, where he's going to set up. He's got the vertical mobility to get to these hot spots on Anubis. Yeah. And he's able to, Rascal, a former DPS player, he hits shots. He's putting out a lot of damage along with the healing.
Yeah, I really like, I mean, we hit on this point as well in our Watch Point pre-show, but Rascal is very good at finding new heroes and kind of just exploiting them to the max and finding out in what scenarios they're good at. Monty and Doa in the cast earlier, they said, you know, when they were casting Rascal back in the day, he did the exact same thing with Sombra, and he's doing it again today with Baptiste. So I think it's very nice to see, you know, he's kind of a bit of a trendsetter in that regard with the Baptiste. It is a joy to watch.
And if you're in my Plat games later on tonight, look at his positioning on Anubis. He went up top, and he hid behind a pole, so they couldn't shoot him real easy with the big heavy tanks. Heads up. All right, final question here is about the Charge, right? We've been hyping up this Shock squad, but the Charge, they're trying to climb back up in the standings. Looking at the remaining maps here in the second half, how do they do it going up against the runners-up from Stage 1?
Well, they also have to play Shock again. This is their very next game.
Good point.
We have a rematch next week, so if they don't start getting something going, they're going to be in trouble. Eichenwald and Junkertown next are very good Widowmaker maps, and I've been pumping up Happy for a while, charging to rely on their hard carries, which are Shu and Happy. They need to have big games.
So I will say this as well. Shock have been playing very well, which isn't going to help Charge much when it comes to making them look good. But if they manage to take Eichenwald here, Junkertown produces some weird results.
Yes.
And it can go either way. So there is very much a potential for map 5 if they manage to take Eichenwald away, especially, as you mentioned, Happy on the Widowmaker. If they get him on that roll, there's no guarantee. I genuinely think there's a high possibility that we will be going to a map 5.
Final question for you. How do we keep the supports alive for the Charge? How do you keep Super and Sinatra out of your face?
It's going to be Kib just babysitting. You just got to sit back there on the Brigida.
All right, Brigida. It's up to you, Kib. We'll see if they can get it done. Make some noise, Blizzard Arena. We're coming back with Game 3 after this.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
Welcome back to the Overwatch League, guys. Right now, the San Francisco Shock up 2-0 over the Guangzhou Charge. And, you know, the Charge, I think, playing definitely better than we saw them play against Paris earlier in the week. But now you're playing against the Shock. And, like, you need to not just play a little bit better than your 0-4 loss. You need to be incredibly good to have a chance.
And to be fair with the Shock, the teams that pushed them the distance last stage were other elite teams in the top three like NYXL and Vancouver Titans. And the way the Shock lost was by being pushed to the limit, pushed into overtime scenarios, and then they sort of choked and lost, except in the finals where they kept it close throughout the entire series versus the Titans. So they sort of gotten over that as well. It was never like, if you couldn't push them into overtime, you weren't going to beat the Shock last stage, and you're certainly not going to beat them now.
It's hard to put that pressure on a team like the Shock in a regular format series. Meanwhile, Eileen subbing back in for Kib on the Guangzhou Charge side of things. It's usually what they do. They usually go back and forth with these guys pretty much every map.
I mean, I do wonder if it's a little bit too telegraphed, even though we saw Kib playing a good Sombra in the last map. You know what you're going to get with Eileen. You know it's going to be a lot of DPS and Sombra play. I'm glad to see at least Kib trying to expand that hero pool. Of course, he's known as a projectile DPS player on his Genji, but it's cool to see him start playing the Sombra as well.
Right. That's one of the things with making those roster swaps between maps is that, you know, if your players aren't the most flexible, you're kind of telegraphing what your strategy is going to be sometimes, and so you gotta watch out for that.
And speaking of the telegraphing of strategies, it will be Eileen back on the Sombra here. Hotba running the Pharah, so the 3 damage dealers with a single tank for Rio on the Wrecking Ball. Meanwhile, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Super on the Reinhardt.
Yep, here we go.
With the 3-3 with the Baptiste instead of the Brigitte. Now, they are going to switch it up. So Violet will be running the Moira. Rascal's going to switch over right now to...
Swap a lot, actually. Okay.
They need to switch probably to...
Moth.
Wow, nice shot.
That Moth gets taken out
inside the spawn.
That's going to take time, too.
So they are going to switch to Winston and Moira. Now, why Moth was going back is a question there, probably just to heal up and escape some of the rocket damage.
And maybe give his team a little bit of speed boost as they come back out, too. But either way, Hotba finding a nice early kill there.
Okay, so Sinatra's on a long flank right now, is rejoining his team in a pincer, trying to take out the other Sombra. Nice biotic grenade onto 3 members of the Shock. Couldn't quite get a kill, though, on the side of the charge.
The barrage, and he's going to unload it all over the Shock. Super and Violet down already. Man, you don't expect Var to have the barrage that fast.
You certainly don't expect the Var to have the barrage that quickly, but that's a result of Hotba landing those rockets while the Shock was milling around outside of their spawn and changing up their composition. So pretty much a lot of time taken off the clock because they had to wait, but now they have to come back and try and contest this point. Only 4 members of the Shock, 5 now with Sinatra there currently.
This is a Shock, man. They're so scrappy even if they start to lose a fight early. That said, though, Super down now. And Hotba back into the fray. Shu gets taken out, but it's still looking okay for Charge. The thing is that the respawns are a lot quicker for the attackers right now.
I mean, that's smart by the San Francisco Shock. Take them out because you have a respawn advantage, so make those trades while you can.
Yeah, absolutely. A one-for-one trade definitely favors the attackers on this point on Eichenwald.
Now, Eileen dies with the EMP too, and now that Sinatra has the EMP, easy take there for the San Francisco Shock. Did take them a while due to some fumbling around with compositions. And of course, Hotba's good Pharah play at the start, but they do get rolling.
They do. Charge has a few ultimates left to try to fight on B with.
No, they still have an EMP. This
early
is,
on.
Yeah, certainly a winnable first fight here on B for the Charge. Depending on their usage. There's a sleep dart right now onto Super. Not going to die, though. Nice biotic grenade, though, and that means Violet's taken out and his Rascal. Shu, big biotic grenade so far in this map.
I mean, we've seen this guy be one of the best Anas in the league over and over again in stage number 1, and now that the meta kind of favors that a little bit more, I'm sure we're going to see a lot.
There's been a lot of just weird delays for the Shock so far on these attacks because of plays from Shu or from Hotba. It's a nice individual skill getting the Guangzhou Charge, a lot of value. They have 5 ultimates right now. Ready for use. EMP into Minefield, probably going to come out.
Nano boost, perhaps. Not used yet by Shu. Super down early. They could probably save a few more ultimates with that main tank out of the way. It's going to be the rally, though, from Rascal. Actually, Shock pushing forward to the sound barrier as well. They're not going to give up on this one. They're going to jump onto Shu and get that kill anyway. You just cannot assume a fight is over with the Shock, man. They lose their main tank, and then they're just going to come right back. Looks like Rascal's going to pay for it in the end, but while all this is going on, the payload is still moving, by the way, and that's the important thing.
I mean, Cinderella can leave her Shu, and it turns out for the best in the end, but you can't do that if you're the Guangzhou Charge.
No, you got to keep.
You leave your Shu, and then you don't have any healing any longer.
Right.
The Shock capitalizing on that opportunity, and now they're going to be really guarding these spawn doors.
Indeed. Nice biotic grenade again onto Super Choyobin. Violet down. Here's the EMP onto Charge. Can Shock complete point B here? They've got Hotba so far. I believe Choyobin just got D-Mech. Minefield down for Rio to try to prevent Shock from getting onto the payload here. Rascal taken out as well, so it looks like that'll be Charge halting things right before the end of B. For the moment, anyway.
They get an exit kill onto Chara, but Chara will get there back in plenty of time, so not the most consequential elimination for the San Francisco Shock. Now they're in a bit of trouble. Ult economy's been reset. They did struggle in these scenarios on Busan when Sinatra kept on playing the Sombra here, and this would be an opportunity to switch over to the Zarya, but they are not going to do it yet.
Not yet. Really preferring Sinatra to stay on that Sombra for now. Here we go, Eileen. On his Sombra, setting up a really nice EMP. It looks like who have to watch out for those left clicks from Brigitte, but he's gonna get the hack. And then Choyobin not gonna be able to remech after the ultimate. Gets hot by anyway. Oh no, they catch Eileen.
Oh,
the plan
Eileen
was
can't
there.
die there.
No, you can't. He dies with his EMP up. Tried to go for a fancy move onto Choyobin and ended up delivering San Francisco Shock the point.
Oh, that's bad.
Whoops.
It looked like there might have been a miscommunication there about whether they were winning or not, because he might have just tried to make the kill and save his EMP, but the rest of the team was losing even after the early elim on the side of the Charge, and now suddenly San Francisco Shock gets some extra time on the clock by taking B, and 3 minutes is a lot for point C. It is quite a bit, especially when Sinatra's getting an EMP, which could mean the Guangzhou Charge never have a chance to use their ults here.
It was a nice stagger kill onto Hotba earlier, too, by Shock to try to set up a farther push. Sinatra loses it, duel to Eileen.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, Eileen's been playing this over a long time, Sinatra. You're good, but you gotta be careful. Meanwhile, Shock, though, winning the overall fight here for the moment. Happy using the tac visor, though, pinning down Violet, taking him out. And it looks like Guangzhou is he going to be able to hold this for a bit longer? Maybe?
They get
that payload's still moving.
Yeah, payload's still moving, and Sinatra's going to be back soon with the EMP.
Yeah, all right, Sound Barrier, they're going for it. Leaving the payload, there's the EMP from Sinatra, setting up the kill on Eileen. A little bit of revenge from the Shock. Meanwhile, the payload moves. Charge trapped in their spawn. They need to break out and stop this payload, otherwise it's going to be a massive time for Shock. And they do what they can. Rio gets out just in time. Sound Barrier now into charge there for a little bit. Oh no, it's just a little bit extra shields. Never mind that. Rio on the Hammond. Mortality field finally taken down, and Shock getting a couple of crucial kills here. Shu taken out early. It's going to be Choyo Bin getting his mech back with that self-destruct. Appa, no heals really coming into him right now. It's just Happy and him trying to keep this point alive, and you're going to need more of the respawns coming in, but now the Shock can deal with them one at a time. At the end of the day, that will be the conclusion of the attack. Shock get it done with a pretty good amount of time in the time bank.
I feel like that little duel was sort of the charge in a nutshell. Are there players individually skilled? Yes.
Yeah.
Do they somehow not work together well all the time? Absolutely.
Yeah. Very true. Shock with a bit of time in the time bank. Charge trying to equalize when we come back. Welcome back to Eichenwald. San Francisco Shock gets 2 points on their attack, or 3 rather on their attack. A minute 31 left for them in the time bank. Guangzhou Charge, meanwhile, it's their turn to go on the assault. And we'll see what they can get done.
Well, we're going to talk about Sinatra's deaths again, because it might be the most interesting thing that's happening so far in this match, unfortunately. It's still pretty interesting, though. So he died 2 times on that attack round, which means he's at 3 in the match. Now, so far this season, Animo is currently holding the record for fewest deaths in a match at 3, and he has done it twice so far in the 2019 season.
It's pretty incredible.
So Sinatra can't die anymore if he wants to tie in the next map and a half.
It's going to be really
It's going to be hard.
It's going to be really tough to go through an Eichenwald defense and the next map without dying. Yeah.
And a Juggertown, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It'll be tough.
I don't know about that, but either way, it's going to be a good stat for him, I'm sure. All right, Charge on the attack using that Pharah now. Saw Eileen trying to go for the flanks on the Sombra. Happy swapping from the Widowmaker to the Soldier 76.
Yeah, Sinatra inside the tower right now, just playing defense onto the point right here. They are trying to bunker up, so playing the Reinhardt 3-3 again.
That was close for Moth. One more rocket would have done it. Either way, when you hit a Lucio like that, you can usually force out that E cooldown and maybe take advantage sometimes, but either way, Hotba putting a lot of pressure onto the Shock right now, but the Charge really not approaching the point much either.
Oh, Sinatra slept there. Right outside, does force super.
Looks like he's okay.
Choi Hyobin to go for him, but that opens up Violet because all the tanks are protecting Sinatra.
Yeah, the Lucio, or the Zenyatta rather, unprotected. Eileen finds one, and that's the kind of pick you're looking for. You don't have a lot of meat in this comp for the Charge. You don't have a lot of big tanks to just stack on the point. You need to find these picks on the outside to win in the numbers game.
That's right. They're still unable to actually pressure the point, though. They need to get some more eliminations. Meanwhile, Shu is off on the flank. George Yobin thinks he sees an opportunity.
Well, he uses the ult onto Rascal, gets the nano boost to stay alive, actually. Afara living through Barrage. We saw it. It happened. Rio got the kill onto Sinatra, too. And so that means Charge has a really great opportunity to finally take the point. Yep, there goes Choyabin. Super fleeing for his life. The two supports, Moth and Violet, just trying to delay as long as they possibly can, but that should be point A. Moth actually got the kill onto Char at the end. It's got to feel good, but it won't protect the point. I would say, taken quick by Charge.
Yeah, Shu is an absolute monster there. So remember that the kill onto Violet was set up by Shu sleeping Sinatra and then forcing the tanks to protect the sleeping Zarya. So that meant that Eileen had an opportunity to take out Violet. Well, that point capture was actually enabled by Choi Hyobin thinking he could boost onto Shu and get an elimination. Yeah. But he got slept as well. So a couple of very important sleep darts for Shu.
TMP leads into a couple kills for Guangzhou Charge, but Shock still stalling out that payload for now. Rio going in to try to clean things up a little bit more. Pretty good defense early on from Shock. Trading enough that that payload hasn't moved a whole lot yet.
Yeah, they need to get their healers back right now. That's why they have to use the sound barrier.
Yeah, why not? They've got a little bit of an edge in the fight. They got the kill in the Shu. Super looking for a chance to maybe try to jump up and swat the pharmacy out of the air, but nothing doing, and they'll have to kind of sit in the point for a bit longer.
The Shock are getting so smart about using their abilities. Right there, the Batiste and the Zenyatta weren't present in the composition. They were still walking back from spawn. So they realized they have an opening, though, to really aggressively force a 4 versus 6 with the sound barrier and push them off the payload. That's what they do.
Definitely. The meta's certainly shifted, where you can use those support ultimates in situations like that to just delay a little bit more rather than wait for the next big 3-3 fight. Appa gets a nano boost, looking for a chance to use a barrage, goes for it anyway, but Rascal drops the Matrix, and Appa not lasting too long after that one.
I mean, just the delays. You can see how difficult it is to push a payload or control an objective with a multi-DPS composition because all of these low HP heroes can't get on the cart with the sustain from these tanks. That EMP, though, will shut it down.
Yeah, Rio's been doing a great job of following up on these EMPs. Gets 3 in that fight. Gotta feel pretty good there, and he might just drop the minefield to prevent them from re-engaging. We'll see. Oh.
He's going to drop the minefield here in the choke point. Looks like he's getting ready for it.
That's right. Here we go. There it is. And tries to get the knockup as well so people get stuck in it, but didn't quite make the connection he was looking for. Meanwhile, it does force the Transcendence out of Violet at least.
One that's unavailable for Sinatra.
Happy, meanwhile, trying to find a better position up on the high ground here. Shock has pushed the Charge back away from the point with a couple kills here. Now the Tac Visor comes from Happy, gets one onto Violet, actually. Shock might not be ready for this. That's 2 kills. Nearly takes out Sinatra as well, before Moth finally finishes him.
Graviton a little late there to pick up the solo grab onto the Sinatra. Sinatra waves goodbye anyway.
Yeah. Oh, Sinatra. Sleepy Sinatra. Rascal's got the shield in. Okay, all right.
Rascal's here to protect him from nothing, turns out. Guangzhou Charge deciding not to get aggressive. Now Guangzhou will make the swap over to the Zarya. Gonna hold on to Eileen, though, with this Sombra, his signature hero so far in this Overwatch League, and make sure that the EMP is going to be of good use here shortly.
Yeah. The point B is really interesting on this map. So you see a lot of compositions. You can play the Pharah for a while, but Charge decides he's gonna stick on the payload. There's the EMP from Eileen. 4 hacks onto Shock, and that's gonna pave the way for Rio to just walk forward swinging. Super nearly pinned with that charge. Oh, nearly pins Hotba in return with the charge. Hotba, though, just finishes him off. Shock just trying to get as much as they can do before they have to reset.
Yeah, they still have one more attempt at a defense here, and we're down to 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Take a look at Eileen. Coming around.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, and immediately the hack onto Lucio.
Onto one more that he couldn't hit with a line of sight.
Yeah, that's right. Eileen, definitely one of the best Sombras we've got out there.
Rio's nano boosted.
That's right. Find something with it. Meanwhile, Shock trying to last on the payload as long as they can. Oh, Choyabin got demacked after getting hacked. That's a problem. Now the grab from Charge. Can they complete the fight? Super tries to go in, but that leaves him open for a shatter from Rio.
Super got a shatter interrupted, actually, by a stun there as well.
I guess so. Shock having real trouble stopping the charge. It's going to be nearly overtime, but another minute 30 for the charge at the last moment. But they're definitely going to have a smaller time bank than the Shock do now, and it's really hard to push through C with that little time in the clock.
Look at this, Rio shoving a couple off. Nice charge there.
Yep.
Meantime, he isn't exposed to Super shatter from behind thanks to a stun on the Super. Everything looking good for the charge here, but only a minute left now, and there's a Graviton. Trying Sinatra gonna clean this one up.
Ooh, all right. Well, that's about as one-sided as you can get. Only a minute left for charge. And with that team kill, San Francisco Shock have put themselves in a position to try to hold on here and win the map and the series.
This is looking grim for the charge right now. They have to come back. Maybe they can push through one attack with an EMP, but they're gonna have to win several fights in a row. And Violent!
Oh, finds Chara. And did he actually get knocked off? He did. Rascal boops Rio off the bridge.
30 seconds.
And that's going to be even worse now. Maybe one last desperate attack for charge.
Eileen is still somewhere behind enemy lines right now, so he's still setting up this EMP. The rest of the charge have to get across the bridge, though, first. There's Eileen.
This EMP needs to be massive for him to deliver charge a win with it. Oh, he gets found out, has to translocate.
Oh, that's going to give him a chance to rally and charge onto the front line.
Yeah, that's really bad for Guangzhou. They're going to have to get in there anyway, though. Time to push forward. EMP comes in on a Shock, hits 4 people. Rio tries to go for the shatter. He does knock down Super and Sinatra. A lot of damage eliminated, but there's the grab coming in. Sound barrier for Shock to try to stay alive in the fight. All the ultimates being used here. Shock a little bit separated. The charge having trouble pushing forward. They've done enough damage, though, to put pressure on the Shock. Maybe with this grab from Sinatra, they can turn around, but there's a sound barrier immediately from Lucio on the charge side. They keep everybody up for now, but here comes Super with the shatter. Hot put down. The Zarya out of the way. That might be what Shock needs, but it's going back and forth. It's a brawl now here in overtime. The payload still has a long way to move, even if the Guangzhou charge do win the fight. Oh, but Shu getting taken out. Sinatra going support hunting now, and there's very little to stop him. That's going to be about it. Shock holds on. They will win Eichenwald, and they will win this series 3-0. One map yet to play, but Shock locks it up.
And it's a rough time to be the charge. In their last 4 matches, including this one, they are now 1-14 in map score. So the drought continues for Guangzhou.
Well, a chance to at least break the streak and get a map win on Junkertown when we come back, but it's got to be rough for the charge. Not the first week in stage 2 they were hoping for. We'll see if maybe they can salvage a bit of it when we come back.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
I'm Mika Burton, and the San Francisco Shock are up 3-0 and have officially taken the series. But I had a chance to talk to Kib from the Guangzhou Charge at the half, and he told me the Charge are not giving up just yet. He has faith that the comps the teams have been working on will become more successful and their comms will be more stable, and he assured me the Charge are figuring things out for this meta. He said we will see them turn it around by next week, as right now their scrims aren't quite translating to stage, but that's all about to change. I know I look forward to seeing them fully charged. Yep, I said it. Monty and Doa, back to you.
Thanks, Mika. You know, I wonder, with the color of the dress, if there's some bias there. Guangzhou bias going on, interviewing Guangzhou.
Yeah, the Guangzhou bias is pretty clear, right?
Yeah.
Could be said it's clear with
I was going to say, yeah. Oh,
I
forgot what I was wearing. Right, hashtag no bias. But anyway, the thing is, you know, it's hard not to talk positively about the Charge despite how poorly they're doing here in Stage 2, because it's like we've been saying the entire time. We saw in Stage 1 that these guys have a lot of individual talent, but like you mentioned earlier, like we saw in these maps, it just hasn't been translating at all to in-game wins yet.
Well, I think what's really frustrating is even in that last overtime fight on Eichenwald, they looked a lot tighter. And I mean, the stats reflect that as well. They have the greatest difference of any team between regular team fight win rate and team fight win rates in overtime. So it really feels like sometimes they're not trusting themselves enough. They're second guessing in a lot of their communications. And when they don't have time to do that style of play, when they just have to put everything they've got into a team fight, they do a lot better. So yeah, that's a hard barrier, I think, to overcome, but it does give me hope for their future.
I think so. Well, Kib back in again for map number 4. It's going to be our escort map, going to be Junkertown, and we'll see if the Charge can come away at least with one map win in this series. Before this, though, as you can see, it has been all San Francisco Shock, and this team just continues to look dominant here in stage number 2.
They play so smart these days. It's, you know, they really are a joy to watch, up there with the likes of the NYXL. You look at those 3 losses and you think to yourself, oh, you know, a little bit over 50%, maybe not that good. 2 of them were to the Titans and the NYXL, though. They did have a tough schedule in stage 1, and they're another team that really could run the board here in stage 2, go for that 7-0.
I think they've got a shot, that's for sure. So we go to Junkertown. This is definitely one of those maps where you get to enjoy some different compositions than usual if you've been watching or if you've been looking for something a bit fresher or a bit of a callback to some old school compositions. This is definitely the map for you.
I mean, I do feel like it's a little bit of a shame we didn't have this last stage because
true enough.
This map, because of its very odd long sight lines throughout the map, would have been played this way last stage too. Like the Orisa would have been here. I'm not sure if this map, outside of new heroes being introduced, will ever be played in a truly different manner.
Hey, I'm fine with that. I don't mind it one bit. We do have the hardpoint defense from the Charge. Shock, meanwhile, going for what we call the pirate ship. You have the Orisa with the shield in front of Bastion, who's a cannon on the payload as it moves around. Shock trying to push down this little choke here. This is usually where the fights happen. On point A. Oh, no. Oh, Chara gets hooked, but he lives. That was so close. You know, once in a while, you just don't get all those bullet connections on that left click from Roadhog. And
Chara still goes down, though, and that's a really good haul to pull everybody in, but the Immortality Field going to help keep them up through the Dragon Strike.
That could have been like a 2 or 3K from that Dragon Strike if it weren't for the Immortality Field. That was very close. Rascal bailing his team out a little bit there and now trying to keep everybody healed up. Happy's in trouble. Ooh. It's knocked out. Nice shot from Rascal, man. If you are a good hit scan player like we know Rascal is, you get a lot of damage done on that Batiste. Meanwhile, Sinatra taking names with this configuration tank on the Bastion, and that should be about it for point A.
Yep, they will be able just to push through with the result of that team kill. Probably just going to stick on this composition. This is one of those times where you do have the option of going ahead and taking high ground position as the attacking team. Due to the spawns, looks like they're not going to move forward too far. Whole hog available to Violet on this attack as Guangzhou pushes up here. No changes yet. Sinatra back onto the payload.
I wonder how long they'll stick with this. I feel like we've been seeing teams stick with this longer. Oh, the halt brings everybody from Charge down. Right where Shock wants him, right in front of the amplification matrix, which Violet is shooting through with the whole hog. Sinatra, the first one to find a kill, though, as Charge is scattered. Another configuration tank. He got that so fast.
Called the whole hog, but with the amp matrix, the wholer hog, like
that's right.
Even more hog.
It's you call that the whole herd in that case. Let's check that out again. Well, There we go. Finally got the pick that he was looking for on Chara earlier.
Staring at Kib while taking a breather.
Crouch your way out of that one.
All right, well, high ground, typical high ground placement at the curve of the U here of the points.
Yep.
We try and rush right now. Sinatra still relatively safe though.
Oh. Self-destructs in tandem. Oh, all right, but nobody really worrying about things on the Shock side. Got that Amp Matrix. Oh, hi, Happy. A tasteful crouch.
That was a very deliberate tactical crouch.
Exactly, yeah, we can see another thing. Oh, maybe. There we go. And, oh yes, there we go. Gotta, you never know where that Widowmaker is. You know, you gotta crouch to avoid those headshots, you know? It's a strategic genius from Sinatra right there. So forward thinking.
One of our most notable tactical crouch users.
Cerebral tactical crouching. Yeah. Oh, welcome to the Thunderdome. Sinatra with another configuration tank, not giving it up yet as Charge tries to get aggressive on the payload. Shock backs away. Sinatra not quite finding any kills yet, but doing some damage.
Payload keeps moving though, and now he's taking a turn here on the windmill.
Actually pulls out the Transcendence by targeting Shu with that one. Ooh! Immortality Field keeps Sinatra alive again. Rascal has been perfect with those this series so far. Son of Violet, he's in a little bit of trouble. Takes a breather, pops a whole hog. Rio down and Charge in a little bit of trouble again.
Yeah, they're just gonna get chased off right now.
Oh,
Chara, a late, trying to reload. There we go.
Oh. It's so annoying when you hook somebody and you left click them, they've got like a sliver of health left. As a Roadhog player myself a lot, I hate that. But some of those guys are so tiny, you know? Mercy, Lucio, it's hard to land everything. Here we go. The payload nearly there for Shock. Jobin pops a self-destructive. Sinatra up on the high ground. Nobody's doing anything about this guy, just firing through the amplification matrix.
Okay.
That is not a matrix you want to enter if you're the Charge.
Well, 3 deaths on the Shock in that entire attack.
Yep.
Moth, Violet, Choi Hyobin all falling once. Otherwise, it's a pretty conclusive run. Sinatra, 17 limbs, 12 final blows. Casually, no deaths again.
Did you see me dodge those possible Widowmaker shots?
That was the most tasteful, if that is a word that can be used with tactical crouching, the most tasteful tactical crouching I have seen.
It was a gentlemanly tactical crouch. It's refined, you know? Done in the best of taste. Just a polite, how do you do, if you will.
That's fantastic. I enjoyed that.
That's the tactical crouch they teach you at Charm School.
Just walk up very slowly.
That's right. Make your intentions known.
Make your intentions known. Yeah. Look first
right.
for a while.
Spray the logo of the game.
Spray the logo.
That's right. then crouch. There you go. Now you know.
But only once, twice maximum. 3 times in Porte.
3 is too much. Yes. You don't want to seem childish when you're doing something like the tactical crouch. That's right. It takes a certain amount of maturity
to stop yourself at 2.
Ah, yes. You have to be restrained. If we know Sinatra for anything, it's restrained, and measured, play style, and personality. Well, time for San Francisco Shock to go on the defense. Guangzhou Charge with an attack here. But man, even if they complete it, that's a big time bank for the Shock to overcome. So things aren't getting any easier for the Charge. They're going to come out. Same composition. Happy though.
Hop on the May.
Hanzo.
They might just try to wall somebody up and blow them up with the Bastion. Nope, gonna swap off. Sometimes you do see a May just right out the gates on attack. Chara going to teleport everybody over. They will be playing the Junkrat as well, so they're gonna just try and get behind right now. Everybody goes over.
There we go, putting Happy on the high ground on that Bastion. I like it. Got the Immortality Field right up there. Oh, but they can't keep Rio alive.
Super's up there now.
Yeah.
How do you get up there?
I don't know how he got up there. Impressive. He just goes anywhere he wants, man. He's super. Possibly got bumped up there. Actually, didn't see. Happy down.
It might have been Junkrat mind.
I think Kib brought him up there. Yeah. There we go. So Shock getting the kills in the end. That's the worst. When when your own Junkrat puts their Reinhardt in your face. I've been pinned out of the air as Mercy because my Junkrat knocked their Reinhardt in the air.
As a Reinhardt player, I approve, though. I approve.
No. Junkrat is a double-edged sword for your team sometimes. Charge still stuck on the high ground. Somewhere Obi-Wan Kenobi is like, come on, guys, you got this. You got the high ground.
Should be easy for you.
It doesn't always work, Obi-Wan. Come on. All right, back.
I mean, the problem with this is that they teleport over to this shack, but they can't move the cart, and they can. The San Francisco Shock could just hide in the Shock Shack there.
Yeah, well, the Shock Shack is a little place where you can't push the payload. All right. Trying to find a way to just approach the payload for now. Happy firing through the amplification matrix, but there's nobody to shoot at. Shock just waiting it out.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a flank on the cart, so how do you get to the cart if you are the charge? This is the fundamental question.
Yes. How do you approach the cart?
Very slowly. Okay, this might be how you do it.
All right.
Kib.
Tire in spawn.
He wants to send
what is
Tire into the Shock Shack.
Coming out. Takes you out. All right, that was the saddest strip tire I've ever seen. I'm just gonna say it. That was the saddest strip tire I've ever seen. Sorry. Sorry, Kib.
Okay, Violet was on the other flank, so they do manage to eliminate him. Still 5 members of the Shock, though. All right, now...
There we go. Okay,
they might have finally gotten it moving.
Yes. I get it now. I understand that the rip tire was used that way to give the Shock a false sense of security so that they would push out and die.
Zatra, his first death of the map will be just to delay the payload. They're going to have plenty of time to respawn before the end, though, and they're going to have 6 ults. So Shock's still looking good. That was actually a very smart delay because basically, by the time this next fight happens, we're going to be in 1 to 2 fight territory, and the Shock have plenty of ults to deal with that.
Yeah, we might even see a point A hold here, which we don't see very often at all in Junkertown. Could be something. Sinatra coming in, he's got the grab ready to go. Happy just trying to find some more victims with the Bastion. Anyone get shattered there? A couple. Happy though, really low immortality field, keeping him alive.
Gone now.
Super trying to push in. And it looks like even though he'll die, they'll get the kills. Rascal taken out by the tire. Kib gets 1 there. But
it is a 3 versus 3 right now, and it's just Sinatra and 2 supports. So Sinatra has to provide the overwhelming majority of the damage. Super gonna make it back soon.
He's not charged at all though, so he's not doing much damage on the Zarya. Super back.
Oh,
we got Chara. What a pick for Violet. That is pretty devastating.
They're gonna have to switch off right now. Happy with a desperation Zarya now with 15 seconds remaining, and they had to wait for their Mercy to respawn. Brutal.
Yeah. There we go. 10 seconds left for the charge to try to make anything happen on this map. Shock though, no ultimate is available. Hanma maybe can get a pick with this one. No, not quite, nothing. Out of the self-destruct that got Sinatra low. Hanma does take out Rascal's immortality field early. They've got Violet pinned down. They were able to find him on the flank. So Guangzhou Charge can fight the 6v5 now. Not a lot of healing left for the Shock. Okay, Amp Matrix used by San Francisco. You gotta get people behind it though to use it.
Yeah, we're not really close to a grab for the Shock either, so it looks like Guangzhou should be able to finish this point.
Yeah, all right, immortality field down again. It's been sustaining Shock pretty well, actually. Keeping them in this one. Overtime, definitely gonna drop fast. A charge gets pushed off of it. Moth down, but Kib taken out as well. There's the grab. Sinatra finally got it. Hanma D-back. There goes Happy as well. And I can't believe it. Shock able to sustain long enough to get a couple ultimates and end it. 4-0 for San Francisco Shock. Absolute domination.
Yeah, really good look for the San Francisco Shock as they continue their quest to be the best team in this league. 6-3, their total on the season. 2-0 so far in Stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, after that Stage 1 playoffs, after the finals went for Shock, you gotta expect them to do well in Stage 2, and that's a 2-0 right off the bat. Pretty insane team to watch right now.
Yep, really fun. Continue just to roll through. Most of the teams in this league only caught up by a couple.
Yeah. Now, meanwhile, on the charge thing, again, I'll say it again, because it is worth repeating. There's so much individual talent on this team. We saw a lot of it on display last stage. I think with some adjustment, the Charge can come back and do okay, but
it's really just
tough right now.
It's converting around the individual plays that they make. I think the biggest problem with the Charge is not for a lack of individual playmaking ability. It's that the rest of the team doesn't recognize when a big play is happening and how to snowball that advantage fast enough.
Well said. Well, let's send it down to Danny, who is standing by for post-match interview.
Thanks, guys. I am here joined by Rascal from San Francisco Shock. Shock fans, are you guys here? Make some noise. Congratulations. Now, we all know that you are a DPS main, but we've been seeing you play a lot of support characters, support heroes like Brig, and with the release of the new hero, Batiste. I want to ask you, how does it sort of feel to sort of be able to go back to your roots and play a hero like Batiste, who is a hit scan, support, and a damage dealing hero? 자, 바티스트에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요. 아무래도 딜러 메인이시긴 하지만 요즘에 좀 브리기테 또 바티스트 이런 힐러 진대 좀 많이 쓰셨는데 그래도 바티스트 같은 경우에는 히트 스캔이잖아요. 어떠신가요? 좀 오랜만에 좀 그런 좀 딜러 비슷한 영웅을 쓰게 돼서.
일단 기본적으로 베이스가 서폿에 있고 그래서 아무래도 브리기테에서 옮겨가는 데는 큰 문제는 없었던 것 같은데 아무래도 좌클릭이 또 히트 스캔이다 보니까 쏘는 재미도 있고 여러 가지로 재미를 다 가진 캐릭터인 것 같아요.
Basically, I feel like Batiste is a very, very fun hero to play. Transitioning into Batiste from Brig wasn't that hard, difficult, because, I mean, both of them are support characters, but the Batiste left click is a hit scan, so I could deal damage and heal at the same time, so it's a very, very fun and great hero. All right, next match, you guys have a rematch with the same team, Guangzhou Charge. Is there something that you learned today that you could probably implement or use in order to defeat the Guangzhou Charge one more time next week? 다음 주 리매치 광주 차지 어떻게 이기실 겁니까?
크게 별 다르게 준비해야 될 건 없을 것 같고요. 뭐 이번이랑 그렇게 다르지 않을 거라고 생각을 해서 뭐 손브라 정도만 조금 더 준비해서 하면은 충분히 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각해요.
I don't think there's going to be a huge difference in how we practice or prepare for a rematch, but I feel like if we could just use our Sombra a little bit more, then I feel like we could win it. All right, thank you, Rascal. That's it for me. Back to you guys, casters.
Thank you, Danny. And yeah, fun to see Rascal playing a new hit scan hero. He's always one of the ones, like we talked about, that adapts so quickly, learns a new hero so well, and putting it on display today.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially Rascal, who has always been a top-tier player, having been bounced around from London to Dallas, now to San Francisco, finally earning his starting spot in a roster and really performing well on the Shock is good to see.
Right, so it's time to crown our player of the match. So many talented players on Shock to choose from, but today it's going to be the one, the only Super on the main tank. He will be our HP player of the match.
And well-deserved, have some really good shatters over the course of these maps, playing around the point and the objectives very well, making sure Sinatra is taken care of and protected in a lot of these points. You see some good Primal Rage use as well, sneaky shatter, of course, on Anubis that he managed to get to help save the point. So a lot to like about Super. We called him Super Bad earlier in this season.
Hey, I didn't call him Super Bad.
A little bit unfairly. I think he's gone from Super Bad to Super Chad now, if you will. As you look at some of his stats for this match, definitely showing up on the Reinhardt, and I think pretty much unquestionably a top 3 main tank in this league.
Absolutely making his opponent super sad, that's for sure. So our Omen by HP player of the match, Super. It's going to be fun to watch going forward here. And so don't go anywhere, guys. Our next match coming up, it's going to be the Atlanta Reign versus a London Spitfire. That might be a close one, so I'm looking forward to see what happens there.
Yeah, I think it could be interesting. We'll see if London has cleaned up some of their mistakes that we saw them against the Florida Mayhem earlier this week.
We'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Overwatch League returning with another match right after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. High ground or low ground, T-Mobile has you covered.
With the excitement of the Stage 1 playoffs now behind us, teams are really starting to turn their attention towards the end of the season, starting to think a lot about their standings on the ladder itself, and this game is definitely going to be an important one to decide how either of these two teams go forward, especially into the later part of the season. I mentioned Leslie, Matt Murillo is here, and we have the London Spitfire. Yeah, we are not simulations. I am Australian. I know you guys think that's a simulation. We're real. Both these teams are 4-4, so Atlanta and London both, decent stage ones, but London definitely didn't reach the high heights that everyone expected coming off the back of the Season 1 championship.
No, I think it was just a weak meta for the London Spitfire. I think as the season goes on, they're a team that is equipped to deal with the ups and downs, right? They had a lot of ups and downs in the Season 1 of the Overwatch League, and a lot of their up and downs were kind of tied to Birdring, right? When he would go out for a stage, come back in, now he's back in the lineup, and you can see the difference that he makes. I mean, when he's on Birdring, and he can play so many different heroes, him and Prophet form one of, if not the best DPS duo in the league. So I think it's just, can you keep Birdring engaged? Can you keep that high play up?
Can you keep him hungry as well? I think, London, I mentioned this yesterday, I think as well, but London were pretty clear about the fact that they knew the Stage 1 meta did not suit them. It was not a style they liked to play. They didn't like playing Reinhardt. They didn't like going without DPS players. But now Gesture, obviously, back on the Winston much more frequently. His stats have been very, very good. And like you mentioned, Birdring now coming back in. He and Prophet were always considered a devastating duo when it came to damage dealers.
Yeah, both of these teams, they don't have the hardest road in Stage 2. Two of the easier schedules in the league. So you see Atlanta, they rank in 11th there with the opponent win percentage at just over 50%. And you see London, the time for 60 schedule, 47%, rounded up here is, they have an opportunity with a meta that's going in their favor, a easier strength of schedule make up for some of those losses earlier in the season.
This is where they stretch their legs. They get that win-loss record looking much more impressive, but they'll have to go through their opponent today, the Atlanta Reign. Changes for these guys as well. I mean, Babybay coming in. I mean, he's a great character fit for this team, but getting reverse swept in the first match of the stage has got to sting the Reign.
Yeah, but if there's somebody's confidence who isn't going to waver, it's not going to be Baby.
For any reason at all.
Yeah, and I like it. He brings a ton of hype to this team when DeFran goes, and I think that Baby is such a mechanically skilled player. Like when you watch him play, whether it's hit scan heroes or even his Zarya, like you see the trackings there, like. The guy is sick. It's just they got to work him into the lineup a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, and bear in mind, the last roster he played on actively was the San Francisco Shock at a time where the Shock were not all that impressive. So his stock didn't exactly go through the roof, but he was always considered a great player. Note here, Babybay, Erster, and Lair on the roster here as well. So we might see there's potential for 3 DPS and more from these guys. Erster, we've seen him play a lot of Brigitte. He's very good on that role. This team definitely looking equipped to take on their opponents. Today, who would be the London Spitfire? Make no mistake, Matt. It is definitely about Birdring and Prophet. The double sniper compositions that London was so good at last season, still relevant now. Jester now on the Winston, like we already mentioned. Some of these guys are still waking up.
Yeah, Prophet just walk by the handshake.
Listen,
all right.
Point me where I need to go. And
all business there for Prophet. I think he now is aware that he just ran right by somebody, trying to give him some love. But I know this is the London Spitfire that we saw the same roster last season, win the entire playoffs of the Overwatch League. I think now that you can play more Winston, I think Gesture will see some uptick in his performance. I think Fury, an off tank who can play like some Soldier 76, some Sombra, obviously very strong at Diva. So I think you have the tools here for London to make a run in
Well, I think it's kind of important because Guard isn't on this starting roster. I saw Guard was the one that was brought into this team for the last stage. He played a lot of that Sombra. He was a more flexible player. But now that Fury's in a position where he can make that switch, he can get away from playing those flex tanks sometimes. That's pretty handy. I mean, this guy here we talked about, and we've seen Babybay play a lot of hit scan heroes. We've seen him play Genji as well. He actually had some of the highest damage stats on his team of the Shock, and in Season 1, should I say. So we saw a bit of Zarya here for the Atlanta Reign. They started off the series so well, but again, I think Hex put it very well when he discussed how Boston would come back in their third reverse sweep. Sometimes you just got to hang on and see where the ride takes you here. They definitely weren't happy to get swept.
You don't know how much scrim time that Babybay was actually getting with the San Francisco Shock. They had so many damage dealers on their roster. Don't know how they were going to fit him in. We can take a look at the map set here, presented by Toyota. Oasis will kick things off. So a pretty good FAR map. We've seen Prophet play really strong FAR in the past.
And look, I think that lower third we saw there briefly raises a very pertinent point. Can Babybay fill the void that Defran has left on this team? Definitely they've got that same aggressive attitude. They want to be playmakers, so that shouldn't be a concern.
I think he can. It's just going to take a little bit of time. I think you know, getting into Overwatch League game shape, so to speak, right? The game is much faster than being at home, playing scrims or competitive mode. So I think it's just going to take time for him to get used to that speed of the game yet again.
Out of the gates we go here on to Oasis for our first map of the series. The London Spitfire do play Winston. In this triple support with just the 2 tanks. So Ocean going to be fading back to the point now, and London are unlikely to contest as they want to make a switch.
Yes, London, they'll change things up. They'll get with the Reinhardt version of the 3-3 when they see Winston on the other side. Well, it's the right choice. It's not London's strongest composition, but they're just trying to be that immovable force off the point with Reinhardt is the right move.
I mean, we saw much Yakpong struggled yesterday on this very map and stage, playing the Winston against Fusion's Reinhardt. It's difficult to be Winston here. Popo has to be careful about where he positions himself. If he gets discorded and hit a couple times with that hammer, he's going to be having a bad time. The bubble being thrown down, but Fury's mech is actually the first to fall here. Popo peeled up, but there it is. Birdring is able to charge him down, hit the shield bash and remove him. 6v5, but it's just a mini diva for the London Spitfire here. Prophet being as charged as he is, though, this is going to allow them to push Atlanta off the point.
Yeah, it's just so much harder to be able to take out this Reinhardt. Like, getting the stuns onto the Reinhardt, not as easy as, let's say, the Winston when Winston dives in. So they're able to take out Popo early and then build off of that. It's Prophet getting close to a Graviton Surge of his own here. You see they have one player on the point, Popo just trying to contest this underneath. It's going to force Fury down.
Yeah, with Popo diving though, front line unprotected here. Prophet taking a heck of a lot of damage, getting healed up in that pinch, and he is, again, charged and ready to go. He gets his grab a little bit later on, but the grab from the rain wasn't really followed up on. Popo tries to come in a little bit late with the primal rage to knock him into the self-destruct, but the combo pieces for Atlanta weren't really set up at the right time. London though, they do one better. Self-destruct finding Babybay, taking a huge portion of Atlanta's available damage off the table, and now they transition to the later part of the fight. Gesture, huge earth shatter. It looked like at least Massa would be able to avoid getting knocked down by that one, but we must have been clipped by the earth shatter, Matt, as he tried to use the pillar to break line of sight.
Yeah, that shatter hits Massa in Popo, as now Popo switched over to Reinhardt.
This is a bit late for this. Do you reckon we should have done this earlier?
Well, it's hard. It's the same thing that we saw from Boston the other day, right? They ran off of the point to go back to switch to the favorable comm. Once they got control, they lost, they never got it back. I think your biggest worry here for Atlanta is how far behind you are building up that Graviton Surge yet again. Both of them used in the previous site. Maybe they fall, so he's only at 28%. Prophet getting very close to yet another one.
73% for the Spitfire, and they got a Transcendence here, which they're going to use straight away. Erster falling early in the fight. No Brigitte now for the Land of Rain, and now they want to try and jump on Popo. The Reinhardt factor. Wow. Now the Rain can't really move up and do anything at all. They got one more chance, Matt.
I mean, once Ursa's gone, you know that there's no burst healing to keep the Reinhardt alive. So what do you do after you get the Brig? You just start right at the Reinhardt. 3 players from the London Spitfire just go right at Popo to take him out. And this grab self-destruct combo here for London could steal this point.
Prophet definitely wants to force a Transcendence here out of Kodak. He'd rather the Rain couldn't use it to engage aggressively. Popo's low, they're going to have to use the rally at least to keep that Reinhardt up. Earth Shatter from Gesture doesn't really connect, and now the self-destruct's going to come in, charge. That worked perfectly! That's exactly what Gesture was looking for, to set up the bomb from Fury, and he gets 2 again. It's Popo and Ursa to fall down. Definitely the foundation of this Rain roster, and without them, Atlanta can't get back to the point. Nicely done by the Spitfire, playing a composition that we know they didn't love in Stage 1, but they worked hard on it, Matt. And they got the Reinhardt set up with the self-destruct combo.
Yeah, and I had an opportunity, in between the stage to do one of the Axis Granites with Nuss and Prophet. And when I was talking to them, one of the things they mentioned was that, hey, like, we're just trying to build to the end. Like, the experience from last season where all the ups and downs, they're like, we'd rather start a little bit low and gradually build up and get strong at the end, and instead of going on the roller coaster ride that they had last year. So
no one wants to peak in Stage 1.
But I think London has realized that this is a long season. They remember last year, they weren't great, at the middle of the season.
Yeah, they were good at the start,
at the end. Yeah,
then average at Stage 2 and 3.
Yeah, they're like, hey, we'd rather just work our way into that top form towards the end.
I mean, they had it just the way they wanted it, Matt. They went into the finals essentially as underdogs. So.
I mean, look, it's just kind of like professional sports, right? Where you got to be good the last few weeks of the year when it comes for the playoff time. Nobody remembers who was lighting it on fire in the first 2 weeks of the season.
I tell you what, Popo, they're getting hacked up, so he couldn't really get away from Jester there. London are taking a large amount of damage from Erster, though. He's constantly pressuring with those rockets. Getting rid of a large body in the form of Popo early is going to allow the Spitfire to assert their dominance over the point itself. And Jester doesn't really seem to be in a hurry to try and engage. They catch in layer out, and that's what Brigitte will give you against flankers. The Rain might have gone into a bit of a mismatch compositionally here against London, who are ready to deal with this.
Yes, London comes out with Sombra. They kind of expect to have the Wrecking Ball on the other side as Prophet. Oh, a nice hack there.
I mean, he got stunned and hacked from behind Erster. That was incredibly risky. You have to think there's going to be some changes here from Atlanta, and real quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard with that rocket barrage and that close quarters. You're probably not going to live through that. As see if some changes come in through for Atlanta. Looks like they're going to stick on with this. Maybe you just want to get a use out of your EMP coalescence, get that rocket damage down from Erster on the Pharah, but they're going to walk right into this EMP of Prophet. You see him hiding here in the corner.
They should know. They have to know the Prophet is close to
see him look over on his teammate's screen, because then you can see if the players are coming through from their POV.
Yeah, likely he's looking at Jester's screen now as well. Jester be the one on the front line. EMP connects, and it does the job. He must have got hacked there as well. After the fact, with Kodak going down, Minefield dropped in that small room there. A lot of frivolous ultimate usage so far from Atlanta in this round. They may be making the same mistake they did in the previous round by switching maybe one fight too late in the piece. Here come the compositional switches, and Erster is actually going to be playing the Zarya.
Yeah, now like you mentioned, Prophet actually, when we see that player cam, he's looking over. Gesture sits directly to his right, so they can have the Winston kind of scout out. He can get a great idea of when players are coming to land that big EMP.
Coalescence now. The fight by Ocean Baby Bay. Well, he would like to shut that ultimate down, and he does eventually. Walks in with an EMP, but already healing came out onto the London Spitfire that benefited him quite heavily. Gesture is no longer hacked, and he can go for a primal rage here to start to segment the Atlanta Rain as they attempt to approach. Self-destructing over the top. Popo's caught out by that one. That's the worst target for Atlanta to be losing now in this fight. Erster's going to get bullied here by Jester, and he realizes he doesn't have to do much more than this. Just force them away from the point, keep them split up. Massa now has to try and desperately stall the point, but Birdring catches him with the Brigitte. And now in overtime, there's no real chance to get here. A little bit of a touch on the point. And that was Kodak fading forward, using his escape just to try and keep the round going. Never a good sign. Popo now as well to fall. Switch over towards the Winston here. And it will be a cleanup, and Lair caught out again. Still playing this Tracer in towards the Brigitte. Not a great look there in London. Weren't pushed to change their comp. They weren't pushed to really work outside of their comfort zone. They just got to play a very straightforward game.
Yeah, and Kodak doesn't really get anything with the Coalescence because he actually gets hacked by Prophet from behind as soon as he pops that Moira ultimate ability. So didn't really get any damage or healing out of that as London dominates map 1 here against the Atlanta Rain.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
leisurely stroll on this Sunday morning for the London Spitfire. Early on in that map, I mean, Oasis, we didn't see a lot of Atlanta forcing anything. I mean, they were the ones that were sort of forced to switch comps and try and adjust and accommodate. And London had all the momentum. They were winning the first fights on the points. Really, it was very open and shut.
I mean, you look, a lot of teams run that heavy damage dealer comp with the Wrecking Ball as like that solo tank. But against London Spitfire, who you know that Prophet can play a very strong Sombra, Gesture wants to play Winston, Fury wants to play Diva, you allow them to kind of just play what they would have liked to play there. Now, Ursa on the far didn't really, get those big pickoffs like you would have seen from, let's say, a far player in that position. There's not a hit scan on the other side, not like a Batiste or anything.
Look,
so
you're playing into Moira as well, so Moira is able to pretty much heal over a lot of that fire damage unless there's consistent rockets that are connecting.
Yeah.
And in all fairness, it was just Ursa that was, putting down that damage to start things off. We saw a lot of the Atlanta Rain on City Center, still sitting up on the high ground, taking the time, and there's some pressure from Farah rockets, but there's no follow-up. Enlair wants to get in there with Tracer and finish off the kills that Farah sets up, but there's a brig there. He gets shield bashed immediately and taken out of the fire, and that's when you realize the composition from the Atlanta Rain just made no sense against what London were playing. London had way more of a robust approach to that round.
then, I mean, just really good reads from the London Spitfire. I know in stage 1 there were some times where they would like switch to some compositions and play into some things that didn't really make much sense. But right there at the beginning, the first point where they come out with the Winston version of 3-3, and then they see the Winston version of 3-3 on that side, they opt not to go to the mirror. They go with the Reinhardt base.
I kind of like that. Even though Jessup would probably believe in his heart that he's the better Reinhardt in that case.
Yes.
They choose the composition that they know, even if it's not their preference, is going to be stronger in that matchup.
Yeah, so they decide to play the strengths as we do have a substitution comes in here for the Atlanta Rain. So FRD will come in for Baby Bay. So obviously things set up.
We call him FRD. It's a truncation for Fried, which we call it FRD. It's just a little bit easier.
Well, I mean, that's his name.
Yeah. Well, FRD, Fried.
Yeah, it's all the same.
Fine. So he comes in for Baby Bay. So I think he's an exciting prospect. He's risen. He really has risen quite fast. And coming in for Baby Bay as well, you expect to see some, damage dealing options come from him. We've already seen him in his debut, and he looked pretty good.
Yeah, so excited to see. I think Atlanta, you're an expansion team 1, so obviously you're bringing players together. You're trying to get them on the same page. Then after stage 1, you have Defran retire, and then you bring Baby in, you bring FRD in. So I think this is going to be like a little bit of an adjustment period for Atlanta as they try and figure out what they're going to do.
Temple of Anubis is next, but you're right. I think, this roster plus Defran, that offering, there was a lot of impetus behind that. Big push as they came into the league. A lot of interest in them, a lot of eyes on them. Now, that element is not there. They need to find something that's sustainable, that will sustain their performances going forward, allow them to generate momentum as they sort of start thinking about, this stage is playoffs, and then, of course, the season playoffs later on. So over towards the Temple of Anubis here. Decent record for the Atlanta Rain. They've won this one twice. This is point A here. This is where London are going to be hanging out first, trying to capture this part of the map. And then into point B.
So we'll see. Looks like it's going to be kind of like a classic Anubis defense here at the start for the Atlanta Rain. So they'll be running the Orisa with the Diva, and then you're going to have Widowmaker who can get up on that high ground behind. And then you have Ursa playing Junkrat. Junkrat can just put down a ton of burst damage, so if the other team tries to dive the tanks up on the middle platform, the little bridge here they're playing on, you'll be able to just blow them up.
So that shield that Popo put up on to the high ground there allows Enlair to play a little bit aggressively to begin with. Allows him the upper hand in a Widow duel, which is what we're seeing from Birdring. He's playing that at the moment. That shield won't always be there, though, and Enlair will have to back away.
This is interesting from London. Triple tank. Prophet playing Wrecking Ball here. So he's just styling right now. He's going to be playing the Wrecking Ball. His gesture, top of the stack.
Triple tank Widow.
They're trying to set some kind of play up here.
I think they're trying to obscure the fact that they have a Widow. Especially the way that they came out of spawn. Birdring never peaked against Enlair early. I would say that they want to make it look like they're trying to play like multiple tanks and then set Birdring up and let him get some shots in. We'll see if that works. He's now revealed himself, so the Arena are definitely aware that there's a sniper on the field for the Spitfire.
But Prophet did come from behind, land a pile drive on Enlair, and it actually forces him off of that high ground into an advantageous position where now he's a little bit more in the open, or maybe Birdring can get an angle on him.
Kodak is down right now, but Massa is still there, and yeah, he'll get the resurrect. With Ursa going down to Birdring, though, that is very important. It's a huge portion of Atlanta's damage here, defensively speaking, but the Spitfire need to chain this into a couple more kills. And having lost Bidosin now, and Gesture, Prophet probably just has to get out after he's taken this Mega.
So I know Atlanta does hold on here.
Prophet, Birdring knows that he's visible. Yeah, he has to use a grapple to get across the gap. Birdring is a more defensive Widow player, Matt. He likes to be the second player to peek. He doesn't really want to, start the fight. So he'll likely try and stay hidden until the rest of his team engages and see if he gets some breathing room to, take the 1v1 against Enlair or pick off some supports.
We'll see if London decides to stay on this, as Prophet can definitely stay on the Wrecking Ball, but we've seen in the past, like Genji as well, can get behind enemy lines. So same strategy, he goes to the high ground here on Wrecking Ball, and that's going to force FRD up to the high ground, just trying to protect his Widowmaker here.
Over the top gesture, forcing Erster back. Erster having to play on the sort of low ground here, which is not really where you feel most powerful as Junkrat.
They're going to wait this out though. Valkyrie used here by Massa, so you're going to wait out all of this healing or the damage boost that can be put down. Now you're going to use a Valkyrie your own and push in.
Erster might just sit here and try and get a Riptire set up. Wait till eyes are taken off in here. Jester now coming with a Primal Rage. Erster needs to make this decision pretty darn fast. Jester extremely low, and here comes the Riptire out towards Prophet, who just... Well, he just sort of absorbed that damage. He's alive with 1 HP, and he's still able to get rid of Enlair, so that wasn't really the use of the Riptide that the Rain were hoping for at all. Birdring now, really comfortable. This is exactly where you want to be as Widowmaker. You sit now with a great view of the battlefield. The enemy is barely able to pick their head outside the room, and they get annihilated by your tanks pushing in.
And it's so difficult to probably deal with this comp because you have, the Winston and Wrecking Ball Diva as well, who can dive, put a lot of pressure on. And it makes it, how do you go back and deal with the Widowmaker? Some changes here will come in for London as they're going to go, not the traditional 3-3. They're going to play Winston here. Now I think they actually may go back and let's see if they're going to go switch to the Reinhardt.
Playing Reinhardt into Atlanta's defensive Winston setup. I mean, they have the Mei, though, which is...
Yeah, the Mei.
This is very interesting. Now, we actually see this tons in Overwatch contenders. So in our Tier 2 scene, it was very common for a long time to see Mei. Even played on control maps as well. Tvik, during his time in the Florida Mayhem, often brought this pick out. Matt, it is very frustrating to play against.
Yeah, as Mei can use the wall to pull players off, or just land shots at range like that. So... Mei is a...
Oh my gosh.
Mei's, I kind of put Mei in the same category as like a Doomfist, where you go up against like a really strong Mei and it's just really frustrating.
It's a specialist pick.
Yeah. It's like really like a niche pick, only good in certain parts of certain maps, but when you go up against a good Mei, you have to all be on the same page because those walls could really stop these pushes before they
need to force out the wall, and then you need to force out Mei's own ice block, which generally keeps her alive. So what are London looking for here, Matt?
Well, Prophet's behind, so potentially trying to set up a hack here. There's that big Mei wall that goes down. They get the hack on a Kodak, so not able to use Transcendence here.
Fury frozen out of the mech, goes for a self-destruct though, just to give himself a little bit of space to get back in the mech. But Ocean, this is a very risky fight he's trying to take, and now Enlair's going to try and freeze them both up, and it's going to force the Transcendence out. Enlair realizes now he's not in any immediate danger and pops out of the ice block, tries to continue fighting. He gets EMP'd though. Ursa's Riptire will need to find a key target here, and he can't even get Birdring. The shield was well placed. Now London are in control. They've got 2 ticks on this point. Enlair needs to back up. He probably has his ice block available for him now, so he can throw himself into the battle, and the Blizzard comes out. This could bring the Spitfire to a screeching halt. With Birdring and Vidosian both out of the mix, it seems to have done the job. The Spitfire, Matt, they get very close.
Yeah, Fury is so good at using that defense matrix to eat up some of these projectile ultimates. Enlair makes a really heads-up play there. He actually comes from behind Fury. He freezes him with Mei's primary fire, and then obviously Fury not able to do something, then throws the Blizzard out there. So 0 chance of it getting eaten.
Endothermic Blaster is pretty nasty. Again, the Mei wall didn't do a whole lot. We saw Enlair throw it up, but because there's Winston and Diva on the side of the Spitfire, you can sort of circumvent that pretty comfortably. Still, if it's placed in the open, like in this door here, it is annoying. But with Enlair and the rest of the team pushed back so far, they can't afford to do that. Kodak is down early at that. Kodak could have built up a Transcendence in this fight, but now he'll have to wait and respawn. And with Erster down, he might not have a chance to have a meaningful impact here, Matt. London are back in control. The point now, 87% and counting. Primal Rage had to be used by Popo there, but he's burst down himself. FRD's going to be desuited. Erster will get back just in time. He'll try and go for a pile driver, but he got hacked in midair, so he couldn't use that ability. Self-destruct from Fury will make some space. Master's going to try and slink away now. But they get off the point. And London eventually push through. They prevail. And they go with a very, I'll say it, it's a very no-nonsense setup. Prophet on that Sombra. Jester getting to play his favorite little Winston there. In the Atlanta Arena, they try something a little bit different. They try and go for the Mei. It definitely saves them in the fight where they got Blizzard. It'll take more than that. Atlanta go on the attack after this. A lot of tire spinning from the Atlanta Reign here as they try and break through what London Spitfire presenting to them. Also, Erster's tires really having the impact that they were desiring there. Coming up, by the way, Thursday, April 11th, it's going to be the Battle of the Disneylands. Paris Eternal versus the Florida Mayhem. Figure it out. It's going to be on Twitch, ESPN3, and Disney XD, so join us for that one at 4 p.m. PT.
I've been to the one in Florida, not the one in Paris.
I haven't been to Paris either, actually.
Really?
No. I really haven't experienced life, you know. I mean, I lived in Europe for 3 years. I just never got out that way, really. I digress, though. Atlanta Reign on the attack here. Do we see this Batiste play? No. Okay, I'm okay with Faru, though. That's all right.
I mean, this is FRD. Well, actually, no. They got Masa playing the Mercy. Is okay, so we'll see them switch now again. So, we're going back to the spawn.
I mean, look,
some more changes.
If you see Brigitte here and you think, and you're hoping to get a lot of value out of Tracer, I don't know what to say to you. London are playing close together on the high ground to start with, and they dropped out.
Well, actually, our Ursa hits a concussive blast that actually knocks some of them down from the high ground.
They involuntarily dropped out.
Yeah, so Nuss now, so they actually used the concussive blast just to knock them down. They actually ran Symmetra at the beginning, London, to teleport the players up to the high ground because they can't access that without her. So and now Nuss loses that high ground that he wanted. Pretty much instantly here.
Well, look, they don't have a static shield, so if someone fires a concussive blast, they can't. It's not like they have a Orisa, but this is working anyway. Gesture's able to pick Masa up there.
Yeah, he gets hit with a biotic grenade, so can't get any healing. Gesture takes advantage of it. Stands there tall on the bridge, and they'll take him out.
With this composition, you need that Lucio to propel you forward and give you a speed boost. They're waiting for a while. Still, the Reign, though, want to trade a little bit of damage here. Erster got doused by the looks of things with the biotic grenade.
FRD has to eat these biotic grenades when they come in from Nuss the bridge and stuff. Pogba doesn't even make it near the high ground, gets deleted before he can even get up.
What I find interesting is that Atlanta are still trying to fight. I assume that Erster is using this as an opportunity to charge up his ultimate when he can't commit fully to a fight. He says, well, look, I'll stay alive, I'll just trade a little bit.
How are you getting the divers across that large gap that we see Bedosian playing from? You just Discord dive across. So I think you're going to have to take a different route here. If you're Atlanta, which they are, they're going to go in from the right-hand side. Now go up the staircase. See how London plays around this. You do have the nano boost here from Nuss. He's going to use it right away on the bird ring.
That alpha damage on Pogpo is far too much for him to be healed up in a pinch. Now the Transcendence was used after the fact. Oh, Atlanta, that will sting. They needed that ultimate, ideally with their boots on the ground while they were contesting the point. But Bedosian, in no universe was he going to be pressured into using his own Transcendence here. So the Nano Boost works out well for us.
And London has seemed to really play strong here on the defensive end. They know exactly where Atlanta's going to go. The rotations are really clean. As you see Gesture get to the high ground. Graviton Surge that comes in here from Profit is nasty.
No. Bird Ring just swinging with the flail. All of Atlanta were caught inside that Graviton Surge. And there is an upside to this, is that Atlanta haven't used all their ultimates.
Welcome to the Overwatch League, FRD.
That's what it means to play deep.
So they tried going around the left-hand side of the bridge. Didn't really work out. I think trying to get to that high ground on the right-hand side is going to be really difficult. So I think going the route that they're going in Atlanta, I think this is the right call. How do you break this when London's able to just kind of jump up with Gesture, do some cleave? Now he's got Primal Rage. You have the Nano Boost to use here as well.
The problem is that at no stage have Atlanta Reign had to lead an ultimate economy, and Nuss having that Nano Boost is actually really important because it's another form of burst healing that they otherwise wouldn't have outside of the repair pack. So Gesture gets low, just Nano Boost the guy, gets a boost of health, and he's back to fighting normally. The Reign now going to move towards the point here. They've already got themselves one tick. With a rally, the Spitfire are going to begin their contest now, but Erster has a Graviton Surge. They have to know that this is waiting in the wings. And he gets thrown out now. Transcendence immediately going to be used, but there will be a self-destruct in there. You see Gesture's like, nope, I'm getting out of here. Birdring got taken down by that one, but Bedosian's being harassed in the backside. So the Reign put together this fight very well. They had the ultimates for it, in all fairness, but they didn't falter here, and this would have been their last real chance.
Now they're going to try and go quick here as a few players from London die towards the later end of Atlanta's attack. Atlanta wants to take advantage of this, have the advantage in players getting onto the point first.
Erster boosting himself along with his right click, but that actually takes down his armor first now and not his shield. So he loses armor from the rally. It's not a big deal, it's just a small thing. Just the Reinhardt just playing in this corner here. So stays out of line of sight while still contesting the point. It's quite a safe way to keep the game going. It allows Lana to get everyone ready. Prophet just yeets the grab in there as soon as Pogpo appears, but they're still not able to take down the Winston. He had Primal Rage, even with a Discord off now. That is not amplifying your damage nearly as much. Speaking of Discord orbs, well, Atlanta don't have one anymore. Kodak went down early in the fight. Popo extremely low, waiting for those healing cooldowns, and he actually has to hide. He can't do anything else right now. Gesture being pressured heavily on the point here, but no one really trying to finish him off, and that gives us Spitfire time to use Prophet and Birdring to find Erster. And Popo finally goes down.
Yeah, and you wonder if Atlanta lives there for a second, if Atlanta decides to invest a little bit more into that fight. So I think would have had Rally and Sound Barrier, Graviton Surge to use. Maybe they're able to turn it there towards the end, but in layer like falls, you don't use it.
With Popo being as low as he was, and not being able to get your Winston to fighting form, like, you don't have a repair pack cooldown available. He sat there with 10 HP, he has to hide. He just took too much damage early on. London doing a good job of shutting him specifically down. Popo, his primal rage was forced because he got straight up grab, so you can see where London's priorities are. He switched to Reinhardt now, though.
Another grab coming from Prophet already.
We're going to have two grabs here. The problem is the Rain don't have Transcendence, so this will probably be nastier for them than it will be for the London Spitfire. Prophet now. Oh! Both grabs get eaten at the same time. FRD in fury. Copycats across the map eating up those grabs, so they're off the table. Ultimate-wise now, there's a Transcendence that Pedosian still hasn't had to use. He's still alive. He actually got the repair pack there, but it's fine. His gesture was hail, hearty, ready to keep heaving that hammer.
That's actually one of the first times I think we've seen that, where two Graviton Surges come down at the same exact time, and they meet the same fate, going right into D.Va's defense matrix. So,
I mean, there was a lot going on there.
And Atlanta wants to come out with it, so they've now switched off of D.Va. They're going to be playing the Mei instead of D.Va here. So
why? Like, why on attack and not defense?
I mean, look, the Mei is pretty good if they can start to split some players off. Great survivability, almost like another tank. You see the wall there. Now Gesture can't get back to the rest of the squad.
Transcendence there from Pedosian. He didn't get cut off though, so he's still able to supply that healing, and the timing was very good for London to realize they had to go for the Zenyatta ultimate now, as opposed to when they were fighting on the point. Kodak is down. He used Transcendence as well, so the Rain are using ultimates before they even get to the point here, just to try and wipe the Spitfire off. But London has such good team fighters, man. It seems like nothing shakes these guys, and they just bound forward, let the grab go, 2 kills, and the fight's done.
And the way they attack that's perfectly. When the grab comes through, they know that the Mei wall is going to come from one direction, so what do? They send like an even amount of players through each of the entryways, so they're able to get the follow-up necessary.
So they realize they're going to kind of get forced to split by the wall. Yeah. They split themselves voluntarily and turn it into a pincer maneuver.
And I also think with how good Gesture is on Winston, right? He's able to use that mobility. Maybe you catch him a little bit too aggressive with the Mei wall, capture him from the rest of the team, see if you can pick him off early. Gain some type of advantage in one of these fights.
So Atlanta are hoping that London actually try and stop them midway to the point here because they can use the Mei wall. This time the Spitfire say, I think we'll not run the risk of getting split in half by Mei.
Fury's hiding to the right here, potentially trying to eat like a Blizzard or something.
Or a grab. What does he do? He gets stunned immediately. They're getting desuited. He means Erskine go for a grab pretty much straight away. I like this. Fury goes for a self-destruct. Oh, he gets Popo! Oh, you cannot allow that to happen. Atlanta still able to capture the point a little bit here, but the London Spitfire just going to move back in now. Blizzard, that's going to go from FRD, but who's following up on the fact that London were getting frozen? No one. He got eaten. He didn't get to use it at all.
Yeah, gets eaten up there by Fury. We talk about how Fury, he's so good at D.Va at eating some of these ultimate abilities. Ate a Graviton Surge in the last big team fight, and then here eats that Blizzard.
Just another stellar performance from a top D.Va in the league. Massa would have tried to stall out. That was the saddest Earth Shatter I ever did see. Popo attempting to make something happen in the dying seconds, but the London Spitfire, they look incredibly clean, Matt. It is very hard to find fault with the way that they're playing right now. They're playing just a no-nonsense brand of Overwatch, and the Rain fundamentally don't seem to be able to challenge them on that level.
I mean, this is the London Spitfire a lot of other teams were scared to see here in Stage 2, really coming out with strong performances, showing the versatility of a lot of their players.
There we go. Boys cheering at the play of the game there, which for the record was Gesture. Half time's coming up. We break down what happened in those first 2 maps. We'll be back with maps 3 and 4 soon.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. High ground or low ground, T-Mobile has you covered.
London's looking to keep things rolling here in stage 2. They're having no problems with the rain up to this point. Currently sitting at 2-0 coming in to the half. Welcome back, everybody. It's Puckett here. We've got Mr. Brenji, Mr. Sideshow, and of course, we're watching Spitfire going up against the Atlanta Reign. And coming in, we thought this may be the game of the day, but so far it seems like London's definitely in control, Bren.
Yeah, definitely not the game of the day anymore, really, is it? You know, it's
depends how the rest of the game
could be in the second half.
It could be in the second half, but it's been very one-sided so far. I mean, I was expecting a little bit more out of Atlanta Reign. I think everybody was moving forward. London, you never really know where they're going to be landing, hit or miss usually.
Yeah,
so,
we talked a lot in the pre-show about the London Spitfire playing down to their opponents and never just coming out and smashing people. Okay.
The smash is there.
They're smashing people at the moment, and it kind of looks like a bit of a revitalization of this roster. But I think most of it, honestly, is Atlanta falling to pieces. So as we go through these maps and talk about them a bit more, I got some things to say about Atlanta.
Got some things. He's got some things for you, Atlanta. Let's talk about the good things, though, for London. And one of the big pieces that led them to the 2018 championship was Prophet. This guy today has been so fun to watch. He's been on Zarya, but he also got a chance to show off his Sombra play on that first control map.
He's an unreal player, isn't he?
He really is.
Freak beast. Like, he can play so many different roles to such a high level. You can always count on him on your squad to just play up to his full potential.
Yeah, crazy consistent, but also the thing that I love the most about that composition in particular is that Gesture and Prophet are normally such a duo. But you're not really a duo when you're playing that Zarya. There's not so much that you can really coordinate that much.
Right.
But when he's on the Sombra and Gesture's on the Winston, they can go on target.
You're not getting away alive.
Exactly. They're back to like their old classic. Obviously, normally it would be Prophet on Tracer, but Sombra's the new flavor of the month. So this is a composition that should work really well for London.
Another name we got to know really well was Birdring. We didn't see a lot of him in stage 1 back when it was the 3-3 constantly, but he's here on the Widowmaker to open things up on Anubis. And is this something we should expect from London moving forward in stage 2?
Well, this is clearly a set strategy to take down the Atlanta Reign on Anubis because Atlanta is notoriously a good Anubis team. They like to run this Junkrat Widowmaker defense, and London chose to have Birdring on the Widow to try and break it. Now, it's a high-risk, high-reward strat, honestly, because if Birdring doesn't hit the shots, then it's over for them. But Atlanta Reign just had nothing.
And a lot of those clips there were Gesture, the other counterpart. You mentioned it was Prophet and Gesture in that first control. Birdring, he's getting a whole lot of space from his big monkey. Gesture's doing work so far in this series.
Yeah, it definitely is, and will continue to do work, I think. Well, now that he's got off the Reinhardt, he should be back to where everyone was considering him as the best main tank.
The best main tank. Brent, you agree with that? You think Gesture's still in the running?
You can make an argument for it, definitely. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of the best main tank players still play. I'm still waiting on Gugogi, who's going to be playing later today after this match here. So, but you can.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he is at the moment.
Sure, but he's up there.
He was last year, and I think he still could be.
Could be. We'll find out. Well, we still have another half to go, and I don't want to say it's over for Atlanta. They have been able to bounce back in the past. It's not looking likely right now, but if they are going to pull it off, we got Blizzard World, we got Gibraltar, and then potentially a Game 5 tiebreaker. How do they get back in this series,
I
Brett?
can definitely see some DPS compositions coming out from these maps at least. Gibraltar is a little bit, again, hit or miss, but definitely some Widowmaker play. And Atlanta Reign, they've just picked up a shiny new Widowmaker player in the form of Baby Bay.
Little Baby Bay.
There's an opportunity for him to pop off here today. He's up against some stiff competition if Birdring's playing on form, but there is potential here. I'll give the Atlanta fans a sliver of hope. There is potential here.
Sideshow, you just rolled your eyes.
Go ahead.
What do you got for me?
I don't understand what's going on with the Atlanta Reign right now. They're making weird substitutions, changing their roster all over the place. It looks like they're very chaotic in terms of who they're subbing in and out. They picked up a guy called Fried from Contenders, and they've taken out one of the best divas in the league to run him. I mean, is Duckle being sold somewhere? I don't know. Is he being traded? Why hasn't he been fielded? And then they're all over in terms of their coordination. They're not stringing anything together. They're playing scared. This is awful from Atlanta compared to what we were expecting from them. They've got to pick it back up in the second half. That just starts with their fundamentals. If you're going to play the roster, at least play it well.
Atlanta, you're miffing Josh off, cleaning up in the second half. We'll find out. Can they make it a comeback? We'll find out. Game 3 is coming up after this.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
Well, as Sideshow pretty aptly pointed out on the halftime show, there definitely seems to be an issue in fundamentals for the Atlanta Reign so far in this series. Sorry, Atlanta fans, it's been a tough one for you so far. 0-2 up against rejuvenated London Spitfire, ironically. Rejuvenated playing the exact style that they said last stage they didn't like playing.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, they can bring in some damage dealers in as well, and I think you know, a player like Birdring who probably wants to play, you know, your Widowmakers and whatnot, like, you know,
the shooty boys.
Yeah, I mean, when he's playing Brig, he's like, all right, well, you know, if things don't work out, we can switch off of this instead of kind of like being stuck to play that
because
the entire
he was
time,
playing the Zarya in stage 1, and Prophet was playing the Brig on London, and now they switch roles, and it looks much better. Thumbs up. I mean, Prophet can play everything, so.
So we do have the substitution. Don't expect anything from the London Spitfire, so Baby Bay will come back in here for end layer this time. So one thing I know Josh mentioned, and literally like right before he mentioned it, we were talking about it up here. It's like, where's Taco? Like, I feel like he was a really strong player for Atlanta in stage 1. Haven't seen him this far.
So FRD obviously is a flex tank player with a Sombra pocket. And we saw him obviously play a bit of the Diva. I mean, he kept up with Fury in terms of eating a lot of those ultimates. I mean, having that Blizzard eaten at the end of the round was pretty rough for the Atlanta Reign. But yeah, we haven't seen Darko all stage. Don't know what's going on there.
Well, it just seems like teams are prioritizing having a player who can play like Flex Tank and Sombra or some kind of, you know, damage dealers in the mix. Where that's where I think you see, you know, FRD come in.
I think that is reasonable, especially in stage 1. It was important for your Diva player to be able to play the Sombra. But is it so important now, Matt?
I think it is.
Okay.
I think it is because with so much like so many opportunities to play like Wrecking Ball and some extra damage dealers, you need to have a Sombra player who can help you take out this, you know, Wrecking Ball, which is such a strong hero.
So we got Batiste here with a
well, I don't think London will do this. So London will switch off. The gesture probably goes Winston here, and it's kind of similar to what we. Oh, okay, no. So really big changes here. So first time we're going to see Prophet play the Pharah. So Prophet very strong Pharah during Overwatch League. It's inaugural season. We'll get to see him play it here. Nuss on the Mercy to try and pocket him a little bit, get some extra damage, and Birdring makes a change here and not going to play Break. He's going to play the Hanzo.
What does the Reign do against this? Against this Pharah?
Well, usually you would want like the Winston version of the triple tank, triple support against this because Winston a little bit more mobile than the Reinhardt, can jump onto one of these players, cause some issues. You're really relying on Ursa here on the Batiste, the only hit scan to shoot this far out of the sky.
Is that consistent enough for you? Maybe not. Discord orb you saw there was actually placed on Nuss, so the Reign were hoping for a cheeky little pick off there, but look at the displacement. And you see that Prophet was trying to knock the rest of the Reign outside of Ursa's immortality field, and well, Prophet destroyed it anyway, then Kodak went down. So this just seems like a matter of time, Matt. It's inexorable, the London Spitfire. Pick up, pick. Prophet has been floating above the fight this whole time without a care in the world.
It's just the constant damage that comes down from the Wrecking Ball, landing those pile drives and the knock-throughs, the Pharah up in the sky, you have the Sombra getting behind, the damage from Birdring on the Hanzo, and there's such difficult heroes to kind of track down. As you see now, Pokpo switches over to Winston. So you'll have Kodak also play Moira. Moira not as diveable as, let's say, like a Zenyatta, but I think London will probably see this and start to make changes of their own.
Again, I mean, Moira struggles to heal Winston when he's out and about doing things. That's often kind of the issue. You have to be relatively close to them, and your Biotic Orb doesn't travel very fast if you're trying to, you know, send it long range.
I'm just more impressed with London. They're, you know, I feel like at times teams stay on certain competitions for a little bit too long. That when they see something on the other side, they know immediately how they want to react. Go back to the spawn, switch things up. Big EMP that's going to come in here from Fury. It's going to connect to 4.
Yeah, Kodak's just going to get burnt down now. We can't fade away, and instead he fades to black. Popo now getting Bardic grenaded, which is not fun for Winston. Even the bubble wasn't enough to keep him alive. They were able to get a couple of kills, the Atlanta Reign, in this fight. Getting rid of Prophet is pretty important. Fury would love to try and take Baby Bay off the table and remove that extra Zarya damage, but as you can see, Baby Bay's long gone.
Yeah, I mean, Baby Bay builds up to that Graviton Surge, so you'll have that. So London moves back a little bit. They want to get a speed boost here to get Prophet back in the fight. Fury going, looked like he was going to go back to the spawn and potentially switch off of this to go to Diva, but
now with that
Sombra.
Sombra into the Reinhardt. Good bet. I mean, it's great for Sombra, Matt, stage, because you can get over the top of the enemy really easily instead of trying to go through them now. Graviton Surge, yeah, Prophet was the intended target. The first one. Nice little shift of the Discord Orb, actually, straight onto Gesture before he got charged. So he gets just blown up by Pokpo, and the Reign finally get themselves a teamfight win. for the first time in what seems like a while.
And Bedosian uses Nano Boost there, so he'll go back to spawn, switch things up, probably going to play the Zenyatta. Yep.
See, that's
Get the
fundamentally
Discord.
solid from Atlanta, right? That's what you want to see. Them execute in a team fight that they should win.
Well, here's the issue for Atlanta. So Fury getting a little bit of some more progress here with the cart, getting a little bit of a back half. But
he was dueling with Massa.
Yeah, but now you're going to have an EMP Shatter available here for London. If you only combo those two ults, you'll come back into that next fight with Grab, Rally, and let's say a Sound Barrier. It'll be difficult for Atlanta to hold on.
Jess, you're going to give us the flying haymaker here. All we have to do is press Q, we get the Earth Shatter. It does look like, yes, he was able to knock Urstra and Baby Bay down. They were on the stairwell, but close enough to be affected by that Earth Shatter. That could have not got anyone. It was pretty close, but it doesn't matter. Popo and Baby Bay are down. The beating heart of this Atlanta roster, especially in terms of their composition, FRD will try and stall things out.
That is the right position for Atlanta to play out of, though, because I mean, their options are London does a nice shot. They get to that high ground, and they want to force the Atlanta Reign into this courtyard where you're seeing, you know, Prophet play right here. That's an opportunity for a massive, like, 6-player EMP, 6 Shatter. They decide to take the fight to London. That's their best chance in that scenario. Maybe Gesture doesn't connect with the Shatter onto the stairs and doesn't hit a few people, and they're able to make it work out of that. But
even with the Sound Barrier from Massa,
yeah,
still worked. Wasn't enough to keep them alive. Prophet now with a Graviton Surge. Fury having switched, of course.
You do have an ultimate advantage here for the Atlanta Reign, though.
Yeah.
You should be able to come back, win a fight or two.
Transcendence when you get grabbed. Rally if you want to start a fight. Have what you need, essentially. Popo also setting up a self-destruct if Baby Bay gets a grab. So the Reign just need to play patient right now. No need to overextend at all.
You can see Moss up on the high ground here a little bit from Prophet's field. You see he's just gonna maybe set up one of these big boots, go for big displacement.
There's the rally. So now the Reign want to go forward. They see the Gesture was a little over. Popo just lays that Shatter into Gesture. Shield on the barrier. Gives the Spitfire the strength to go forward. Baby Bay's grab is eaten up by Fury. That is bad. Popo knocked over. Gesture with the Fire Strike. And the London Spitfire are a step ahead at all times by the looks of things. This time it's such a clean fight. Gesture building back up towards that Shatter himself again.
It's so hard when you look at London and how strong that roster is. Like, Fury has played so good today. I know eating the grabs on Anubis, eating the Blizzard, eating a grab here. In a fight where Atlanta has a big ultimate advantage, you take away one of those huge, like, game-changing ultimates. It's massive.
Oh, and that had to be a repair pack for Popo now as well. It looks like the Spitfire want to dive on that Reinhardt. Self-destruct thrown in by FRD, but it's an Earth Shatter here. Baby Bay and FRD both knocked to the ground here, but it looks like the Diva can get back in the mech. Yes, he does, but Poco still went down. Baby Bay was knocked on his backside for a while and couldn't contribute to the fight. He now needs to really double down on the damage effort here with the London Spitfire. Really aren't too bothered. Massa now has to just try and stall the payload out, but he's been discovered very early on into his foray. And it's up to Erster with Rally to try and stay alive. Having some extra impact here, and Kodak is forced to throw the Transcendence in as well. Baby Bay goes down despite this Zenyatta ultimate being committed to the fight, and it's going to be Popo. FRD drops in now with the pile driver, but Popo dies so quickly, and all FRD can do is spin around and try and keep this one going. It's full stall for the Atlanta Reign. That is the only option they currently have. They've not had a chance to assemble all of their players in one go, and Baby Bay just gets knocked to the ground. Very clean from the London Spitfire, as the rest of this series has been.
London, a very fast attack here on Blizzard World. It's really strong. I mean, only 6 deaths across the entire team there. Really strong performance. See if Atlanta can put together a good offense right after this.
Well, Matt, after a disappointing reverse sweep to Boston, Atlanta now need to do the same to the London Spitfire at this point in the series. Already 2 maps for London. They're looking like they're going to be struggling here on Blizzard World as well. London have 1 minute and 26 seconds left in their time bank after finishing a pretty long map comparatively.
You know what's interesting is last year when we were getting into the Overwatch League, a lot of players came in, and I think in the damage dealer role specifically, it was like, oh well, I can only play a few heroes, right? But I think as time went on, it became so important to have damage dealers who are so versatile, who could play the whole list of the damage dealers. I feel like this year we're seeing it be the tanks now who have to diversify their pool, right? The off tanks have to play damage dealers. The main tanks have to play all of the main tanks. You can't just sub people in and out.
Well, it also helps that a lot of the off tanks we're seeing play are actually DPS players that have to play Zarya. Flexibility is very important here.
Okay, so it looks like London. Okay, so what they did at the start was Gesture just put a turret down in Torbjorn just to have fun, and then Prophet told Gesture what they were running in terms of tank line, and then they speed boosting everybody, so they get the jump on them. They know that they're playing the Reinhardt version of the 3-3. London comes out and they'll play the same thing.
Okay, so London Spitfire are pretty much all together now. They're a little bit late to the party, but it shouldn't matter too much. Fury and Gesture up to the high ground here, and keep an eye on that ticker. The Reign are close to that 33%, they've got it now. Eventually the Spitfire have to push back here. But the Reign had good position. Look, they're out of pressure Gesture so heavily here. London have to try and contest this in some way or another. Finally, Gesture is healed up enough, but FRD is kind of making it hard for them to get everyone ready to fight. They drop on Popo. Ursa's very low, though. You can see the Birdwing was hoping to catch him, but Ursa's playing very safe. And Atlanta get Gesture. Very good management of resources here from Atlanta so far in this fight. But they lose Baby Bay now. A lot of damage, speaking of resources, but the Earth Shatter from Popo was a very good connection. Getting rid of Birdwing here. The kills are being traded back and forth still, and the Graviton Surge is going to be thrown out here. Prophet really trying to end the fight right here. Sound Barrier also used by Nuss. But Prophet was overextended a little bit too far. Gesture has returned, but it's a 3v4 kind of fight right now, and Nuss just gets ganged up on there by Ursa on the Brigadier, who's doing a huge effort here in this fight. And London, that did not look great.
Yeah, so they actually got the composition they wanted, just doesn't work out, as we see Popo here with the 2K. Shatter charge here. Up there you go. Awesome. Yeah. Ocean, but
well, okay.
Prophet did commit that Graviton Surge towards the end there. We only had 3 players alive. I was kind of surprised to see that happen. Birdwing will use Rally. They want to take the fight up on the high ground. And Popo actually gets stunned, but he gets knocked off in the process.
Yeah, it looks like the Reign have to drop and join him now, and the Spitfire tried to beat them to the low ground. Yeah, Popo. I mean, they were trying to keep him alive, Matt, but Fire Strike is burst damage, and he can't do much about that. But if he gets 2 with a self-destruct, Prophet is low. He's trying to move up and just stall the payload a little bit longer. Die on the payload is what London is saying to their players. They are slacking off, Matt, and it shows.
Yeah, really strong start here for the Atlanta Reign. Is even able to combo a lot of these ultimates. London tried to get cheeky at the beginning. They got there a little bit late to that first point. It's kind of snowballed from there. Is London's going to need something big to be able to stop the momentum that Atlanta's got right now.
They asked for this, though, because they gave that momentum to Atlanta with their approach to this round, and the players on this Atlanta roster are good enough to take it and run. Here comes the self-destruct over the top here. I don't know how this is going to be set up. It's not really, but Baby Bay still goes down anyway. Oh, no Zarya for the Atlanta Reign now, so really they just can't fight here.
I mean, that's tough. Large source of the damage coming from Zarya. Well. Yeah, you use your own Rally. I mean, we were talking about where London needed something to turn the tides in their favor. I mean, that's a big one. You get them to use Rally, the Zarya dies, they have to back out. Gives you some more time to charge some of your own ultimates. Trying to get back to, about even here.
Fury wants to control this high ground now. Big out of the defensive matrix from the periphery of a lot of Atlanta players' vision is very important. Oh, nice shield back set up there. Birdwing knocked over. Fire Strike from Popo to finish the job. Transcendence, well, doesn't really have a huge effect here, and Gesture charges forward despite that, though. It was a Popo charging him back. Either way, the Atlanta Reign are looking pretty solid right now with the Transcendence in play. Graviton Surge thrown in. But Buster and Kodak have gone down. They're running out of supports here. FRD needs to connect to with the self-destruct, but it doesn't work. Big Fire Strike from Gesture late in the fight, by the way. That lays the Reign low. And with Bedosa and Nuss still alive in the back line, the healing is way in favor of London. They can start to brawl. They can start to play a bit more riskier and more aggressive, and they do.
Again, another Earth Shatter that comes down from Gesture as he connects with 2 and just forces Atlanta back. So London able to stabilize, obviously the advantage of having that defensive spawn. But Ocean working his way towards another Transcendence. Got one really early in the fight. Getting one basically every minute now, minute 1 second. So doing a nice job on the hero that he played most of last year, Zenyatta, just being able to farm up a lot of that damage.
He's on Ursa here to set up a shadow here for Popo. I wouldn't call that the setup they were looking for. It doesn't work out. Sound barrier used by the Atlanta Rain, but Popo's taking too much damage already, and London see it. They notice the weak point in the Atlanta Rain set up there, and they pounce. And that had to be that. It had to be a shadow for Atlanta in that fight. They had nothing else to work with.
And I think one of the things that you can see when you're watching the London Spitfire play their Reinhardt version of the 3-3 is Baby gets killed there late. They look way more decisive than they did in stage 1. Like stage 1, sometimes it would look like they weren't sure whether they should be aggressive, be a little bit passive. It looks like they're all on the same page, and I think you can get away with, like, some of the tank heavy comps. Look, maybe it's not the right time to be aggressive, but if you all go together, it's gonna kind of work out. You have the health pool to survive.
That was the crux of this composition. I'm talking to Flame last stage. He said, "Yeah, look, just go forward, play aggressive with these tanks and supports, and you'll probably still win."
Good things happen, right?
Where's the setup here? Oh,
it dropped down.
It didn't quite land on the high ground there. It's kind of hard to lay that one the way you wanted to. Gesture, Earthshatter. He got Baby Bay there, but there was no follow-up, and Baby Bay's about to grab.
I love how he like shattered to keep himself alive and then just charged completely away from the Atlanta Rain and trying to make it back to the rest of the team. Rally for Atlanta here. You may not even need this Graviton Surge. May be able to hold it.
I think Fury tried to bait it or by flying in and then quickly turning around and flying out, making it look like he wasn't going to be there. But Baby Bay realizes absolutely no need to go for that. Getting a kill on Prophet there would have been really good. You'll have to leave it though.
Now you're just against the clock here for Atlanta. I mean, you're going to get around this first corner. Let's say for argument's sake you win that first fight, second corner you're about the same time as London. So it looks like you would finish with less time than London here in the time bank, but at this point you just need to finish the map. Yeah, it's going to take about that long to get there.
Push to the end of the map. Grabs here for both teams. So there was a window where Baby Bay was the only one with one, but he didn't see fit to use it. He tried to burn down Fury before he went for the grab, but he thought that this would be just as good an opportunity. Where's the setup? Nice little group on Gesture, but it doesn't force them to get eaten up by the self-destruct. Now Sound Barrier for the London Spitfire and the Rain respectively. They both go for it at the large shadow though. Kodak and Baby Bay knocked down, but they had Sound Barrier defense on them. That overshield protecting them from any follow-up that would have come. And again, Popo focused down first.
I mean, it's kind of what I was talking about. You're already at less than the time bank. Just with that one fight, how long it lasted, how long it would even take the payload if you win that fight to get around the corner.
Look, and all the offensive ultimates from Atlanta Rain were essentially used there.
I mean, London, you have the opportunity here. You can invest into this fight. But because Atlanta spawned so close, you think they're going to get like 2 more fights even if you do win it. So if you're London, you may actually want the payload to move a little bit, get further away from the Atlanta spawn, then go heavy on the ultimate.
Baby Bay keeps getting hit by fire strikes here, Matt. They've already used a repair pack on him once. This is why they had to wait until Popo's shield was almost broken before they could go forward the Rain. They couldn't afford to get aggressive with a half-health Zaya. Now they have a chance. They need to put on pressure here. And look how they're just trying to take ground, forcing the Transcendence and then back away. They realize they forced out an important ultimate, but London aren't willing to let them escape so easily. Popo now charges into the little alcove, and Birdring looked like he was caught. But Popo wasn't there to protect his team from the Earthshatter, and that's going to get brought down by Gesture. The Graviton Surge also thrown in there. Atlanta Rain, you can see the cogs ticking. You saw what they tried to do by forcing Bedosian's ultimate out. But the Spitfire chased them down, gave them no choice but to fight.
And London wants to get aggressive here. You have Rally. Make it costly to get out of the spawn for Atlanta, even if they get back to the cart. Because then the London Spitfire have defensive spawn advantage, and they'll have, the ability to come back with some ultimates of their own.
Has to try and backcap here. He's gone to the payload, but London see it straight away. They know exactly what the Rain are trying to do. Oh, Baby Bay again! Graviton Surge eaten up by Fury, and that option's off the table. FID self-destruct to the high ground. I don't think he wanted to leave it perching there in the end. It didn't really do too much. Now with the Transcendence, the London Spitfire can get aggressive once more. They will. They push up. Popo knocked out of position, almost onto the low ground. He'll try for a shatter. It's mostly blocked, but Birdring does go down. Gesture got bubbled, but he's getting focused hard, and the Rain finally find a way to come back.
Yeah, but what will happen is London will come out of the respawn here to be able to sustain for a little bit, then Prophet will have this Graviton Surge. Kodak does have Transcendence though, so all that healing, may have to use it before the grab to keep everybody up.
Prophet will go down to 0 charge now, having to respawn back in, so it might be a while before he gets that ultimate. But Birdring has moved over towards the Batiste, and also Gesture drops in. You see the Birdwing's immortality field was taken down, but it was enough to keep Gesture alive as he went for the engagement. Transcendence now for the Atlanta Reign. They try and stay in this. Popo pushing forward. Look at the Prophet. He got it now. Big damage off the table. Baby Bay follows up onto Birdwing as well. Kodak and Vidoshin actually taking each other down. And gentleman Phil, but Fury ends it. He throws in the bomb and gets two. It'll take a little bit more than that, but right now the Spitfire are looking solid. Trying to chase down FRD, but he gets his mech back. And that's important. Now the 2-on-1 with Muscle rejoining. The London Spitfire are going to be forced now just to stall things out. Fury did well to stay alive for as long as he did, but the self-destruct here will take Fury out of the picture. Birdring tried to throw an immortality field in there, but it wasn't able to keep his team alive either. Proper now on the Tracer. Not really being bothered too much, but he needs to be careful of the Brigitte. Urst is looking through, trying to chase him down. Shield bash down and remove the Tracer, but Nuss goes down first. Birdring finally missing. Atlanta get there. It wasn't pretty, but they finished the map.
Oh, they barely get there, as I thought Fury with that self-destruct was going to clutch it out for the London Spitfire, but Atlanta able to complete the map. No time remaining, though, in the time bank.
Now, it's going to be the Spitfire now just to see if they can get a tick on point A in the overtime right after this. The best result that the Atlanta Reign can claim in this map is a draw, which would essentially mean that there's no way they can win the series now. So based on the composition here, they look like they are trying to hold out for the long haul and at least not lose another map here. But following Blizzard World, they'll only have one more chance to get a map win, and Spitfire already have two.
So we saw the issue with this composition that Atlanta ran the other day. It was not Atlanta that ran it, but the main issue is that when you get by Baby Bay, who's playing the Bastion up on the high ground, and you can just contest, it's very hard with the rotation for the Bastion to get around to that backhand side when you have the damage of the Pharah and the Hanzo coming down. So we'll see how Atlanta plays this comp. So we saw yesterday not work out too great.
Proper will start off here. Consistent shield pressure is what he'll be able to provide, as well as other kinds of pressure, like putting damage on towards Masahi's one here.
Baby Bay gets swept on the rotation, just jumping down as the bash.
Nice immortality field thrown out there by Kodak. That would have been lights out for the Reign had he not applied that. Baby Bay getting picked off there. Okay, so this allows the London to take some more ground now. The Reign had to very quickly back away, almost having lost the round there and then. And this is Prophet's job right now. He is working on the shields.
Yeah, like, he just needs to pump damage into the shields, Bird Ring as well. You're playing around like some displacement from gesture hacks that come in from Fury.
One chance, man.
You have to have just FRD contest the point. They do get a hack onto him, so they're trying to burn this D.Va down.
Buddy getting killed up, Kodak pressured as well. Birdring gets Erster. Big damage missing from the table now for the Atlanta Reign. Gesture, he's gotten himself in amongst the pigeons. Kodak's immortality field goes down. He tried to put up an amplification matrix, but it wasn't well placed. And Proper was able to rain the rockets in on top of him. Popo just stands inside the Dragon Strike, almost accepting his fate. And now with the Atlanta Reign essentially being cleaned off here, Erster was brought back to life. Baby Bay has to save the day. He finds Vidoshin with one of those rockets now looking for an airborne shot on Nas, but no, it's not enough. Prophet drops in with a barrage. FRD doesn't have enough defense matrix to keep him alive. He tries to force London off the point to get the overtime done. And Prophet does have to hide. That leaves Birdring quite vulnerable here. Atlanta have a chance. Massa gives up his life to try and go for a crazy resurrect, but it won't do the job. Concussive Blast looked like it would have won the round for the Spitfire there as Prophet had knocked Kodak away, but Popo now returns on no Winston. Here's an EMP though. The mines drop in for Gesture now, and it's so dangerous. Popo can't stay alive. He can't even move. He'd otherwise get blown up. Notice Baby Bay hit a mine as soon as he translocated onto the point. And that looks like it'll do it here. The London Spitfire will take map number 3. It took them a while to break this bunker composition map, but they found the picks.
Yeah, and it seems like teams have really figured out how to break this composition with the Bastion in the Batiste. That does not work for the Atlanta Reign here on Blizzard World as London take the series 3-0, potentially with a chance to get that 4-0 sweep.
Yeah, one more map to come, and it's important for London who want to start looking real good in Stage 2. We'll see you for that in just a moment.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
Just like they drew it up, the London Spitfire walk into this game knowing it's a must-win, as they all are for them at 4-4. And they look very clean. Execution, really can't complain about it. I think their defense on Blizzard World was a little questionable there. Obviously, they got shaken off that point pretty quickly. And when you give Atlanta a chance, when you give them an option to keep playing or to get a time extension or anything like that, you are taking a big risk. However, they do end up winning the map there, breaking the bunker composition, and Gibraltar will be our final map of the series.
Yeah, and although you know, Atlanta has looked good early on in the season, this has been a rough series because you're also trying to work 2 new players into the mix against a team who has been playing together for such a long time now. I mean, think about even in scrimmages before the Overwatch League last year, all season long last year, you know, playing up until this season, just way more experience playing together for the players on the London Spitfire as opposed to Atlanta, who adds FRD and Baby Bay this week, right? So trying to work those 2 players into the lineup, get game ready in real games, so to speak.
And now, of course, in a stage which requires you to be able to play what we see here, which is tank-heavy compositions from their reign, but also play a lot of damage dealers here, which we may end up seeing from the Spitfire. I mean, Gesture will be happy with this map. London have already won it once in this stage, and it allows them to really play a lot of that Winston to great effect.
So they're going to actually, let's see if they get a, so they're going to have Fury on the Risa here, try and get, but they're going to try and use a halt here to pull somebody out and then get the hook. So they don't actually do so. So they'll go back to the spawn, make some changes.
Yeah, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if we do see Zaya here. Profit there. They're pretty standard so far for the Spitfire. I appreciate that as well. They're not mucking around.
The only thing I was wondering is if Gesture goes back and plays Reinhardt. We've seen teams play the Reinhardt into the Winston here. Usually on Gibraltar, you don't exactly see it because of the verticality. You see like with the Winston trying to dive up, but you know, when teams want to take this fight underneath, you know, into this tunnel, that's where the Reinhardt can be advantageous.
If you're struggling to get through the choke, you absolutely want to go for something like that. The rain will drop on top of you either way, though, and you can see that's what they're trying to do here. The Spitfire, well, they didn't die on the car, which is interesting. So they're going to be dragging this fight out a little bit. They must believe that they can win it, but with Fury getting desuited, their options are getting more and more limited, and they've lost a minute now, when otherwise they might have only lost, you know, 30s, 40 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the idea was to win it. Gesture actually moves the payload, like, underneath the tunnel, so just giving them a little bit of space where...
Look at how much ult percentage you've given to Atlanta doing this.
So, you can see just, you know, Baby Bay's just mechanics as Fury still outside of his Demon Mech. Birdray comes around the corner trying to help him. Oh, he's got to run away. Prophet now has to use the bubble.
This could be a spawn camp, yeah. I mean, now with Baby Bay supercharged up, the London Spitfire down a player or so, they just got 6... One fight, 5 ultimates is what Atlanta have got, because the Spitfire drag it out so much.
Yeah, but what'll happen is, you know, Fury will end up eating an ultimate, right? You know, they'll have the ultimate advantage now, and they'll turn the tide. This kind of how the series has gone this far. Right?
Yeah, it's true, and you can it's not analysis, but you can almost expect it, right? Baby Bay, will he just sneak this one in? No, right. He's being very patient. Yeah. You can see the focus on Andre's face. He ain't messing about.
But I think with how, like, the reason you have to be so cautious is because of how Fury has played it the whole series, where he's been able to eat some of these key ultimates.
Jess has forced the primal rage here. London now have to start using some of those ultimates to get aggressive. Babybay might be caught here. He is. He's taken down, but Ocean's also able to get the Transcendence there. The Spitfire almost feign weakness. They pretend like they're, you know, in a bad spot, and they force the Ray to commit a little bit, then they go forward themselves here. Payload, well, it's not moving right now, we'll say that much. Fury was desuited, but goes into the self-destruct here. I don't think Birdwing's going to get out of this one very easily. Popo is very low, in fairness, but he has a bit of help, and that's really all he takes in this game. Lands on top of Bidoshin. The payload is no better for it, and both teams have used a lot of ultimates.
Yeah, but, I mean, London forces every ultimate out, and they hold on to their Graviton Surge. So they'll probably end up with a Graviton Surge plus, like, a rally here. The amount of damage that Birdwing would be able to do, just kind of swinging into that grab. So you did get Atlanta Rain to use all their ultimates. The reason you have to play a little bit more passive there if you're Atlanta and just wait a little bit longer is because you're so scared about one of those, you know, the Graviton Surge getting eaten there by Fury. You have to make sure you land it. It allows London to build up some ultimates and vests, which in turn, you have to use some more ultimates to secure the fight.
Repair pack used and engagement has been conducted. They're all going to go down here. The Spitfire again, bait Atlanta in. They know they're going to be trying to play aggressive here. And they walk straight into a Graviton Surge, and they had no support ultimates to mitigate the impact of that whatsoever. And this should realistically secure London now with this point. Might see FRD try and drop down. If Gesture had stepped in the doorway, he could have body blocked this, but be a self-destruct, bubble thrown on top. Gesture absconding just in case the bubble is broken.
Atlanta wants to fight this. They've used Rally as well here as they come back.
You have to go for it. Popo close to a primal range here. Kodak has a Transcendence. We'll see how much London will be forced to use here. Actually, a push back, just positioned away from the payload to such a degree that they can't really fight. Master Popo, that's very aggressive from them here, and London will peel for that. Yeah, not ideal late in the fight decision-making from the Atlanta Rain. Maybe hoping to force more ultimates out. So if that was the plan, that worked. They did get Bidoshin to use Transcendence here, and Kodak still has his.
Yeah, and they push Kodak back through the doorway, and Bidoshin stands there with the Transcendence, just blocks him. So you no line of sight for the Zenyatta, not able to get any of the healing or Discords down. And then Bidoshin rotates back out, trying to heal some other teammates with Transcendence, and Gesture just stands at the spot, continues to block the doorway.
I wonder if Atlanta is playing, I guess, slightly, you know, quote-unquote riskier because of the way the series is right now. It's the last map, and the
No, I mean, I think Atlanta's still just trying to find their play style with this new roster. As Grab comes down, self-destruct as well, doesn't connect with anything.
Now, there's no self-destruct landed on top of the shuttle in the end, so no one was really affected by that one whatsoever. However, the London Spitfire now starting to chain some of these fights together, Matt, which can become a snowball. The ultimate economy and the pressure of the abilities that London are able to get back fight after fight is going to become quite oppressive to play against. It will be Babybay with a Graviton Surge here. Yeah. So do you want to see him just like throw this in really quickly before Bidoshin can get Transcendence?
I think it all, like, you have to just kind of keep track of Fury. They'll probably try and like gain Babybay some energy, try and get Fury demexed, or just get him to run away. And
the too risky just to throw it out before the Zen can ult.
And then potentially try and get it. I mean, with the Zen ultimate, right? I mean, you have a self-destruct that can kind of just power on through some of that.
Bidoshin has Transcendence here, so the Spitfire have an answer now to the Graviton Surge.
So they use Rally, they decide to back up London. So London backs up. They do get Fury low, which is what I was talking about, but not an opportunity to use a grab here to capitalize on it.
Gesture forced to primal. There we go. Take a little bit low again. Time after time, Fury has denied Babybay the opportunity to bring his team back in these fights. And even now,
watching from Babybay's POV, you have no clue he's coming. I mean, that's exactly what they wanted. They got Fury low, and it looks like he just kind of like darts away, and it's just a second that Babybay's like, okay, this is the right read, right? I got him to move.
He darts away, then he immediately 180s and flies back in. We saw this done last stage as well, and nice little boop there. That was well set up. I think it was a whip shot to knock Erster out into the open to be affected by that self-destruct, but now London are starting to cruise.
Fury has mastered that timing, just being able to bait that out. Have no clue that it's even happening. Babybay and Masa, they get a little bit of a forward spawn, so London takes advantage, pushes on up, secures those eliminations. You're going to have all three support ultimates here for the London Spitfire coming online. So you'll probably need one or two of them to get around this, bend that you're going to see here. It's very difficult to get around this corner.
Transcendence for Bidoshin and Kodak respectively here, so we'll probably see at least a period of just trading, seeing if you can get anyone particularly low force at the repair pack. A couple headshots here from Bidoshin. You watch those health bars at the top of the screen here. Popo just got a repair pack given to him there. So London might want to try and apply a little bit more pressure. There's a Graviton now for Proper, but he is quite low. He might need to use it soon. But Ocean holds off on the trend. He doesn't want to use it here. Looks like they want to force this and see if they can actually get a fight win when they don't use Transcendence. There it is. Proper now can commit with their Graviton Surge and forcing the sound barrier. No! Oh, what?
Oh, this is absurd.
Baby Bay, unbind Q. You're not going to get to use it anyway. Fury just eats yet another Graviton Surge. Cannot get a break.
Baby Bay has like a little smile on his player cam. He just can't believe. Yeah, at this point, I mean, what can you do? I mean, you tried to get him demacked. You baited down so many times. Fury is just reading it so well today.
Fury is just on another level, man. He's always ready for that. Tracking it. Some big IQ stuff now. Nuss over the top here. Took a little bit of damage, actually. To be honest, from Baby Bay, he's trying to go over the top. Earthshatter comes in, and Bedosian could not save Gesture. Even with the Transcendence now, so he has to back on out. Baby Bay, don't grab. Save it for now. And it looks like it's going to be an easy cleanup for the Reign. So 12 seconds left here. I appreciate this. I understand why. You go for a stagger. It's going to make it much harder for Atlanta to even be here ready to fight. And there's 5 seconds left. London have to go now, but this could have turned against them. Pokemon and Baby Bay have both gone down now. Transcendence has been used, but it's just ready to keep the Reign alive. Now they're going to try and hang around and fight, but London are back. They've got 5 players now as Prophet sets up, and he's on the Widowmaker. He's made the switch to Precious Spitfire from long range now. They're not going to be ready for this, Matt.
Yeah, a little bit of a role reversal as we got Prophet on the Widowmaker, and you got Birdring playing the Tracer here. Prophet trying to locate one. Birdring's picked up Kodak, as this is definitely turnable here for London.
Prophet actually managed to shake off the Diva that was pressuring him. FRD going for another shot. He does find it, though. It's a 2-for-1 trade, though. And the Reign are running out of players now. When Earthshatter's going to knock Ursa to the ground. FRD trying to hide by the boosters and the payload, but they'll find him eventually. They always do. Swinging a hammer and he'd be done. Payload now released. We'll push forward to the end of the map. And London break through. You can see... Again, I've said this the last couple of maps, actually. You can see what Atlanta are trying to achieve there. The Graviton to catch the Brigitte, to stall out London, but they spawn close.
I mean, you know, Atlanta is using their ultimates at the right time. It's just London is able to just fight on through it, or, you know, Baby Bay's just getting these grabs eaten, and it's so difficult for Atlanta to deal with because they're making the right reads, it's just not working out.
And Fury has 2 ultimates negated on this map alone, and this guy's just like, well, you know what? What do you do? I'm trying, bro.
You know, he did a few eaten on Anubis as well, as Fury has really made the impact today with that defense matrix, just being able to take away some of these big game-changing ultimates. Graviton Surge, the Blizzard. It's really made a difference today. You know, the last one was great because Baby Bay, you know, the one before he used the solo one on a Birdring was using Rally, so he decided to, you know, take him out before like time ran down, give them an advantage. The one before that got eaten though, you know, he just peeked over the monitors. I can see Baby just smiling on screen. Kodak's laughing. They're like, man, like,
they know.
Like, what do you do? Yeah.
But it's quite likely we'll see, you know, Desire from Baby Bay again. Now, London here go with the Winston setup, so they're playing the Reinhardt. Atlanta, again, you mentioned it before. Atlanta could sort of switch Popo to Ryan to try and pressure.
You know, we talked about Baby Bay with having his grabs eaten, but you know, right now, I mean, they're putting down some more damage than Prophet and the Zarya rolls. You know, a little bit less average energy, but kind of comparable in terms of, you know, ultimate charge time. Only about like 10 seconds or so separates the two. So actually having a pretty good game. It's just the Graviton Surge. It's not really. I mean, you got 2 kills off the back of Baby Bay's Graviton Surges. 2 of them have been eaten, and 9 Graviton Surge kills that come through off of Prophet's grabs.
Graviton Surge, though, is... I mean, you're playing in such mobile compositions, Matt. The grab is the best tool against them to take all of that mobility away. Ooh, Massa took a lot of damage early there. He actually heads straight down the underpass and away to heal up a little bit.
I mean,
London had the high ground.
I mean, with those difference in Graviton Surge kills being at 7, it's essentially like 2-1 team fights, pretty much, for London in their favor with those grab uses.
Fury just dropped down there to contest the payload while the rest of his team was setting up now, and London having that high ground, they can sort of choose who to drop on top of. So that's important for Gesture because it's easy for him to identify weaknesses if there's, like, you know, Master's out of position or Kodak is not protected sufficiently.
Yeah, but when Atlanta rotates all together, it allows Gesture to just dive in and get some of that, you know, cleave damage where Winston can, you know, his gun just attaches everybody in the area. As you see, he's already built up to, you know, almost 70% of his primal rage.
Gesture falls back. See, Discord Or's been thrown on him. So the Atlanta Reign will make some progress here. London have to commit eventually fully. They're probably hoping for Bedosian to have Transcendence by that point. A couple more orbs and he'll have it. Gesture gets bubbled immediately. You can see up on high. Popo tried to go for the pick-off, but got booped. Shield bashed by Birdring. Bit bit of a split setup here with Gesture going down now, and it had to be a transcendence from Badoshin. He got it, but it was a little bit too late. Now, the Reign have their own. Not only do they have a player advantage, they're able to match the healing of the Spitfire in this fight. Support ultimates galore as Nas goes for the sound barrier. Erster uses Rally. Every support ultimate got used here by the Atlanta Reign, and they still lost Kodak somehow. Badoshin does go down. You saw he was positioned towards a rider screen, a little bit far forward. And it looks as if the rest of the Spitfire aren't going to commit any more to this fight. You can see in the background, they're just moving away.
Yeah, I mean, you could have potentially invested like Self-Destruct, Primal Rage until Prophet got back to use Graviton Surge. But Atlanta pushing up, though. They want to get some of these eliminations. You're able to take out Prophet. He gets that forward spawn. So he gets the spawn that's attached to the last checkpoint, not this far one, which is attached to the new one.
This is hunger. Great aggression here. And meanwhile, the payload has 2 players on it. So Atlanta are getting really good push. And they might be able to get through the most perilous part of this second phase here, right in the middle. They do eventually go down. They knew this would happen. This can turn against them now. Popo does need to get out to safety. He was kind of, I think he was redirected as he tried to jump away. He thought about primaling. I could see it. He was waiting for the jump cooldown. He goes down now, and that may have backfired for Atlanta a little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, they get some payload progress, but not a ton. They may have went a little bit too deep. Like, you probably could have stopped when you got that kill on a Prophet and then backed up. Not really a reason to push all the way on through.
I think they wanted to get the payload, you know, like past the...
To the bridge.
Yeah, past the bridge. It's not. You'll see it's just around the corner here, so they didn't quite get it all the way. Nice bubble from Baby there. Throwing on a Kodak now. It's going to be caught in the Graviton Surge, though, and you wait for this one. Oh, it was inside the bubble as well. It was like a snow dome of carnage. Fury drops to the self-destruct, and yeah, if you're not playing Ryan, the best you can do as a grab to Winston is hit E and hope for the best.
Yeah, just potentially, they have that bubble save you, but Fury with a great self-destruct placement right inside of the bubble. It's always a sad sight when you're stuck inside one of those and the Winston bubble comes in. It's just bubbling the self-destruct into your own death there. How do you get the London Spitfire off this high ground? I think that's what the Atlanta Reign are going to have to figure out.
Yep. And you need to get to the payload without taking damage and force them to fight you here. For fear of letting the payload go too far. But Baby Bay goes down first, Matt. Not good. Kodak missing. Fury gives up his mech for this happily. He'll get desuited. He'll be able to get back in just a moment here. It's too far for him to walk back to spawn, though, so we'll have to just wait.
And it's so interesting when we see...
he's getting taxied. Fury's getting taxied to spawn.
You'll actually have this self-destruct, I believe, not used there. Yeah, FRD does use it to get a new mech back, so... See, now they're going to have Fury switch off, switch back, get a new mech back. So they value the mech over the ult charge.
Yeah, exactly. You did lose your ult charge that you got, but I mean, if you think about it, Fury only used it quite recently. So
yeah.
It looked like he only got about 30% odd, so he seems to be happy with that. He's returned to the fight now, so nice little play by Spitfire. That's the little things that really count in cases like that. Gesture has to stay covered here. He just got a huge amount of alpha damage thrown at him. Sound barrier comes out. Prophet seems like he was able to benefit from it, even though there was a Winston bubble that was in the way. Now the Transcendence from Badoshin is applied. Well, Popo's caught inside a Graviton here. There is a Transcendence from Atlanta as well. So that grab doesn't really do much for London now. Sound barrier from Atlanta. London don't have one, and that could be their undoing here. Baby Bay is charged up. Doesn't die early in the fight now, and he's exactly where he wants to be.
You have a good grab that comes in from Baby Bay. You don't really get a ton out of it, but they're forced to use some support ultimates. You have the support ult advantage if you're the Atlanta Reign, and you turn that in your favor once that sound barrier comes down from Masa.
Now, London finished the map, but in overtime, they still get a time extension, though, because this is a pure escort map. They'll, if the Reign have time left in the bank, both teams will get that extension. So, even though you see 0 there might still be an attack from both sides. Atlanta need to finish the map. Baby Bay. Do you love this being charged up? No! The Spitfire realized that Baby Bay was glowing. He was ready to fight. He was out of position.
So far up.
He put himself out of position to go for the health pack to stay alive, but he just walked straight into the trap.
I think he probably imagined that London would play a little bit more passive there. Maybe he thought his teammates were a little bit closer, moving that cart, but not the case. Now London, when they switch over to the Reinhardt, you're going to have Popo switch over to Reinhardt. You can play close. You can get aggressive in some of these chokes in the open spaces.
Atlanta have a fair bit of time, in all fairness. They can afford to play patiently here. They've got a couple of those important ultimates online. Once the grab's there, they have grab bomb, and Poco will just need to set up with a charge or something similar. Okay, Transcendence is forced from Atlanta here. London, in all fairness, to use her idea to try and come forward with, and Prophet drops the grab here. Erster goes down. Setup is good. Gesture gets the charge. Poco unable to shield his team from their self-destruct. And Atlanta now back to spawn once more. And London you kind of understand this, right? Wanting to play a little bit further forward.
Oh yeah, I mean, you play forward, you force, potentially an issue where you can land a big shatter here. Is well, let's say Baby throws down the graph, right? And then you want to swing through it. It could be like a counter shatter here opportunity. So you have also sound barrier and transcendence. You have a lot to power through. Let's see if Fury can get another one of these. You see the defense matrix bar building up there on the right. He was really low, didn't have any usage of it. Now has full usage of it.
Trying to keep that defense matrix stocked up. It's a resource that needs to be managed as well. So Fury jumps in the middle of it, throws out that defense matrix, but Baby still gets the grab off. He waited it out. Good patience there from Baby. Oh, the Earth Shadow was beautiful though. Popo set that one up very nicely by knocking everyone airborne just as the Graviton Surge stopped holding people down. So they were flung upward, and then they got hit by the self-destruct. 45 seconds left in the round. Atlanta Reign, good leader. Now London have to stall. Fury switches to Reinhardt here. They got a Wrecking Ball for Gesture.
Yeah, the Reinhardt just for this sustain onto the card is Gesture just trying to swing around, extend this for as long as possible. The Nuts coming out with the Batiste, trying to get that immortality field.
Grab. May not end it here. Prophet still goes down. No, it looks like that wasn't going to be enough. Fury will be buffing around a little bit, murdering on the Tracer, trying to relive the glory days. London continues to stall. If London can find like one kill here, it would be big, but very hard for them to do that. Atlanta will finish the map as well. Even though there wasn't a lot of time left in the bank, both teams will still have one more chance to come forward here out of the gates on Gibraltar and show us what they've got. Yes, it's already a 3-0, but there's 15 seconds separating these two teams in time bank. They'll both get a chance to attack with Atlanta going first. We'll see how this one turns out after the break. Matt, I mean, Fury completely shutting down Atlanta for most of this series. Baby snuck a couple grabs in here, but I mean, this guy, I don't think I've seen so many ultimates.
No, I know that is the most this season. So
oh, really?
Fury has actually negated 6 ultimates throughout the course of this series. So
that is the current record.
Really impressive. London on offense here. Looks like we're going to see a good old variation of the pirate ship as you'll have the Orisa Bastion setting it up on the card.
Why not? I mean, if you want to try and guarantee yourself maximum progress, seems reasonable. This also forces Atlanta to be aggressive, which is not something that they need to be encouraged to do generally.
You also have the Batiste in play here for Bidoshin, so the immortality field to keep the Bastion topped up. Is how do you want to attack this if you're Atlanta? You can just drop down. I think you kind of have to play above this bridge.
FRD needs to be on point with this defense matrix, Matt. He'll need to drop in first. Stop the Bastion damage. He'll need to go. This is the best
right here's their best opportunity.
Yeah. Go now. Any later, it'll be over. Prophet taking a lot of damage. They're trying to heal him up. Immortality field thrown down. And Prophet is able to do some work, but not enough. FRD takes him out. And now there's not much damage left for the London Spitfire to be working with here. They are pretty much trying to retreat, but they won't give them the chance to do even that. Very nicely done by Atlanta. That was what they needed.
Yeah, that was the best opportunity for them to attack. They had the opportunity to drop down from the bridge. You see Fury potentially trying to force OT. It doesn't really matter, though. That is where the payload progress will stop for the London Spitfire. And I know, just you see the Atlanta guys on stage laughing. I have a feeling they may try the same here.
But look,
okay, guys,
we have seen top teams mess that up. Right? The sequencing of Diva to fly down defense matrix, Zarya bubble, your Winston, and they managed to very quickly break the immortality field that Bidoshin threw in there. So you can't fault for that. That was well responded to.
Good play by Atlanta.
And also, like, get some respect back from London. Be like, hey, don't you try and throw that. Look at us.
Well, I mean, I think that's a look we're gonna. I mean, we see it on Junkertown all the time, right? I think there's some more escort maps come in. You see Atlanta that they may have lost this series here, but I think they kind of understand, like, they're working, adding FRD and adding Baby.
Atlanta fans can know that their team will always keep their heads up in these situations as well.
You also have Kodak. I know Kodak and Dogman have kind of like rotated in and out sometimes, so now it seems like Kodak has played the whole series, so getting in more runs. So
yeah, nice to see the German get to stretch his legs a bit. So that's the box of victory here for Atlanta. That's as far as they need to go, and that was obviously exactly how far London got last round. They have 1 minute and 15, so yeah, slightly more time. 15 seconds in Overwatch terms is a flash.
The London Spitfire go in and play this close. You would not come out with the Moira and the Reinhardt composition if you wanted to play in that open space towards the end. They want to play this close around the corner.
They want to, well, they have to stop the payload early, Matt. So they might try and use the underpass to do that. Ooh, nice. Little boot from Master.
But this kind of puts them in the position that they would have played anyway.
Yeah, but I don't know if London really want to fight here. I guess they think they'll get a second fight if they lose this one out there. Again, Master, good displacement. Gesture's taking too much damage here. Getting pushed around that corner, forced to charge. Gesture may have been knocked off the map if he didn't charge there, but Ersti goes down to Birdring early. Now, the balance of power starts to shift a little bit in this fight. They lose Gesture, so London will be backing up likely anyway. They slowed down the rain for now.
Yeah, Moss is such a nuisance there for the London Spitfire in that first fight. Is he was able to get up top for the Atlanta Rain, get those boops down.
See the new boop, right? For
yeah.
What it can do to you. Because it takes, I think it takes vertical motion into account much more now.
So still in one fight territory. Baby really charged up on the Zarya, already at his Graviton Surge. But Ocean with the Coalescence could actually fade out of the Graviton Surge if he gets stuck in it.
Coalescence, there may not be enough healing. Always forced to use it early. Maybe he's just chilled for now. There's no reason for him to go aggressive. They can burn Gesture early in the fight. That will be huge, but he gets a repair pack and he is kept alive. Baby Bay, surely time for a grab soon. London actually get theirs off first, so Baby Bay, his patience. Will it actually help him or prove to be his downfall in the end? He goes for the grab now, but Earthshatter shuts down Atlanta Rain. They can't follow up. Fury self-destruct. They get Baby Bay. It's traded out though. Fury does go down to FRDs, but it's not going to be enough. London able to slow things down. But Ocean is missing. London don't have a lot of healing, but they do have Zarya. So much damage. Massa getting stunned here. He's still able to stay alive thanks to his mechanics. And he'll have to slink away for now. FRD is going to be able to hold the fort until Ersta returns to the fight. Now a rally for Birdring, so the remaining combatants for the London Spitfire have that extra durability to go forward with. Reinforcements are on the way from London. Prophet is close to yet another grab. He's so charged up, tearing through the Atlanta Rain right now. And Baby Bay switched to Tracer, so no grab for Atlanta. And there it is. Prophet lays it down. Popo, you saw he was caught in that one. So was the rest of his team. And London put a stop to the shenanigans. They try some cheese on the offensive side, but then they turn around with, again, the no-nonsense composition. 2 grabs for Prophet, by the way, in the space of 1 fight. That's pretty darn nice. And the Atlanta Rain are stopped short here. They will not get a map win, which is what they were really aiming for here towards the later part of the series. London, though, squeaky clean.
Oh, and I think the biggest difference in this match thus far was Fury's play, whether he was playing, Sombra, Diva. There he switches the Tracer at the end. Finish this map with 46 eliminations, 19 final blows. Puts together a very strong series overall. We know a lot of the players, they talk about him being the best diva in the league. I think you saw it today.
Again, the London Spitfire seem to be running headlong into an era where they'll be feared by one and all. They're familiar with it, but they definitely want to be able to keep it going throughout the entirety of this season. There's much to prepare for. Stage 2 playoffs, and of course, the big one. So keeping those map wins and series wins coming is very important. Let's head down to the stage. They mattered here a little bit from Gesture with Danny.
Thanks, guys. What is up, everybody? I am here with Gesture from London Spitfire. Woo! Congratulations. Great job. Now, sort of a slow start against the Florida Mayhem, but today you guys seem to be very, very dominant against Atlanta Rain. 4-0, clean sweep. Did anything change in between those 2 match days? 자, 어떻게 보면 플로리다 때는 아무래도 좀 스테이지 첫 번째 이제 경기구 해서 좀 더딘 모습을 보여준 것 같아요. 당연히 너무나 잘하시긴 하셨지만, 근데 오늘 또 너무나도 더 좋은 모습을 보여줘서 좀 혹시 그 2 경기 중간 시간 동안 뭐가 좀 변한 게 있는지 궁금하네요.
저희가 최근에 연습할 때 많이 팀합적으로 많이 신경을 쓰고 있기 때문에 그게 조금씩 나아지면서 요즘 좀 많이 저희 팀이 나아져서 그렇게 된 것 같아요.
So these past couple of days, and one of our focuses on scrims and practices, we're working on our teamwork. That I think is starting to really show and pay off. So that's why we were able to dominate the Atlanta Rain today. Alrighty, next question. You guys will be playing against the Philadelphia Fusion next week, 1 game. I know you guys defeated them for the Grand Finals playoffs last season, but they beat you guys again for the start of this season. So this is your 3rd time going up against them. Gesture, how confident are you that you guys could beat them? 자, 필리 아무래도 그랜드 파이널 때도 한번 했고 이번 시즌 첫 번째 경기 때도 한번 했고 이제 3번째인데 확신하십니까? 이길 수 있을까요?
뭐 확실하다 말하기보다는 필라델피아도 잘하는 팀이라서 이제 열심히 해서 이겨야겠지만 저번처럼 막 무력하게 지지는 않을 거예요. 이길 것 같아.
So because Philadelphia Fusion is also a great team, I can't really say if we're gonna win 100%, but we will try our best to win, and we're gonna work on that. All right, cool. Thank you so much, everybody. Give it up for Gesture. Uber, Mr. X, back to you guys.
Thanks, Daddy. And yeah, no surprise to hear that from Gesture. I do agree with him. Their teamwork is looking very good. Yes. They're looking like their instinct for the game is back to where it was. So let's see if they can improve on that one. Matt, we have to crown a player of the match, and I think it's going to be pretty easy for us to do that. Presented to you by Omen by HP, of course, our player of the match, the one, the only Fury.
It has
breaking records for Ultimates Negated. This guy, I mean, we've given it to a lot of divas over the last week or so, but this is just a standout performance.
The self-destructs, the Ultimates Negated, just the ability to play, you know, the Sombra in certain compositions he plays, you know, the Tracer there at the end with the stall, but I feel like he had a fantastic series. I think when people talk about Fury and you know how highly they rate him amongst all of the divas, I feel like this is the series where you can go back and you can definitely see it right there with just a little bit of that Matrix left. 125 at limbs, only 13 deaths for the whole series.
For 4 maps, some of those maps going the full length in terms of time, by the way. So Fury, absolutely dominant. You really are gonna. This is the benchmark for divas. If you think someone's a great diva, they're always going to get put next to someone like Fury, and quite often the Overwatch League, they're going to come out second best. So fantastic performance from him in the London Spitfire, shaping up pretty well for the rest of this stage. But there's many more challenges yet to face. Thank you very much, by the way, for joining us on Disney XD. For those of us hanging around on Twitch and ESPN3, it's the Vancouver Titans versus the Hangzhou Spark. A first look at these two juggernauts here in Stage 2. Will they come out with anything crazy? Will they be just as solid as before? Stick around. You'll find it all out here.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Toyota, official North American partner of the Overwatch League. Toyota, let's go places.
To your game.
You know what's up.
Welcome back, guys. Doan Monte Cristo here with you for the third match of the day here on the Overwatch League. It's going to be a good one. Vancouver Titans taking on the Hangzhou Spark. And I'm excited about this one, man, because it's the first time we're getting to see these teams in the stage. The question is, can Vancouver be as good as they were in stage number 1? And the Spark, now will we finally see them unleashed with all these DPS comps we've heard so much about?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, the Hangzhou Spark came into this league practicing a lot of multi-DPS compositions and scrims before stage 1. So this is the time, I think, for them to really unleash their potential. They have 5 different DPS players on this roster.
Yeah.
And the Vancouver Titans, we'll see what they end up doing with their roster in turn. Remember Stitch, who sat on the bench for most of the maps in stage 1, is a very good hit scan player that we could see come into the mix here in stage 2.
I mean, there's no doubt about it that Vancouver Titans was one of the very best, if not the best 3-3 team we had in the Overwatch League. But like you mentioned, Monty, we know they've got even more on the bench. They've got Stitch, this great DPS player, Hawksall as well, who we saw on the roster from time to time playing the Brigitte. He's a monster Genji player. He can play some of these other projectile DPS heroes as well. So I personally think, I know people are saying sell the stock on the Titans. I personally think they're going to do just fine. In fact, I wager even that Bumper may do better on the Winston than we saw him do on the Reinhardt.
Possibly, but here's the thing about the Vancouver Titans. They were so good last stage that it seems like they can only do worse. Now, last stage, they did take 80% of their maps won, which actually eclipsed NYXL's 79% win rate last year in stage 2. So they currently have the highest win percentage on maps for a stage, but also has to be said, they played 3 fewer matches than the NYXL because we went from 10 match stages to 7 for this year.
So impressive at 7. Either way, let's introduce our first team in this series. It is none other than your Stage 1 champions, the Vancouver Titans. And there he is, Stitch, leading the charge out of the gate for the Titans here. Finally going to get to see, I think, some DPS compositions, and I've been looking forward to this. You know, anyone who is a fan of Korean Overwatch and watched Contenders, watched Apex back in the day, has seen what Stitch can do, and I'm excited to finally see him here in Overwatch League.
I mean, we did see him a little bit last stage on certain maps.
Tiny amount.
A tiny amount. Yeah, usually if they were going to flex off, they would put Summon Su on the McCree, especially on maps like Ilios.
Yeah.
But we want to see more of Stitch this stage. And this is a question for the Titans is, you know, when they have to flex into a bunch of different compositions with just 6 players on this roster in a match at a given time, how flexible are these players going to be? That is what we have to look at for the Titans right now. I think they're still going to be an excellent team. I think they're still going to be at the top of the league, but it's very possible that they do drop a match or 2 this stage.
Well, their opponents are going to be a good test for them today because you know they're going to bring the DPS. Let's hear it for the Hangzhou Spark.
I think you better bow down.
Well, with a soundtrack that looks much more aggressive than their team colors, they will take the stage.
I don't know, that's a pretty aggressive shade of pink.
It is, I'll give you that. But man, this team's play style can be very aggressive too. And like Monty mentioned earlier in the pregame, this is a team that was running a lot of really interesting DPS compositions against everyone else in scrims. We've been hearing over and over again. And they were doing it with Sassen. We're finally going to get to see him start. We're finally going to get to, I think, see some of those DPS compositions. This is going to be a really explosive map.
Yeah, Sassen is a player that we haven't seen yet in the Overwatch League, so an exciting debut for this player. And they're not going to be running Bezzy here on the first map. It will be Adora instead. And I think that's one of the core problems that the Spark has, was that Bezzy and Adora, neither of them were outstanding players on the Brigitte, and they never seemed to really fill that role in a convincing way. But in a meta where they can de-emphasize the Brigitte play a little bit, I think this might give a little bit more success. Also, the integration of Gugogi was of paramount importance to this Spark roster.
Yeah, you know, we talked about Gugogi a little bit here earlier, and we talked about him a lot last stage where, you know, was there going to be some kind of communication challenges with him and the rest of the team, but they seemed to solve those pretty fast, and that kind of unlocked him to be able to do all those great things on Winston that we were used to seeing from his time in Chinese Overwatch, from his time in the World Cup as well. So I think this meta is only going to make this guy better.
And if you look at these statistics, it makes sense for the Spark. Individually, he is an excellent player in first in many categories. But if you look at the final blows per 10 minutes at 17, a lot of that hints to the fact that their communication is off and they're not target focusing very well.
I would agree. Well, here's our map set brought to you by Toyota. Gonna start things off on Oasis, then Hanamura will be the assault map, King's Row for hybrid, finally Gibraltar for escort, unless we need that 5th and final tiebreaker control map. This is a great map, though, to test out some DPS compositions, though, isn't it?
Absolutely, and City Center looks like Sassen will be taking over the reins of the Pharah immediately. Godsby on the Sombra, Adora playing the Soldier 76. So Vancouver Titans looking like Stitch, of course, going to be playing that hit scan hero in Soldier 76, combined with Bumper's legendary Winston.
Oxall still on the Brigida for now, but maybe we'll get to see him swap a little bit later. Here we go. Hangzhou Spark. They've got that Pharmacy, Mercy combo. When's the last time you saw Soldier 76 versus Soldier 76 in an Overwatch League game?
It's been a while, though, but with those buffs to his bullets, doing 20 damage each a set of 19. Overall, if you have excellent accuracy, it's going to be a big damage buff to the hero.
That's right. If you're able to land those shots, you're definitely going to be doing a lot more. Oh, Godsby kind of on the side, trying to build up that EMP. On board with Sassen for the moment, though, as Hangzhou tries to take the point. We'll see, they've got a little bit less hit points to put on the point and kind of sustain with.
Yeah, Titans know how to play this too.
Yeah.
This is how you play with a tanky heavy composition, take over the high ground, and then place your tanks on the point. But Godsby actually going to find out Bumper early on, so already an advantage.
Bumper's down, there goes Stitch as well. The Soldier v Soldier, it will be Spark perhaps claiming the point first. They're going to have to finish this fight and then charge up the control meter again themselves. Looks like they will be able to do it. Oh, Oxall killed with a sleep dart. You don't see that very often.
There you go. Twilight finished off late for the stagger after the point has been taken. Now, Twilight did manage to build up Nano Boost throughout that engagement. So a tool to use for Bumper here to disrupt players onto the point early on. However, look at the number of ultimates coming online for Hangzhou. Crucially, that EMP up and available for Godsby.
And that'll be the big one. And if they can possibly find a way to use that as Titans rotate through here, hit a lot of people with it, could be devastating. Gushui does get stunned a little bit. Gets that shielding from his E. Oh, Godsby just waiting it out. There's Stitch with the Nano Boost. He's got the Tac Visor too, coming out of the elevator, picks Sassen out of the air immediately. Gushui in big trouble as well. That's a great start for the Titans. Adora now getting focused down, getting the healing as well, though, so staying alive for the moment.
Really weird play there by the Hangzhou Spark.
Ooh.
Now, they open that up, and they just let the Vancouver Titans get onto the high ground. Gugogi goes in without the rest of his team, ends up dying. Sassen all alone up there, and no use of the EMP.
Oh, yeah, they didn't even get a chance to use that one. Oh, Biotic Field is a great ability. Stitch manages to barely stay alive with a bit of dodging. Kind of like playing DDR, has to stay on the mat, move back and forth. You don't die if you step off the mat in DDR, though.
That's true.
I guess you kind of die in the game, but not in real life.
All right, Godsby and Gugogi now setting up the EMP. Godsby thinks better of it and is going to come around. Gugogi still looking possibly to roll up onto that high ground. Instead goes to the point.
Waiting for the Titans to commit here. Meanwhile, Spark putting a little bit of pressure on there via Gugogi. And is he going to find the good EMP? Ah, that's a good one, I would say. Bumper already really low. Can they finish him? Oh, they didn't get the Lucio, though. Slime gets the sound barrier off in time, and Godsby is down. Meanwhile, Sassen trying to get something done with the barrage, but it's not going to work out. Titans all over him, and, you know, I can see where he thought he had the opportunity. Oh, no, look out. Oh, oh, Winston, look out.
You can play Frogger all you want, but you still get crushed in the end.
I don't think they had that giant rampaging ape in Frogger.
Would have made the game harder for sure.
It would have, yeah. Well, it wasn't hard enough already, right?
Well, that was just horrible from Hangzhou. They used 4 ultimates there and completely whiffed everything. No plan about how to use the EMP effectively. They're playing so passively with it. Instead of punishing Titan's approach or even their attempt to get the high ground, they use it onto the tanks. Meanwhile, somewhere else on the map, there's a nano boosted Pharah barraging, doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, the coordination has been a bit lacking so far from Spark. See if they can clean it up here. They did get 49%, so if they do take it back, they can make this one competitive yet. Vancouver Titans has a lot of ultimates to use here to defend. They're already up to 95%. Dart. Oh, doesn't land. There's an Animus on the Stitch again. He's going to use Attack Visor. Just bull rushing his way through the Spark lines. Gets IDK up on the wall. Gugogi down as well. The stun on the Stitch, but I think he's perfectly fine. Just drops that Biotic Field, and now overtime starting to expire. Spark just trying to keep the point alive. Oxall, low health. Stitch doesn't have another battlefield cooldown to keep him alive. Does have the rocket for Adora though. And Spark scrambling. That's a, it's a Bebe just trying to delay, man.
This is a stall trance.
That's right. It's a stall trance. IDK. I mean the player, not my feelings about this round right now. Oh, gets knocked down and he's gonna take a nap. That should be about it. I think Vancouver Titans kind of savoring the victory on this one here.
Yeah, he's got to clear out Godsby on the Tracer, Bumper with another Primal. And there's a big difference between planning here between these two teams. Like, if you look at the way Vancouver's playing, when the Spark are attacking a point, Vancouver's saying, okay, what do we have? We have Nano Boost, we have Tac Visor, we have Primal Rage. So we're going to Nano Tac Visor, and then we're going to use the Primal Rage to push people into the Nano Boost Attack Visor.
Right.
Meanwhile, you look at the Spark, and they've got a bunch of ultimates up, and they seemingly are just thrown out randomly and without any kind of coherent idea of how they're going, what a team fight win condition really even looks like.
Well, it's strange because, our series earlier in the day, we casted the Guangzhou Charge, and I feel like we're getting kind of shades of that from the Spark right now, where, again, we know they have a lot of talented individual players, but they just were not able to put that into any cohesive team play in the first round. So something to work on as we move into University now. See if Vancouver Titans take Spark to school.
Godsby did hack the health back in the middle of the point underneath, so we'll see if they do anything with that. That has been a popular option for heroes like that have vertical mobility, like the Winston or the Bard, to drop down to get the extra healing.
Well, there was a point in time where both teams just immediately raced to hack the health pack on the map as fast as they could. It's been important in the past.
And a lot of these strategies with Sombra are changing because now the hack cooldown is halved if you actually hit a health pack.
Yeah, you do it a lot quicker than you used to. Vancouver Titans just spend more time on the point early on, and they will take the control percent first. Sawson trying to force the Vancouver Titans back again. Hoxall outside looking in. Good kills on the Hoxall and Twilight. Titans finally having a few of their members isolated by the Spark, who are trying to take it back again. Vancouver Titans is trying to delay. Trying to get as much time as they can, waiting for that Zarya shield to end, and there goes Bumper. Stitch soon to fall, and so Spark will get some time on the point early on.
Yeah, they also get a pretty decisive ultimate advantage, too. Vancouver Titans were never really in range. Hangzhou really deciding on this scrappy skirmish style, so many of the Vancouver Titans players never really in range to deal a lot of damage. And Bumper's like, okay, enough of this. We've got to switch over to the Winston. Stitch says, we got to switch to the McCree right now because there's a Tracer and a Sombra that I need to flashbang.
Assassin's doing well in the Pharah. That's something that they need to deal with. Godsby looking for the EMP that he couldn't land in the first one. Kind of lets him go past.
Yeah, he's waiting for them to engage, but instead he just gets hit and translocates. Godsby suspect on the EMP usage, we have to say so far.
It's confusing because he's been known as a good Sombra in the past. So there's the EMP. Gets quite a few of the Titans that time. Sets up Sawson for the barrage. Doesn't get any kills out of that. Meanwhile, the Pharmacy on the Spark side eliminated. Adora scrambling to try to make anything happen. Maybe a bit of damage onto Bumper. Maybe he can get him with the Pulse Bomb if he gets him low enough.
Nano Boost Tracer, so Adora gonna try and do something.
Oh,
he
actually
did
got
get Twilight.
Oh, really? Wow, I didn't see him there. Twilight. Wrong place, wrong time. And Hangzhou Spark will actually maintain control over the point.
Surprising given how that started, but Adora with a pretty critical kill onto the Ana, able to clean that up. Vancouver Titans, though, they are coming up on a lot of ults. They should easily take this next engagement. Hangzhou Spark are going to have to switch over to 3-3 after this, most likely.
Flashbang doesn't hit Godsby. Stitch still looking for more targets in the air now. Gonna take out Gugogi. He's in the air, it counts. And they're just going to take it back. Wow, Spark just donates it. What? That was a bit odd. Godsby down. Stitch hit with the sleep dart. Anyone gonna protect the Cowboy? No? All right, he's taking that. It's all right, they're protecting him by eliminating the enemy team. Janu just going wild, gets the double boop on IDK and Adora.
God, they're just gonna reset now, but what a strange fight. We're gonna take a look at Janu there with the triple.
Yeah, had a good play on the Diva that we'll see in just a moment here. Meanwhile, let's look at it. All right, okay, that was a good start. Oh, no res for you. Nobody fly, dude. Godsby.
There you go.
Too busy to let IDK fly up to him.
Well, you know who's not switching compositions, really? It's the Hangzhou Spark. They're keeping Godsby on the Sombra, despite the disappointing EMP usage we've seen so far.
He's nearly got another EMP. We'll see if he can make something better happen with it. Got an okay one early. Meanwhile, Sawson gets demacked just like that. JohnNu does find a door down in the low ground, and now Bumper with his Primal Rage just cleaning up the rest of this one, and Titans only need to dedicate one ultimate to win that fight.
That was weird. Gugogi was down below on the health pack, but he was getting 1v1'd. It's like by JohnNu, who is also down there, just jumped out after he was low and immediately dies. Yeah. So Hangzhou, they have to come back, and they're playing into 4 ults. It's going to be really, really difficult unless Godsby ends up with a good EMP, and you can see all the members of the Titans are split up right now. There's not a good EMP to be had.
They know the
especially
EMP
not when you do that. Gugogi lives.
Nice shield, actually. Gugogi, I think that one got absorbed, actually.
It got absorbed by Sassen.
Yeah, that's right. Meanwhile, Sassen gets taken right out of his mech by Stitch's bit of revenge. The EMP comes through, and Twilight gets with a biotic grenade. Almost looked like he was trying to give Stitch a hug there. All right, another last-minute transcendence from Bebe, but it's another delaying transcendence, unfortunately. Rather keep people alive with that one, and that will be the end of the map. Vancouver Titans winning a pretty dominant 2-0 on that one.
I mean, I think you can see that the Spark are outskilling the Titans in terms of some of these 1v1s, but when it comes to coordination, the Titans are just miles ahead, and Spark, you got to get more value out of those EMPs. That is a disaster.
Yeah, Titans kind of reading their minds there too, knowing when the EMP was up, knowing when to separate. Good start for Vancouver. Let's see if Spark can tie it up when we come back.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
Who's the funniest person in the team? Bumper. Today on Access Granted, driven by Toyota, I'm picking up Bumper and JohnNu, two of the newest players in the Overwatch League on the Vancouver Titans for the 2019 season. What would be a successful season for the Vancouver Titans?
적어도 저는 준우승, 적어도 2등.
Was there a lot of pressure with that much expectations you guys set on yourselves?
아니요. 그냥 저희는 옛날 컨텐더스에 있을 때부터 자신감이 있었기 때문에 딱히 막 그런 높은 장벽이라는 생각은 별로 안 했어요.
We did it. Let's all get out. Let's play some mini golf. All right, no cheating. You got to go up the ramp. Well, there it is. There it is. When did you guys know playing Overwatch that you guys would be like pros?
저는 런어웨이라는 팀이 있었는데 그 팀이 창시됐을 때부터 팀에 들어가고 싶었어요. 그냥 프로가 되고 싶었어요.
What's your favorite one?
My favorite is Reynard, Emerald, and...
How fun is it for you guys in game to land like one of those like massive combos where like he throws in his self-destruct and you land like a huge shatter and like you just see like 4 players just die.
늘 새롭고 짜릿해요.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. I did it. Let's get out of here, guys. That was fun. Car on. Belts on.
Let's go.
It was great getting to know Bumper and Janu today and get to play some mini golf and have some fun. That was Access Granted, driven by Toyota. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, guys. Vancouver Titans getting the 1-0 lead over Hangzhou Spark. Things on Oasis going very well for our Stage 1 champions. And a bit confusingly for the Spark. You and I were talking a little bit about Godsby and those EMPs during the break, and it seemed like he had some good opportunities for some good EMPs, but the team never seemed to be there to help follow up.
Yeah, and also just giving up point control for free by a couple times there. They did actually build up some decent percent, so you can see that the pieces might individually be there, but the Titans team are just smothering.
Seems that way. We're going to go to Hanamura next. As you can see, Oasis 2-0 victory for the Titans. Now our assault map, Hanamura.
And likely we are going to see some different styles of composition here from the Spark, who have opted to defend first. And they are going to be running a Orisa-based composition, but with no Bastion or Batiste. Instead, Tracer, McCree, and Farah. So, very interesting. We haven't really seen a lot of this style of play on Assault defenses yet.
Yeah, a lot of backline harassment, a lot of counter to the dive coming in, but it's going to be interesting to see where they put that Orisa.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Gonna be Orisa
That's the
kind of
question.
by herself. Yeah, that's like how. All right.
The question is, why the Orisa here?
Yeah.
Why the Orisa? That hopefully we'll get an answer to that. Titans is going to scout really quick with a Wrecking Ball.
Well, they don't even have the McCree near the Orisa, really.
Wrecking Ball just got...
He's going to get wrecked.
He just got stunned and
yeah,
flashbanged in there. Adora's going to finish him off, but you'll take that trade if you're the Vancouver Titans. 1-for-1, excellent for you with a faster respawn, but there's the Resurrection coming in, ID key there.
Why run the Orisa McCree and then not have the McCree stay in the safe place?
They were trying to fool them into thinking they had a long-range hit scan or a Bastion, I think, and so that's why when the Wrecking Ball rolled in, they killed it. But what is Ryan going to do right now against this?
Running to the point as fast as he can. Oh, Janu misses the grappling hook. Could have maybe finished him off with a hit, actually, there. Meanwhile, oh, he'll try to find him there. There's some damage onto Gushwei. Gushwei back to the point right now. Meanwhile, Godsby does take down Bumper, so nice kill in the McCree versus Hanzo duel.
I mean, I guess this comp is just supposed to be as confusing and chaotic as possible.
Apparently,
because
so.
I mean, right now the Spark are covering all the corridors into the map, and Vancouver Titans are losing some of these 1v1s.
Well, that's what we talked about on the first map, actually, is that Spark was winning a lot of those 1v1s, but they were losing the overall team play. So, I mean, just do a comp, I guess, that forces you into a lot of small skirmishes.
Sleep dart.
Oh, hello. Oh, well, it's a nice thing to see when you come around the doorway. Saucing out of the way. Here comes a Deadeye. Can you find anybody?
That's just to cover the Resurrection.
I would imagine.
Which they didn't get. And then
they lost IDK. Bumper down, though. Adora finds another one. Gushwei has like 0 health, and it is the Titans coming out on top so far of this fight. Godsby, oh, taken out by Twilight. Yeah, can't even get down to defend the point, and that should be A going to the Titans.
That looked like another sleep dart onto IDK during the Resurrection animation. What a strange composition. I'm not sure what that was supposed to accomplish, because the problem they were running into is that the ideal counter for that was Ryan 3-3. So why would you force the Titans to play Ryan 3-3? That seems...
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
Contradictory to your desires.
Play Ryan 3-3, you just walk into the point and you're like, all right, come at me, you know?
You don't want to force the best Ryan 3-3 team in the league to play Ryan 3-3. I'm not sure about that one. Godsby now on the Bastion.
That's right.
Positioning over the point, trying to rotate around where the Vancouver Titans will be unable to deal with this. And Vancouver might have some trouble, but...
Oh, especially with the supercharger.
Yeah.
Bumper field's going to evaporate immediately here.
Trying to pull him out. Great biotic grenade there. No healing for Bumper. Didn't even get a tick on the point, so things going well.
Now this
Vancouver Titans are just stuck there now. How do they get their Reinhardt back into the mix?
I don't know. This is an interesting map. They're going to just try to rotate back.
They have to.
They've got to deal with the Bastion again.
Yeah, they have to. They have to cover this doorway on the high ground so that Reinhardt can rejoin the team. Otherwise, there aren't very many ways for him to get there.
It looks like they have the right idea. Everyone's trying to run past. Running the gauntlet, they make it.
Readjustment Bumper here. He's got to back off right now. in that corridor.
Now they can rotate down to the point. This is what they're going to do. Try to trap Spark in that doorway. Janu gets an nano boost.
Godsby has a nano boost as well.
Yeah, that's right. And it's going to be the Self-Destruct soon. No, Godsby goes configuration tank. Oh, sleep dart from Twilight again. Push back. It was enough disruption that they got him, but they lost Bumper in the process. So Hongzhou Spark has eliminated the tank at least. But Sassen's gonna lose his mech. All right, amplification matrix through, but Janu just tosses his self-destruct right through it. More pressure from the Titans. They're gonna drop the grab right on that wall. And now they're just dealing with the respawns. They've nearly taken it already. Godsby swaps over to the Tracer, takes a lot of damage already. Hogsall, the gatekeeper, trying to just prevent them, and he does. Spark can't get back to the point. It's a pretty fast attack for the Titans.
What a strange game.
It was very odd.
That A defense, I'm not sure what the ideal way of playing it was going to be for the Hongzhou Spark. And Titans, you know, they swap off the double sniper pretty quickly because there's no Bastion. So they could just realize they could just rush the point and stay there with Ryan 3-3.
All right, quick break, and then Hongzhou goes on the attack.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Spark about to go on the attack on Hanamura, clearly coming into the series with some plans specifically tailored for the Titans that they think will work, but so far not so good.
I don't know how that A defense is supposed to operate in a perfect world. It just doesn't seem to have synergy with the Orisa. There's no way to protect the Orisa. There's nobody the Orisa is protecting either.
Right. She's not really setting anything up in that situation.
No, and you also can't react quickly to the flanking plays like you could with a Winston. It seems like a very odd hybrid of two compositions and something we really haven't seen before. Hongzhou Spark now going to be going on the attack, presumably playing some DPS looks here. Vancouver Titans ready for it though with a Winston 3-3.
Okay.
It'll be hard to play flankers into this. It will be easier to play a Widowmaker and a Pharah if they choose.
Straight over on the Wrecking Ball, last minute here.
All right, will they swap when they see that it's not Bastion? And I think the answer is yes.
Seems that way.
They can play Rhine 3-3 here.
Adora on the Brigida now. Godsby on the Sombra. IDK, yeah. Lucio, as you would imagine.
Rhine 3-3 is what they're switching to, yes. Yeah. So they see the Winston 3-3, realize that they're gonna have an advantage if they can get to the point. So go ahead and use that right now, see if they can snowball a small advantage.
All right, Vancouver Titans. Just doing what they're good at. Twilight had some pretty amazing play on the Ana in that last round. See if he can keep it up. Bumper just trying to build that as fast as he can. Ooh, nearly goes down. They gotta keep him alive. That's a close call for Bumper.
Yeah, should be able to rotate around the back, get to the point though. And there wasn't actually much disruption done by the Titans here, so they're trying to focus Gushue. He's getting really low.
Oh, they got Gushue. Man, you can't let that happen. And now the rest of Spark just trying to make something out of this, but one more kill and we might see them reset. Biotic Grenade comes in from Twilight. No pressure at all on him. just getting all the healing in the world, and why not just toss a sleep dart in there? You never know what you're going to interrupt, right? Bumper comes in with the primal rage now, and Spark completely scattered. Oh, goodbye. Experience the void. He actually did live.
Well, for how long though? I mean, you do have to marvel at the Titans' timing and prowess though, because look at how they did that. So once they see Gugogi's gone and they've eliminated him, they just wait. They sit back, they wait for him to respawn, but not till he has enough time to get there, generate primal rage, then win another fight. They are just experts at drawing the maximum amount of time off the clock, and as you can see, it's already down to about half the time left, nearly only 2 minutes remaining here for the Spark, and that's just because the Titans' timing. Twilight's going to try and get a sneaky grenade.
A grenade in the nano boost. Oh, there. Sleep dart. Get some healing in onto Bumper there. All right, self-destruct from Janu, and he gets Gugogi with that. Despite the sound barrier, the tank down again. Sound barrier now for Vancouver. Oxall gets eliminated. Meanwhile, Bumper has the nano boost. His ultimate is all built up as well, too. He can primal rage at any time, and he might need to, as the Spark are doing some damage. There's a Transcendence force out of Bebe. And now Bumper trying to find some environmental kills, or at least keep people off the payload. Or not the payload, the point. You get the idea. Either way, Hangzhou Spark able to kind of brawl their way to success there. That was a bit of a bold move, having the Ana sitting right there. I don't know about that.
You can tell when the Vancouver Titans are feeling confident because they'll try things like that. They try and get surprising and win harder. Sometimes it works really well. Sometimes it doesn't work at all, as you can see, because the Sasin on the Diva came in first, was like, oh, here's an Ana. Let me just gobble up that biotic grenade and the sleep dart. And even though you do have that Graviton Surge, we have enough defensive support ultimates to weather the storm.
See, I like the hidden Ana if your opponent's playing Reinhardt and you can try to go for sleep dart on the Reinhardt to set up a shatter for your Rein, but it was Winston on the other side, so not as much of a fan. Oxall gets the kill on the Baby rather. Whip shot to IDK. He's down as well, and so no trouble at all for Vancouver here to end this first push anyway. Oxall taken out, but he'll respawn fairly quickly.
Yeah, especially with Godspeed dying. Just time for a quick retreat from Sasin.
Yeah.
Heading back to the rest of his teammates. Hangzhou Spark, they do have that Graviton, and that's going to be very important. Remember, there is no Zen on the side of the Vancouver Titans, and Slime doesn't have a sound barrier, so this is actually an excellent opportunity for the Spark. If they can win on this push, they'll even things out when it comes to that time bank and be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, they'll probably have a little bit less, but still not a bad one at all if they can be above 3 minutes. Titans on the high ground for now. They want Spark to try to come to them, but Spark is just going to go to the point, force a reaction from the Titans. They really want to absorb that grab. Janu's waiting for it, man. It's going to be the rally. Grab does not get eaten. We'll see if Spark can convert this into some kills. Sasin goes in and uses that self-destruct, catches Stitch with it after he uses his own.
Big biotic grenade!
Get the kill. Oh, Gugogi down. Bio grenade certainly helping out a little bit. Spark still with a few more people on the point. But again, it's all about those respawns. And again, Twilight finds himself in a position where he can just heal with impunity.
And you know, they haven't switched off Stitch, the Vancouver Titans, who is showing some really good Zarya skills himself. I mean, Sultan Su was an excellent Zarya player for this Titans roster, but now Stitch coming in, he built that grab very fast after that attack from the Hangzhou Spark. And even though Spark realized that they did have this window, it disappears quickly. And now Slime has the sound barrier up. Should they get another Graviton Surge? But they are very far away from that, with Godspeed only at 20% and 0 energy right now.
Yeah. It'll be a while. You can say that push only took them 1 minute, but really it's going to cost them about at least 2 to build up those ultimates again.
Yes. Probably longer.
Yeah, that's where it gets really tricky.
Twilight again.
In that situation, Twilight hiding one more time. The sound barrier gets used immediately. Stun on the Bumper, waiting for a chance to use that. Earth Shatter throws it down the stairs. Gets a few people with that. Little bit of pressure back on the point. Bumper responding, charging his way down there, trying to smack Gugogi off the point. He'll do exactly that. IDK gonna get stalled a little bit. There we go. Tactical crouch.
Twilight asserting his dominance over IDK.
Gotta let him know. Yeah.
But that wasn't the gentlemanly way to do it, though. That's 2. No, that was like 10.
A bit excessive. That's right.
Vulgar, even.
Let's watch that again. Hiding, yeah, just another nice biotic grenade. Gets 2 people with that one.
And the sleep dart. Twilight's having a great game, honestly.
Yeah, it's always been one of my favorite Anas to watch. For a long, long time, for years. Sasin taking a nap as well. Rally getting used by the Titans. They're going to get aggressive on this.
It just buys them time, right? You throw that biotic grenade down, now they can't walk in. Incredibly annoying for them. Twilight dropping to low ground right now.
Yeah, gonna have to take a little bit of a walk back up. And you're always a little bit stressed as Iana getting back up those stairs, really hoping that the enemy doesn't get aggressive at that last moment. Oh, Janu again gets slept and stopped, slapped.
That he did.
Yep.
That he did. Another great sleep. There's a delay. Sasan out of the back now. This has turned into a disaster for the Hangzhou Spark.
Sure has. Well, they've got a few ultimates. They're going to have Graviton Surge again, but this is really going to be kind of a do-or-die push if they decide to dedicate any ultimates to it.
They have to. This is Hangzhou Spark's last shot here, and unfortunately for them, Vancouver Titans have a lot of answers, but they don't have a sound barrier. So possible high-value Graviton Surge here.
Right. Talked about it before. All right, here we go. Spark charging around to the point. Oh, Adora gets hit with the shatter. Immediately, Bebe responds with the Transcendence to keep people alive. Slime trying to build up that percentage. Godsby has him zoned out. The ground's coming in from both sides. Here comes a self-destruct. No kills out of either of those, but Spark taking the lead in the fight. Bumper has a nano boost now, though. Able to sustain a little bit more, but Spark looking pretty good so far in this fight. Can Titans possibly get back there with their respawns? I don't know, man. I think Spark may have their number right here. Bumper charging through. Knocked down, knocked out. That's going to be, I think, about it. Now it's just about Titans eating up as much time as they can off the time bank. Can they push it into overtime? That would be huge. Can they possibly turn this fight around even? With Twilight going down on the Winston, seems unlikely. Bumper trying to step on. There's this tough barrier again. Oh, that's a good Earth Shatter. Nobody dying because of it. All right, sound barrier. Slime being just as annoying as he possibly can be, but that will finally be it. So in overtime, the Spark do take 2 points.
And taking it in overtime is a good win right there for the Vancouver Titans. Held out at least long enough to accomplish that goal. So now the Hangzhou Spark have thrown it down 2-2.
That's right. When we come back, we'll see if the Titans can win it. Here we go, Vancouver Titans on the attack once more. That hold at the end of Hangzhou Spark's attack was so crucial because if you can force your opponent to take the point in overtime, that means if you have any time at all in the time bank, you get to attack first and you only need that first tick on point A. So Titans knowing that they're going to lose that point, but yet delaying long enough to give themselves a fantastic chance to win the map pretty easily and go up 2-0 in the series.
Well, also just gave them the opportunity to, at worst, have a draw, right? So
yeah, that too.
Pretty good for the Vancouver Titans. They're going to check things out with a Wrecking Ball once again. They are going to see this same defense. So maybe we'll get a little bit more insight into what this defense is supposed to accomplish here, as, of course, again, the Vancouver Titans don't even waste any time this time. It is just going to be now with a Moira.
Oh, it will be Twilight, or on the Moira, that's right, yeah. A little bit more sustained. She heals for more, too, in the latest patch. They did buff her healing a little bit.
So it's also like, okay, well, we took some poke damage going into that room. Well, Moira just heals us all up. Now we just speed boost across the gap. Gonna get displaced by the Pharah. Bumper doesn't actually care about that.
Moira much more evasive, too. A lot harder to pin down than the Ana if you want to get that 1v1 pick. And again, it's only one tick of the point that the Titans need. And if you try to fight this team one-on-one, there's just so much health to work through with all those squishy DPS on the Spark side. That's going to be Gugogi going down. What do you do if you're the Spark now?
It's like the Spark have created the perfect composition to play Rhine Goats against.
I know, it's like, that's it, man. I mean, it's one of those things where you load up the GIF where it's like, I don't know what I expected. You know? Cue the Arrested Development GIF.
Very weird. Well, That's another win for the Vancouver Titans.
Pretty much, yep. They are 2-0 in the series. Halftime coming up, and we'll see if Spark can find anything to get going when we come back.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. High ground or low ground, T-Mobile has you covered. And by State Farm. Whatever life brings your way, State Farm is here to help life go right.
To halftime here in the Blizzard Arena. You can see the score. It's 2-0 for our undefeated Vancouver Titans, the squad that Josh here said is going to win every single match in this second stage.
They could do. They certainly could do. We could have multiple undefeated teams in stage 2, which is nuts to think about. But a lot of the teams that are looking great at the moment don't play each other. And actually, this was a team that I thought would give them the most trouble.
We thought the Spark were going to be a big challenge. And today we saw a new face. Sasson was coming in and causing problems. But Titans brought out a new face of their own. Stitch, who we've all known and loved back on Runway, is back in action here in the starting lineup today. Let's take a look at what he was doing on Control Hex. Walk me through, because I know you've been watching this player for years. What are his strengths?
Well, generally you see him play a lot of McCree, very good hit scan player, good tracking here. Of course, tracking not needed, and this beautiful tracking on the Soldier 76 visor right there. But just good positioning overall, enables plays behind his team. Didn't really get harassed too much by the Far and the Sky. Just they kind of kept their own distance away from each other, hit the shots they needed to hit.
And honestly, it looked like it was closer than it was, because they had to give up the point a couple of times, and then they would always just come back in with Stitch, and he would be able to take control. I mean, he only died once as Soldier 76 on Oasis. He did play a bit of McCree as well. Yep. He racked up a couple of deaths there, but overall, Titans completely in control.
Do we expect more Soldier 76 from this man throughout the rest of the stage, or do you think this is just a trial?
I think that's a City Center specific strategy for the most part. I mean, well, not only that, but it works best on City Center that you can take the high ground very easily with the jump pad, and then it's always going to be able to shut down Faras.
Got it. Well, it was a quick 2 rounds that gives the first game to the Titans. That set up Hanamura for our second map. And Josh, I know you have something special to break down for us. What are our insights today?
Yeah, well, I haven't been able to break down that point A defense from the Spark, because who knows what they were doing. But this is what they were up to on point B here. This is kind of a classic point B defense. We've seen the Bastion, the Batiste a lot, and they can be posted up on a number of different locations. So the first location at the top, where that number 1 is, the number 2 over there, they can rotate back to, and number 3. To be able to get to number 1, they need the Symmetra, which is why IDK is now in the spawn room, because he's had he's been on Symmetra and now had to rotate. And you can see how much pressure they can put on the point, but they can't touch it apart from their diva. But if you actually try and engage onto Sashin, then you're just gonna die. There's a torrent of fire coming down from that Bastion. And so when they try and actually engage and go to the point, they end up losing their Rhine. So then there's a bit of a back and forth. It's very difficult for them to be able to reconnect with Bumper, as Monty was pointing out during the cast. So I'll speed it up and show you when they actually do reconnect with Bumper, who's down at the bottom left.
Okay.
They're trying to force rotations around. So that number 2 position, they push them out of it, and they push them into the number 3 position. And it's the whole of Spark have to do this big rotate. And this allows the team, the Reinhardt-centric triple tank, triple supports team, to very easily be able to get onto the point and right up in their face. And it's a comp that a lot of teams struggle with because they just blindly dash to the point, or they're not as intelligent with how they rotate around. But the Vancouver Titans are very precise with how they do those kind of things.
Powerful insights powered by Intel. Give it up for Sideshow, ladies and gentlemen. They're still awake here in the Blizzard Arena. I can't draw on the teleprompter like this guy can. He crushes it every time. Now, let's close out halftime with something special here. The Titans are coming off their biggest win yet after taking down the Shock in the Stage 1 finals. And if you missed it, don't worry. We've got you covered. Here's a look back at one of the greatest Overwatch matches in history. It's our latest edition of Inside the Comps.
There is a special spot in the book of esports history for champions here in the Overwatch League.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. The Vancouver Titans.
Look at these ugly, sloppy players.
마이크 체크하자. 본 사람한테 미안하지만 4대0 4대0 갑시다.
They're definitely scared of us.
Yeah, 100%.
I know they are.
마지막 기회입니다, 여러분.
Play our game and pummel these kids.
Yeah, let's go. Yo, 3, 2, 1. Okay! Let's go, boys.
밴쿠버 하나, 둘, 셋. 밴쿠버!
Make some noise as we're heading to our Stage 1 final.
우리가 훨씬 잘해. 침착하게, 침착하게.
That's fine. We suck at that map. It's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now we win.
Yeah.
잘하다, carry me. Nice.
It's our worst map and we won. Let's go.
So bad.
벙커시 부조화 내가 부르는 거.
오케이.
Now, the kings of the jungle have to assert themselves.
쇼. 벙커시.
아 이건 진짜 아깝다. 이건 어쩔 수 없어.
Guys, we're so much better. Let's go.
Is this where it ends? Is this where the Shock hold off the Titans?
야 가자 앞으로 갈게. 나 앞으로 갈게. 민서 프리드래. 잘해. 할 수 있어. 나이스.
내 표정 봤지?
야 칭찬하기엔 입이 아깝고 끝나고 칭찬해줄게.
오케이.
가자. 17연승.
It all ends here on Rialto.
Nice, guys.
딱 1분이야. 서울이랑 똑같아.
Remember the Titans though, they are still in a great spot to take this all the way here.
라인 보내줘. 자리야. 핸드필. 나이스.
아니 방심하지 말고 얘네 표정 굳었어. 확실히 막을 수 있어.
That was a haymaker of a round.
The Shock, they only have 1 minute. 1 minute on this map.
We can still win, really.
Yeah, really.
Really, I believe. Don't be scared, guys.
This is just a first point hold. That's all this is. It's just a full hold.
Now we know what the Titans need to do. It's simple.
루시오.
And the Vancouver Titans take what was promised to them. Your Stage 1 champions.
GG.
That's right, guys.
I'm about to start crying, bro.
Good job, everyone.
I'm really proud of you guys.
Good job.
Honestly, one of the greatest matches in Overwatch history. It went the distance, 7 games, and it was the Titans with the epic comeback. You can just see the emotion in that clip.
Yeah, unbelievable, honestly. It gives me chills watching that back because it invokes the same emotions as watching it live.
Esports got that great language. Fighting! Love it.
It is. It's so good.
Well, let's close this one out with a discussion about Vancouver for the big picture, right? They're 7-0 throughout Stage 1. They won 3 matches, so that's a 10 streak if you count the playoffs. But now they're looking for another win here today. They need just 1 map. But the bigger question here is, I think they're going to get it. Are they going to continue to be perfect throughout Stage 2, Hex? Are they the favorite to win it all?
I got a Madnism for you. They are until they aren't. No one's beat them, right? Like, so yeah, they're the favorite.
I think there's a very clear top 3 in the league at the moment. Titans, NYXL, and then obviously as well, you've got the Shock. And so for these teams that they've lost to at the moment, or the teams that have lost to them, there's no shame in getting smacked around by these guys.
There's a little bit of shame.
I don't know, man. Fusion, Charge, Spark, they could be good teams, but they're just getting bopped at the moment on the stage. So very difficult because the top three is just so good at the moment.
Final question for the fans. Does anyone have faith in the Spark tonight? Alex does. We got a few people here in the front row showing some Spark love, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll find out. Can the Spark mount the comeback against our #1 team? Unlikely. We'll see if they can pull it off after this.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
Welcome to Assist of the Week, presented by State Farm. The Vancouver Titans were looking to close out a clean 4-0 against the Seoul Dynasty on Rialto. Now, all Zarya players know the frustration of ulting into a diva, so Bumper earth shatters her to the ground. Somunsu follows up with the Graviton Surge on the entire team, and this sets up Janu for the dunk from behind.
The self-destruct, and that is a great knockback to set up the triple kill for Janu there. Vancouver Titans again just instantly eliminating Seoul. Welcome back. The Vancouver Titans up 2-0 over the Hongzhou Spark, and it really could not look much more dominant than it has. I mean, Spark throwing some very confusing looks at the Titans, but in a way, sort of kind of playing right into their pockets, you know?
Yeah, it's also odd. I mean, not only was that point A defense, I mean, garbage. It was garbage.
Whoa.
I don't use that word very often, but it was. I mean, we see the Hongzhou Spark using that Sombra, and they only have a 43% win rate when they use EMP, including last stage. So they're actually really bad at using EMP as well, and yet they continue to use it.
As you can see, Rhea subbing in for Sassen. Maybe that'll help the Spark make a little bit of progress in the series. We'll see. We're going to King's Row next, so we're a hybrid map.
Yeah, to talk more about the EMP usage, they actually win 5.2% fewer team fights when they use EMP than when they don't use EMP. And you can really see that the team's coordination around that EMP was pretty lacking.
True enough. Well, even if it had been practiced, they need a bit more, it seems like. But Enough about that. We go to Kings Row, our hybrid map right now, where Hongzhou Spark will go on the attack first once again. And we will see if Titans get a good defense.
It's just going to be a Reinhardt 3-3 defense from the Vancouver Titans, as expected. Hongzhou Spark, I mean, until somebody can crack these 3-3 defenses from the Titans, they're just going to keep running them because they're the best in the league at executing these compositions.
Yeah, why not? If it's not broke, don't fix it. Or if it is broke, use it, I suppose.
Well, here we go. Sombra again. Seems like a good idea.
Yeah, they're going to give it a try. Like you said, a lower win rate.
When they use EMP.
Win rate when they EMP in the fights, which is mind-blowing. They're going to go back and swap. Okay.
So they see the Ryan 3-3, and now they're going to switch over to, let's see.
3-3?
Ryan 3-3, so they're going to take away the Sombra right now. Thought they might try and take advantage with, say, a Far or something here, but that's not going to be, okay.
Whoa, all right, then sometimes you just kill Hawksaw with Fire Strike. That works.
Well,
you're finding a pick.
You're going to at least give up 2 ticks right now if you're the Vancouver Titans. So you're probably going to try and re-engage as Hawksaw returns. He's going to get taxied back by the Lucio, so they will try and fight this.
Yep, one last fight.
Here we go.
For Titans on point A, they're going to go in. Janu goes out and touches. Bumper trying to move forward with that Zarya shield. Ultimate-wise, not a lot for either team at the moment here. It's just a straight-up fight. Janu does get demeched by Godsby. Nice shot with that. Bumper's still there, though. They gotta dislodge that Reinhardt. Adora getting a little bit low here. And here comes Bumper with the charge, going deep, taking a lot of damage, so he gets the Zarya shield in the end. Now Stitch gets knocked down by the Shatter, and that's gonna be another kill for Gugogi. Hawksaw goes ahead and dedicates the rally to this. They're gonna try to keep fighting it. Getting closer to some ultimates now. Godsby, though, starting to roast everybody. Full charge on that Zarya.
And that's the price you pay, Noah, when you actually get a Fire Strike kill like that early against you. The Vancouver Titans, Hawksaw's positioning punished by Gugogi, and then they have to execute this complex defense where they have to run the Lucio back to help get Hawksaw back in with the Brigitte. They have to engage before those 2 heroes even get there just to stall out the point. And then you end up in an ult deficit situation. Hawksaw only at 11%. Adora already with a rally. So this one elimination has now turned into a really big snowball for the Spark.
It's one of those things where if you have supports like Brigitte, probably hold that thought anyway, it's going to be another grab used by Hongzhou Spark. Self-destruct comes in, no kills out of that one though. Sound barrier as the grab comes out for Titans as well. They try to respond, Bumper low though. They got to keep alive and they can't quite do it.
I mean, big bio grenade, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Bumper's over-aggression again kind of delivers Spark a team fight win. And like I was saying a little bit ago, if you have supports like Twilight on the Ana, Hawksaw on the Brigitte, those are supports that can't really heal themselves in most situations. So if they take some damage, and the other supports aren't on the ball with that, you can get those picks with a high damage ability like Fire Strike.
Yeah, certainly can. A Nano Boost going to be available. Are they going to put it on a Bumper here is going to be the question. Sleep Dart goes in.
Yeah, Sleep Dart onto Adora. They're going to at least prevent the stuns, but Bumper down again. Just going in there and getting wrecked. Hongzhou Spark pushing forward. Now Hawksaw is going to get the Nano Boost. They're going to give it to him. They get caught up, though, in Godspeed's Graviton Surge. Hawksaw dies immediately afterwards. Titans getting a little bit silly here on this defense. Easy point B take for Hongzhou.
I mean, they can't really do anything else, though. I think that's the scary part, is Hongzhou, they've gotten themselves together, and they punish that advantage super hard. I mean, that one elimination on Hawksaw has now been snowballed into 2 points, and 4.5 minutes left on point C.
Yeah.
This is the kind of play you want to see from the Spark.
Well, they certainly seem to be a bit tighter, playing a bit more of what they played in stage 1. Stitch really close now to the grab. Has to dodge that self-destruct. Shield himself. Oh, but he gets stunned by Bumper.
Yes, grab.
Or stunned as
and
well as Bumper.
Dead.
Earth Shatter in there. Yep. Tanks down, and that's going to be Spark pushing forward again. Titans just seem totally unprepared.
Yeah, Stitch died with a Graviton Surge. How are they going to stop this? This is a lightning fast round from the Spark.
Janu trying his best to do just that. A few ultimates coming out. Bumper drops a Shatter.
Okay.
Door knocked down, and they're not going to get to the point. All right, then. Well,
superb. That was superb play from the Spark. You put Rhea back in. I don't know if Sassen had nerves, wasn't playing that well, but now Rhea returns into this team, and Hongzhou Spark just blitz through Kings Row.
Yeah, quick break, and then Vancouver tries their hand at attacking.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
they put in Rhea, and they have a devastatingly good attack run on King's Row. So I'm not saying it's Rhea, but it's Rhea.
I mean, they only had one player eliminated on the Hangzhou Spark side that entire push, and that was IDK once.
Yeah.
So.
And obviously it was more than Rhea. It was also Haksal.
Yeah.
Getting taken down, and he did have a rally early on in that point A fight, but you know it didn't help them much because they had to spend so much time getting him back to the point. Couldn't properly set up.
Yeah, rough. I mean, what do you say? Like that was a weird situation, but honestly, the advantage was taken by the Spark, and they just ran with it through the whole point A, point B, and point C.
Yeah.
So good for them. That's the kind of play that you want to see from teams.
Godspeed back on the Sombra for their defense.
Uh-oh.
Trying to get tricky yet again. It's one of those things where even if you lose point A quickly, though, you can always make that swap, so it's not the end of the world. It's not like an assault point or anything.
But will they, Doa? Will they make that swap?
I don't know.
For the Vancouver Titans, and you can see Godspeed already found out there. It does have to translocate away from Janu.
Yep. Meanwhile, just a Reinhardt 3-3 from Titans as they go on the attack, getting really aggressive on the Spark right now. Stitch does get hacked, but just doing the damage that he can. Not able to apply some of those bubbles, though, and that might have costed Janu his mech.
Yeah, but can you get okay.
Oh, Godspeed. He's down.
Just gets whip shot.
Yeah, Haksal
on the high ground. And now, how are they going to re-engage here with Janu remeched as we speak?
That's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough, and that's going to be point A taken instantly by the Vancouver Titans.
Titans, as usual, answer a challenge by coming back harder and even more impressive than we see them normally.
Yep.
Knowing that they have to make it through this map in very fast time.
Well, they've nearly got the Earth Shatter for Bumper. They're going to have the rally for Haksal right now. So they've got some tools to work with. Hangzhou Spark, similar in a lot of those. Rally as they get aggressive onto Gushui. The back off. Oh, tries to go for the Shatter. Actually, it's going to be Bumper that does it, delivering a few more kills over to the Titans, and that's an easy teamfight win to start things off.
Yep, just go ahead, use the rally, charge at them early. If you see that you can force that Sombra to translocate, you need to take the 6 versus 5 advantage while you have it.
Yeah.
EMP is available, and Godspeed's still lurking on this flank. He is going to try.
I mean, Spark's got so many ultimates here. They should be a shoo-in to win this next fight and at least stall out on B.
Watch Twilight's positioning here. He's got the trance.
Yeah.
He's going to hide in the subway tunnel.
Oh,
They're going to get everybody. They're going to get everybody.
Oh, we go! Yes, they translocate out again. Are you kidding me? Adora down immediately, too. And it just seems like Godspeed cannot find a good EMP in this series. Goodbye, Rhea. Twilight even kills him at the end of all that.
Watching the Spark play Sombra is honestly tragic from a team fight perspective. They can never set it up. They're never in position.
Certainly seems that way so far. And the thing is like Godspeed is known as a Sombra player, and it may not even really be him. It's the team.
Yeah.
You know, it's a group effort in this situation. If you're going to get a good EMP, you need people to be able to follow up. All right, there's the EMP self-destruct. Catches IDK, the Pumper, 2 at the Fire Strike. Twilight grabs another one as well. That EMP did nothing. And they are rolling towards an incredibly quick time here. I don't even know if Spark can get anyone onto the point. They barely do with Godspeed on that Tracer. IDK, though, can't follow up, and that was definitely one of the fastest times we've ever seen on King's Row.
I don't think the Sombra's going to work today, Noah.
I don't think it is either. I think if you're Spark, you give up on the Sombra at this point.
It's time to give up on Sombra.
The Titans rolling with laughter over there, man. We'll see what happens when we flip into Time Bank after this. Hey, guess what, guys? That was a new attack record for King's Row just set by the Vancouver Titans. It literally doesn't get any faster than that.
We waited that whole map for that EMP after it was denied. and then it comes out and it does nothing, and Bumper kills him with a fire strike.
Yep.
Truly amazing.
This is me clapping. Spark on the attack. Still a ton of time in the time bank for them. So we could still go a ways on this one. It all depends on if Vancouver Titans can tighten up that defense. And I think they're going to be a little bit more aware of Hoxall's health this time around.
Well, we finally got the answer to what is the sound of easy clapping. And that was it from the Vancouver Titans.
Yes, so.
Well, Hangzhou Spark will now try again. They did have a very fast time.
Yeah,
however, still beaten by the Titans.
All of that was based on a really early pick on the Hoxall, though, and you know Vancouver's going to be safer this time around about it.
Yeah, still. You do have to respect the Hangzhou Spark's ultimate economy and punishment, because the punishment went through the whole map, so credit to them.
And they are not playing Sombra this time. They didn't on attack either last time anyway, but still bears mentioning. Bumper going forward. Stitch getting a little bit more Zarya charge out of his bubbles. Bumper a little bit low there. Gotta be careful.
That's a lot of poke damage, but you know, the Ana on the other side giving the tanks better overall healing. You see how the Spark have to wait because their healing without being engaged in combat with Brigitte is going to be lower with the Lucio and the Zen.
All right, Earthshatter throws it down. It's a couple, but maybe not enough. Yeah, they do get the Transcendence out of it at least. Into combat now, Nano Boost onto Bumper as he walks forward. Try to get a bit more damage.
Uh-oh.
Rhea.
That's a big grenade.
Yeah, Rhea in trouble. A little bit of anti-heal, but the Spark managed to disengage. Close call, but they get out. A lot of time eaten up off the time, though. Time bank.
So Godspeed does have this Graviton Surge, and Slime has yet to get this sound barrier, so Hangzhou Spark are going to have an opening very narrowly where they can use a grab just to mega punish the Titans, but they have to find a position where they can do it from.
Should. Stitch just drops a grab right in their faces, man. They're going in on it. Godspeed, everybody down, and yeah, that bio grenade from Twilight setting up an easy team fight win there. IDK escapes, but that's about it.
Yeah. Vancouver Titans don't feel like giving them that window. Why not use the Graviton Surge aggressively? You have that biotic grenade. Twilight is having such a good match. Look at this. He's almost nearly at a nano boost again. His sleeps, his grenades have been excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's really bold of the Titans to just throw the grab right in there, too. Some aggression that Spark may not have been prepared for.
Okay, through Hotel now. Lots of ults for the Spark, nearly at 6.
All right, tries to go for a shatter, but Bumper takes a lot of damage in return, backing off now. Godspeed still has his own grab to use. All right, there's a sound barrier as the Titans re-engage now. Nano Boost used onto Hoxall as he pushes forward to get that healing in there a little bit more safely. Janu with the self-destruct. Self-destructs on both sides, but Rhea, the only one dropping as he was out of his mech for a moment. Now it's going to be Bebe with the Transcendence to try to keep this push going, but Twilight having none of it with a kill on IDK. Sleep Dart, that's right. Hangzhou, again, without more members of their team, and Vancouver Titans, despite losing Bumper, are doing okay in this fight so far. If they can stretch this fight out a little bit longer, too, they can give Bumper time to get back.
Yes, they can. And as we see Vancouver Titans, they're sitting on another Graviton Surge. IDK fortunately has a sound barrier to help deal with that, but they're going to have to commit it just to stop the Graviton, and Vancouver Titans overall looking healthier in the ultimate economy.
I would say so. This would be a pretty titanic hold, too. Nearly 4 minutes on the clock for Spark, and Titans have not let them get a single tick yet. Stitch with another grab. Might just walk up and do it. He just walks up and throws it, man. They're going to try to get the grab onto Gugogi, taken for a ride by the charge, and that sound barrier doesn't matter. And the return shatter for Bumper as he turns back into the fight. Might set up the win for the Titans, or at least the full hold here. In time bank, Stitch walking in with the nano boost now, doing a ton of damage. And can Spark get back to the point? They're trying to do it. They managed to contest just at the last moment, but overtime expiring already. Gugogi back into the fray. Sound barrier now, and that's good because that shatter hit a lot of people. Bumper low, can they keep him alive? Gets a shield up just in time, but now the grab comes in from Spark as well, and it looks like they might just be able to get that point A in the nick of time anyway.
It's still killing
they lost
people.
Gugogi though.
He's gonna get a grab.
Adora down now, and yeah, you're right, the grab again for Stitch available, and they're gonna turn it around. Stitch with another nano boost on him from Twilight. He's got a never-ending supply, and that's it. Spark can't get anything in time bank.
Titans are just so good. I mean, you look at the way they set up these fights. It's like, okay, what do we have available to us, right? Bumper is having an awesome time right now.
Well, they just used up like 4 minutes, man. That was a great hold.
Yeah, and it's just like they know they have the shatter, so they set up. They know they need to eliminate Gugogi right away. So they focus down Gugogi to set up the shatter, which then chains into their ability to generate the rest of their ultimates. They always have such an excellent idea when they go into a team fight of how they're going to sequence their abilities and what is available to them and what is available to their opponents. And their efficiency is just nuts.
If you're the Spark too, man, I mean, you turn to the right, you can see those opponents sitting across on the other side of the arena. You can see them just laughing their heads off, and that cannot feel good. Titans, see what they got on the attack. They only need that one tick, so we might see something a little bit funky here.
I am curious if they're going to go with this. Sometimes they do like to style on people, putting Haksal on his signature Genji pick from many years past.
Well, quad DPS at the moment from the Vancouver Titans.
Bumper's going to be on Pharah. This would not surprise me at all. They're definitely going to at least try this.
Yep. Will it be as good as his Hanzo? That's my question. All right, we got
I think it will be good enough.
The Bumper Pharah.
I think it will be good enough.
The coaches have said maybe if you get far enough ahead in the series, you can play DPS Bumper.
Let's be very clear. Genji is horrible against what the Hangzhou Spark are running. Like, who does he go on to, really?
He just pokes until he gets a blade and then becomes a hero, you know?
I guess that's going to be it.
Yeah, I mean, he's already a hero in the game, I guess, but like
if
real life hero.
You can't go up against God.
Oh,
okay, well, IDK is dead.
Twilight getting bloodthirsty early on anyway. They only need one tick. They're halfway there. Bumper goes aggressive. He's like, this is my time. I'm transitioning to DPS main.
He's going for Cosme.
That's right. Let's fight the 1v1 versus Arya in the hallway. Oh, he gets it directed onto Bebe. Oh, baby. All right. Justice reigns from a very silly place. Godspeed gets Bumper and Slime, though. This one might get pushed back a little bit here. I think it might. Janu there. All right.
Nano Blade.
Nano Blade. Can he do it?
Grenades already on them.
He can indeed. There's go Gugogi. Adora, welcome back, Haksal. Godspeed, though, returns with a couple kills of his own. This is insane.
Bumper's still there with the rockets.
That's right. Well, he has not yet built a barrage, but he's getting there. Don't worry.
I mean, you know what? They're going to be fine. They're going to have the faster respawn times. Here come 5 members already. Here's the 6-1 Bumper. Respawning right now, so they're going to be able to zone them out very effectively. Stitch getting behind on the Sombra.
Will Bumper get a barrage before the end of the map? That's what I'm wondering. Oh, maybe. Okay, now he's got a chance. All right.
Yeah, well, all right. You know what? The rest of them got out, so the fact that they got rid of the tank means that it's even easier to zone the Hangzhou Spark off of this point.
He's got the barrage now.
And they only need that one tick, right? So when you get rid of a tank, you can't stand on the point anymore, and that's what the Vancouver Titans are going to try and deal with.
The greatest play in Overwatch League history about to happen. The Bumper barrage, it gets used, and he kills. No, he immediately dies to his own rockets. What a guy. Slime. Okay. Ulting as well. All right, and now they only have 3 minutes left, guys.
Okay, I think they're gonna have to change now.
Yeah,
I think
here's where you swap
the trolling is over.
That's right.
Okay, it is over.
There you go. He just wanted that barrage, I'm telling you.
Well, the Hangzhou Spark successfully did not get disrespected by the Vancouver Titans.
Yeah. That's true. Well, the fact that they could do that.
Cheering for them not being disrespected. Amazing. I love it.
We'll take it and get it this way. All right, Stitch with the EMP immediately. Sound barrier gets used. IDK didn't get caught by it. Haksal with another Dragon Blade. When's he gonna decide to use it? Hanging out by the statue. Twilight's a ways away.
Here we go.
Here we go. All right, no nano boost with this one. Just an old-fashioned blade. Adora down, denying Haksal the dash reset from Bumper's Fire Strike. Thanks a lot, Bumper.
Okay, they're going to back off right now. They know they need to get Bumper back, and again, they are going to have that respawn advantage because Adora has to make it back from spawn. Okay, they are going to full switch now.
All right.
Janu's done. He's going to switch back to D.Va.
I mean, you know you've got at least a draw here. So Titans know they've won the match already.
Do you think the Titans coaches tell them in these scenarios, like, okay, at 2 minutes, you have to switch back to Ryan 3-3?
I don't know. Haksal down already, though. It's going to be Gugogi with the Primal Rage, pushing back the rest of the Titans.
I mean, to be fair, this is actually meaningless because even a draw right now is going to be a match win for the Titans.
Yeah, the Titans already won the match. Because even if they draw here and Spark wins the next map, that's not enough wins to tie and force a game 5. So The Titans know that they've already got this one. This is already a W in the books, right? So this is kind of an extended victory lap rather than just map 4. Here we go through the hotel. And Bumper does have that shatter. A lot of ultimate. So for Spark, ooh, 2 people shattered on the Spark. No kills out of that yet, though. Gugogi getting a little bit low, but gets healed up again. Self-destruct coming in. All right, they keep Stitch alive for the moment. They gave him the nano boost. Got a little bit of health back, trying to build up. That grab as fast as he can, gets the D-Mech onto Rhea, and with no Diva to worry about, you can just throw that grab in there anytime you want. Hawks all down. Bebe with the Transcendence, forcing Titans out for the moment, but they've got the numbers advantage now. At least they did. Janu D-Mech'd. Gugogi again with a pretty good primal rage to push the Titans back.
Big shatter, that's a 5-player shatter.
There it is, okay. Took a little while, they're down to 20 seconds out of 5 minutes left, but the Titans are finally going to win Kings Row. That's the series. One more map to go, but the Vancouver Titans playing with their food a little bit on that one.
Yeah, this
was entertaining.
This is quickly turning into the Overwatch equivalent of Achilles dragging Hector behind his chariot around Troy, so...
True, yep. That's exactly what I was thinking too, man.
Iliad references.
Yeah. Wow. Oxal's like, well, I got a 4K with my blade, I think. We'll take a break. When we come back, map number 4, don't miss it.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League. Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to this wonderful comedy special we call Vancouver Titans versus Hongzhou Spark. They're 3-0 in this series. And, well, if Kings Row is any indication, we're in for an exciting roller coaster of emotion with map number 4.
I really like the Titans because what other team would set an attack record on Kings Row and then try and style on somebody for 5 minutes and then, of course, just win in the final push? Why not? Why not? You love the showmanship.
Bumper was just like, you got to give me that barrage, man. I couldn't perform on Hanzo. I need to show my DPS skill.
I'm incredibly impressed that they know exactly the right times to sort of switch over to provide the adequate cushion to still make sure that they win.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Bumper's Forest stats. The card everybody wanted.
His barrage killed himself.
That's true. He needs 1 kill on the barrage himself. That's right. 3 deaths. Look at that. Wow, that's amazing. Average time to ult, 148.
Yep.
Probably not the greatest far we've ever seen. Better than his Hanzo stats. I'll give him that. He's improving as a DPS player. That's the biggest story with Bumper this stage, I think. Yeah.
He's improving on his projectile
He's definitely
DPS.
been practicing. Yeah. You can tell.
Well, you know, the series has been surprisingly fun.
It has. usually you get upset if it's not like really good.
No.
You do like people destroying other people.
I do. That's what I like. I do. You know, and we did get
What a
that
wholesome
twice.
guy.
We did get this twice today, right? When we got to cast the San Francisco Shock
That's
earlier.
true.
I actually am highly entertained by God Kings destroying peasants. So, you know, this is a great match for me in
You
particular.
like cheered for Xerxes at the end of 300.
I did.
It's like, yeah, finally.
Guess
Take
who
that,
won?
Spartans.
Xerxes.
Well, only in that one.
Temporarily.
He lost later. Yeah,
he did.
That's true.
He did lose later.
Yep, there you go. Well, we got a substitution. On that note, we have a substitution coming in, and it's Repel coming in for Twilight. That's right.
Twilight deserves a rest. He's been absolutely amazing. This
Twilight
series.
has been incredible. Yeah, nothing but serious, amazing autoplay from him all match long.
Where's Hureg?
Yeah, where's Hureg?
This
Come on.
is the time for Hureg.
That's right. Hashtag do it for Hureg. Yep. Well, whatever. Map number 4 coming up. We'll see if the Spark can get a win here on this one, but it's not looking likely, judging by how things have gone so far. And, you know, one can only hope that the Titans can finish their attack round very quickly and then can show us ridiculous things. But you do got to feel for the Spark a little bit. Again, I feel like there's a lot of parallels between these guys in charge, actually, where you have a lot of individual talent that just hasn't been able to be combined into good team talent.
Yeah, we know that the individual talent exists on both the Spark and the Charge.
We're not just saying that to be nice.
Yeah.
We wouldn't say that to be nice.
I would never be nice unless I really meant it.
Yeah, unless you absolutely had to be. Yeah. You look at players like Gushui and Godsby, like these are really good Overwatch players, IDK as well. But it's just not coming together. You know, the cohesiveness just isn't there right now.
Yeah. And also, it just seems like some of the team comps they were using were just never going to be effective against the Titans, so...
Yep, pretty much. Well, we are going to Gibraltar. That will be the final map in this series. The Vancouver Titans have already locked things up a little bit. They're getting the win, but map score matters, right?
That King's Row is just, it's deeply fascinating to me because...
It was a true display of power is what it was.
Exactly, it just says so much about the Titans. Like, you look at that match and you think to yourself, oh, wow, look at the Spark. Look at how fast the time they have. Nearly 4 minutes left in the time bank.
Yeah.
They punished that mistake so hard. You know what happens with the Titans? No problem. Just come back fastest time ever on Kings Row and Overwatch League. It's like Game 7 against the San Francisco Shock in our stage final. It's like, oh, wow, you know, Shock made a good time. Guess what? Rialto. Titans come back, fastest time on Rialto ever. It's like when you really push them, they just get better. It's crazy.
They're like a Dragon Ball Z character, man. They're definitely like a Saiyan or something where it's like you knock them down, they're like, oh, well, I guess I'll have to take off these 5,000-pound training weights now. And
that was a Naruto
seriously.
character, to be fair.
No, Goku wore
Goku wore the training weights too.
Yeah.
Well, but the dramatic
You're trying
one,
to pretend you know more about anime than I do? Really? Mr. Overwatch League is not an anime?
Just because it's not an anime doesn't mean that other things aren't anime or being able to be appreciated.
Anime is anime, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
Let's just not talk about the Cowboy Bebop live action thing. That just makes me sad.
Yeah, makes everybody sad.
Ugh, and ill as well. Sad and ill. Well, Repel down early. Welcome to Overwatch League. Godsby with a kill there. And Ongjo Spark stopping Titans cold early on.
I love Overwatch ragdoll physics. So good.
They are fun.
Well, quick cleanup there from the Hangzhou Spark. Godsby lasering down a support to start things off.
Identical comps between both teams, going for that Winston 3-3.
Yeah, it has been really popular, especially on point A here. And part of that reason is it transitions so well into point B. Playing Rhine 3-3 into point B is sort of a disaster because the Winston can cover all 4 choke points with the leap. So you pretty much, it's very difficult, I think, to play Rhine 3-3 on B. So also with the high ground on A.
Yep. Oh, Janu, demeched already. And Titans, again, not really making much progress yet. A lot of ladders sitting around on this map.
Well, Repel is living up to his name. By dying first, he's repelling his own team's attacks on the payload.
It's a different kind of spelling for Repel, though.
It is. It is a different spelling.
A bumper.
Let me have my jokes.
All right. Sorry, I'm much too serious. I definitely need to lighten up. Bumper, Primal Rage. It's time. Low health members all across Vancouver Titans, but maybe Bumper can get something done here. He's just going to juggle Godsby for a while. Stitch gets a finishing blow, and now the payload finally moving.
They're going to have time, though, I think, to get this respawn in. We'll see how long it takes. Are they going to touch? Respawn comes through now. And
they're trying. Gushue looks like he's waiting for it. Rhea comes out as well.
Stall self-destruct to get the Zarya there.
Yep, Stitch, though, waiting for the grab. Gonna go ahead and just toss it in there. Why not? No Diva on the other side as the self-destruct was used, and there's a double kill for Janu. On the Gushue and Adora. Goodbye, Godspeed. And that's going to be point A for the Titans as soon as the cleanup finishes.
I mean, nothing they could do there, really. No sound barrier for IDK to provide them with that necessary protection. So Godspeed, ooh,
the split spawn. That's tough.
Oh, are they not going to die?
Away. Well,
actually,
get away.
Yeah, he is going to get away. Okay, so it's not so bad.
Close one. Yeah, usually when your spawns are split up, as in the point is taken and you still have a couple people coming out of the old spawn doors, you can lose some members of your team early and then lose a lot of progress on that one, but Gushue able to make it out, luckily, for the Spark.
Still, Titans able to take the high ground. Huge advantage in the shuttle phase.
Seen that before. Godspeed with the grab again. Waiting for a chance here. They're going to use the sound barrier. You might not even need to use the grab on this push. Or on this fight, rather. We will see. They're kind of waiting out Bumper's Primal Rage right now, but he's got, like, no health left. Yeah, they can just chase down everybody now. Bumper, Stitch, no health remaining, really.
Yeah, pretty good value there for the Spark as well.
Yeah.
It's very important for the defense. Oh, wow, he's still going, Gushue. Looking for some more advantages. We'll get booped out. Does have his cooldown reset on his jump, though, after falling out of the animation for his ultimate. And now they are going to go back. So defensive advantage here on Gibraltar B is pretty significant because of how fast you can react to people coming through these chokes.
Yeah.
Also helps you generate Primal Rage very quickly by catching so many people at once.
And the ability to just sit up on top of the shuttle and just go after whatever door they come through is pretty nice.
Yeah, also have the Graviton, so if the Diva goes low ground, you do have some issues sometimes.
Yep. Now they're trying to demech Rhea. That's been kind of the strategy. Demech Rhea and then get an easy grab. Well, there it is. Self-destruct to use. Stitch has his own personal shield to stay alive. Gonna do more damage. Yeah, gets a
nice grab.
Free grab. Again, Bebe trapped in there as well. Rhea demeched almost instantly. Now the grab comes in, and it's gonna bring out the sound barrier on the Vancouver side. Repelled down. They're still gonna keep pushing, though. That payload's still moving.
Titan's just so smart. I mean, what do you say? Like, they know they have the grab self-destruct combo available. So Janu is tracking Godspeed to make sure he can't use the grab, and they focus the Diva bomb, or the Diva, so she has to use bomb.
Yep.
And then they don't have combo anymore.
Pretty much. Yeah, they really know how to pick apart a 3-3 comp. That said, Hangzhou Spark coming back with another great Gushue Primal Rage. It's definitely something that he's been known for a long time, and it will deliver the Spark a little bit more of a defensive edge.
Yeah, Gushue, very good use of Primal Rage on these two pushes right now. He's getting it very quickly again. That defensive advantage when you're playing the Winston on these chokes is pretty significant in terms of ult development and ult charging.
Yeah, 1:30 left on the clock now for the Titans to try to keep pushing here.
They switched to Bumper on the Reinhardt, which means that Spark knows they're going to come out of a lower door, which means Gushue can tickle them from above, drop down like you're seeing, and generate a ton of ult charge.
Speaking of
He's
ult
nearly
charge.
at another ult already. Look at that, 65%.
Yep. Godspeed, meanwhile, at 99% for his grab. He's got it now. Trying to find a time to use that. They've got the rally. They've got the extra armor. Stitch, ooh, takes a lot of damage. Could be a rally from Vancouver Titans to try to help equalize on the extra health. Minute remaining. That's the grab just thrown from on high. Here comes the self-destruct from Rhea. And he kills out that one. No knock quite. Meanwhile, Janu does finish off Godspeed. And what would be, theoretically, the final fight of point B. It looks like it's going to be Titans pushing it through to the next one.
Yeah, definitely. Stitch still has a Graviton, too. So plenty to clean up with, but there will be no more defense from the Spark.
Yep.
Spark need to be careful about getting split spawn right here.
Only 2 minutes for them.
Oh, that's
Vancouver
that.
Titans.
Godspeed he was split spawn, so he had to just pitch himself off the edge. And now the spawn camping is going to begin because Titans know that they have this advantage, pushing them back all the way into those spawn doors to get some extra movement on the payload.
Yep. They get a good bit of distance immediately. Can they finish, though? Not a lot of time left. And Spark with a lot of ultimates. Gushue going in, getting aggressive. That's another Primal Rage right away. They're going to roast Bumper, too. So Bumper dropping almost instantly. Now, what can Titans do? They're going to actually dedicate the grab despite Bumper being down. There's a self-destruct. Godspeed taken out. That was a kill onto Rhea's mech as well. So Spark actually reeling from that reverse 5v6.
Yeah, I don't think the Spark realized that the Titans were going to go for that because IDK didn't use a sound barrier to protect his team from the bomb.
You gotta check the stats, man. I mean, Titans has one of the highest win rates after their main tank dies of any team out there in stage 1. It's just what they do. They're not worried about bumper dying.
Right, still got grab bomb combo. Let's go, they say.
Yep. Let's do it. Sound barrier, gonna wait that one out a little bit. On the Titan side, shields start expiring now. IDK in a little bit of trouble. Gonna turn around for the shatter. Did get Bebe with that one. Now self-destruct comes in for Rhea and catches Stitch. Unfortunately for the Titans, they're gonna try to keep pushing forward with that Transcendence, but it looks like that's where the push is gonna stop for now. 30 seconds remaining, and the Titans need to disengage to try to group up for one more.
One final push is all they're going to have.
Yep.
No ultimates available to them immediately. He is going to remech in spawn right now.
And they might not finish the attack here. Only 10 seconds left. They're gonna need to be really aggressive with it.
Yeah, Titans are just poking for ult charge right now. That's why they're taking so long, slow pushing in.
Yep. All right. Godspeed's graph could save the day here. Janu getting demexed. That's a problem for the Titans. Now another grab comes in. That's gonna be it. They are not gonna complete the attack here on Gibraltar. The grab not really getting the Titans anything, and so the Spark managed to stop the Repel. Just gonna say, I'm gonna live as long as I can here. Janu can't quite get there.
Party's in on the payload.
Yep, that's right. And so the Spark hold the Titans just shy of taking all 3 points on Gibraltar.
Yeah, pretty respectable defense at the end there from the Spark too.
Sure.
Had some trouble there on point A, but stabilized on point B and point C. Prevented the Titans from running all the way through the map. Nice plays by Gugogi in particular.
Yep. Yeah, Gugogi, I think, really kind of saved the day with some of those primal rages, and you know that's something that he's been known for a long time.
Yeah, had a really good counter shatter on that last Graviton Surge too, just to make sure that Stitch wasn't going to be able to deal any damage and somehow steal the map away from them.
Yep. That said, Gibraltar point C can be kind of tricky to push through sometimes, and Titans got it nearly all the way there. So as far as winning a map goes, Spark definitely not out of the woods just yet. They still need to have a good attack themselves to at least come away with a 1-3 loss instead of an 0-4 loss.
Yeah, worth noting too that in terms of playoff seeding, as our analysts were mentioning during the halftime, it looks like it's, based on strength of schedule, it looks like it's possible that we could have multiple teams go 7-0 once again during this stage. And considering that San Francisco Shock is currently sitting at 2-0 at a +8 map score, meaning they've won every map, this actually does matter to the Titans.
Yeah, that is true. That's a good point. In that a map loss here could mean the difference between like first, second, possibly even third seed at the end of the stage with the way some of the schedules are kind of shaking out.
Titans still definitely wanting to win this one, especially since this is their first match of the stage. Might as well get the 4-0 clean sweep early on and set themselves up for success down the road.
Hongzhou definitely doesn't want to start their stage 0-4 in their first match.
Yeah, it's interesting, the schedules that we have, because obviously we did get to see Shock versus Titans and NYXL versus Titans during the regular stage play, or NYXL versus Shock rather. But we're not going to see any of those matchups between NYXL, Shock, and Titans this stage, in fact.
That's right.
Obviously, Shock versus NYXL, since they're in opposite divisions, will only happen once during the course of the season. And Titans versus NYXL doesn't happen until August, and the Titans Shock rematch doesn't happen this stage.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, Vancouver Titans playing this one very passively, actually. Giving a lot of ground over to Spark. They're not going to fight it out in server either with that Winston 3-3 composition. Bumper, definitely a lot lower in the ult percentage than Gugogi right now. And Godspeed really exceeding Stitch, too, as far as the Zarya ultimate's coming in, too. So Spark with the advantage here. It's going to be the sound barrier, though, for the Titans as they get aggressive. They got the stun to Gugogi for a moment, couldn't complete the kill. He's going to Primal Rage, though. Godspeed waiting for a chance to use that grab. They might not even need it with a kill onto Bumper already. All right, they're going to use the grab anyway.
Repel's going to have a party in it with the Transcendence.
Why not? Party in the grab. Bumper's back again. Getting really close to his ultimate now. Janu just popping that self-destruct to get his mech back again. Bumper with the primal rage. Here's where they try to turn it around. Stitch, again, grab ready to go. But Bumper down, Bebe gets the kill. They're gonna grab anyway. But Bebe does have the transcendence. Nice double kill from Rhea to finish off this fight and take point A.
There you go, quick point A for the Hangzhou Spark, winning the only real team fight of that entire point after poking on the high ground. Got a lot of time for themselves now. Godspeed trying to get a little bit of extra ult charge by firing through some of these doorways. Gushui already positioned on top of the shuttle to cover these entrances, and they are in a prime position now on what is a very difficult point B to attack.
Gushui has just been building his ultimate so much faster than Bumper has in this round too. Already up to 67%. Bumper down at 9. Well, I guess he swapped to Reinhardt now. Never mind. Never mind. On the Winston, he was. Reinhardt, different story.
Low. Forces Trance.
All right, yeah, Trance trying to keep people up. Gushui gets a sound barrier. There's another grab coming in from Spark. They're going to get Stitch. So Stitch struggling a little bit on this Zarya today. Rhea and Adora down, and Gushui already with that primal rage. Not letting Reinhardt really charge where he wanted to. He's going to get juggled to death. Oh, maybe he's not. He's got the sound barrier. Actually, that barrier came in just in time to save Bumper.
Yeah, shuttle's still moving though, so payload has been en route this whole time. They are going to get Adora back with a rally for this next fight.
Okay.
Not a lot available to the Titans right now. Godspeed winning the charge race just barely for his Graviton Surge compared to Stitch.
Yep. So will they wait for Stitch's grab before using the self-destruct? That's the question here.
Do they know that Repel doesn't have Trance?
No, they won't. We'll see. Oh, they caught Adora with that self-destruct. That's rough for the Spark, but now the Titans trying to follow up. Bebe is behind them. Stitch, though, gets the damage done onto Gushui. And so, that's going to be a hold now for the Vancouver Titans. And it's a long walk back to where the payload is now. This does get a little bit tricky for the attacker if the payload stops here.
Yeah, sure, but they're also running the Reinhardt, so upper doorways are not easily defendable, so Hangzhou Spark can play upper, and that's what they're going to do against the Reinhardt. Does make it a lot easier on the attacking team.
That works. All right, so the Titans waiting for Spark to rotate through now. Stitch just has not had a lot of charge on that Zarya, it seems like, for the entire map.
Does have the Graviton though, both teams have grab and trance, so probably nothing gonna happen out of these grabs.
All right, first grab comes in, there's a trance from Repel as well. Stitch uses his grab too. Gonna try it. All right, ooh, nice Earth Shatter from Bumper, but again, oh, they do get the kill on the door. Okay, Bulb's looking at that.
Oh, Rhea!
PK. You turned your back on the self-destruct. You can't do that. Oh, Rhea bailing his team out, and that's gonna be B.
Wow, very nicely done. So Hangzhou Spark managed to get the big self-destruct kill.
Yep.
After the trance goes out, Hawksall split spawn, everybody gonna have to pitch themselves over the side. Bumper's gonna take the express route via the charge.
Yeah, why not, man? I mean, you don't want to have to try to run back around the corner, use up more time. Why not just respawn back?
Maybe you get lucky and take somebody with you.
True enough. Yeah.
Not lucky this time, though. Hangzhou Spark, though, still plenty of time. Very winnable map for them.
I would say so, yeah. They've got a lot in the bank coming into C. Good ultimate percentages as well. And they seem to really have Titan's number on this map anyway. All right, sound barrier now for both teams. Slugging it out. Gushui's primal rage ending. He does not have a lot of health remaining. Can they chase him down? Maybe. Maybe not. Graviton Surge, goodbye Stitch again. They've been catching him so many times with that grab, and that's one of the reasons why Stitch has been so low percentage. Repel just not getting his Transcendence in time.
Yeah, he was at like 97% during that grab, so not a really good reaction, but Hangzhou playing around that window seriously well. Now it looks like they may just win this map.
They might. I think it's looking pretty likely at this point. Repel still has the Transcendence available. The rally used by Vancouver to try to get a little bit of purchase on the point. There's the grab. Hawksall takes out IDK. Rhea with the self-destruct, but this time no 3K. Bumper gets a charge kill onto Rhea before he can remech. And that will be a hold.
Hawksall made the plays there, by the way. That was a very impressive display. I mean, they got the stun onto Rhea before he could remech, and then Bumper charged him. So self-destruct thrown out there, but no value from it.
Yeah.
Still a minute 20 though, so Hangzhou Spark coming up with some ultimates that could help them. Plenty of time to charge up Godspeed's Graviton Surge when this map ends.
You can also never count out Spark when Gugogi is about to have his Primal Rage too, so.
Big plays incoming.
It's also something to think about. All right, here we go, Primal Rage from Gugogi. Trying to get something done with that. Rhea D-Mech though. Not the start that Spark would have wanted. They've got under a minute to try to finish this one.
Yeah, they need to play for ultimate charge right now, then reset.
Yeah, they're backing up. Okay. Oh, Godspeed down. That's a nice stagger for the Titans.
Yeah, they've got time though. So the idea there, doesn't matter if Rhea dies, he needs to remech anyway. Yeah. The idea there was yes, they're sacrificing the Zarya energy for Godspeed, but they need to get the ult charge up as much as possible. So they forced the Titans to eliminate him. However, Repel now has the trance, so the window may have closed for the Hangzhou Spark. We'll see what they can do on a final push.
Well, Titans certainly have a massive ult advantage. They're nearing 6 ultimates at the moment.
So it should be a slow push from the Spark. They don't need to play fast right now. They need to play slow.
All right.
Stun onto Godspeed. That's actually huge. Waste time where he could be charging his ult.
Yeah, true enough. Didn't get any kills out of it, though. The rallies come in for both sides. We're into OT now. Hangzhou Spark desperately trying to get at least one map win here, but there's the grab for the Titans. Here comes the self-destruct for Janu. Can't force the shield out of the way, but he does get the charge kill on Adora. Maybe's trance ends now. Repel uses his to keep his team alive. Counter Shatter comes in from the Titans. IDK out of the way. Both Lucios, in fact, going down. Rhea D-Mech, things starting to look pretty good for the Vancouver Titans to complete this 4-0. Overtime expires, and that will be it. A spark, certainly showing a spark of life at the end of that one, but it will be the Titans with the 4-0.
I think IDK was actually stunned out of his sound barrier in that last one. Didn't quite see how that one ended, but regardless, the Vancouver Titans with a huge ult advantage, and they will use it to close out that map.
Not bad. Not a bad result for the Vancouver Titans. They thrilled, they entertained us. They got the 4-0.
As is their want, though, as is their want. I mean, you look at that scoreboard and you think, wow, some of those maps look really close until you realize that map 2 was like a 4-minute time bank on Hanamura to 0 minutes, and it was the fastest Kings Row ever, and they spent a lot of the time just playing with their food, so.
Exactly. Well,
numbers don't tell the whole story, do they?
They don't always. Sometimes you gotta watch. Always you gotta watch. Entertaining series though. Rough start for the Hangzhou Spark, but a team just like with the Charge. I'm gonna say it again, these two teams, a lot of individual talent on them. They just gotta get the cohesion going. For now though, we have Danny standing by with Stitch for some thoughts on that match.
Thank you guys very much. What is up, everybody? I am here with Stitch from Vancouver Titans. Everybody, give it up for Stitch. Yeah! Congratulations, great job today. Now, during halftime, I actually got to talk to your team, and they told me that the transition to the new meta was actually, it wasn't difficult at all, thanks to talented players just like yourself. Stitch, how are you liking this new meta? 자, 제가 해프타임 때 팀과 좀 얘기를 나눠봤는데 이번 뉴 메타의 적응이 굉장히 빨랐다고 했어요. 그 이중에 하나가 스티치 선수 같이 좀 쟁쟁한 딜러들이 많아서 굉장히 편하게 좀 잘 적응했다라고 했는데 스티치 선수, 이번 메타 좀 어떠신가요?
전이랑 똑같은데 약간 루시우만 느려진 3-3인 것 같아요.
So I feel like there's not a lot of difference. It's still, you know, we're still running a lot of 3-3 composition, but just the fact that Lucio is a little bit slower. But we did see you play some DPS heroes, and you're a DPS main. How did it feel to just like, you know, be on stage and play in front of all your fans? 자, 그리고 아까 또 방금 또 3-3 조합에 대해서 좀 얘기를 하셨는데 그래도 또 딜러이시잖아요. 그래도 굉장히 잘하는 딜러신데 이렇게 무대에서 좀 이렇게 좀 많은 영웅들 쓰고 또 팬들 앞에서 좀 이렇게 좋은 모습을 보여주는 거에 대해서 좀 어떠세요? 기분 좋으신가요?
오랜만에 나와서 했는데 살짝 긴장한 거 말고는 괜찮은 것 같아요.
So actually, it's been a while since I've taken on stage, and so I was a little bit nervous, but I think I did okay. You didn't do okay. You did great, right, everybody? Stitch was great. 너무 잘하셨어요. Next question. You know, with today's win, you guys are still undefeated, 0 losses. Stitch, can anyone or any team put a stop to your winning streak? 자, 오늘의 승리 또 한 번 더 이 연승을 계속 이어가고 있는데 스티치 선수, 과연 어떤 팀이 우리 밴쿠버 타이탄즈를 막을 수 있을까요?
생각해봤는데 없는 것 같아요.
I actually really put in a lot of thought to this. I don't think there's any team that could stop us. All right, cool. Thank you, everybody. Give it up for Stitch one more time. Monty and Dua, back to you guys.
Thanks, Danny. I could tell he really did put a lot of thought into that response. I don't think so.
I mean, to be
hard
fair,
to argue with him, too.
To be fair, the Vancouver Titans, ever since they were runaway, have been on a winning streak since last summer. So that was their 18th consecutive win, I believe.
That's pretty crazy. They can't keep getting away with it.
They will.
I think they will for a while. That's right. Let's take a look at our player of the match by Omen by HP. It's Twilight. That's right, the flex support superstar playing some great honor today. Look at that.
There we go. There's the sleep that
right out of the res.
I thought I saw, and I did indeed see.
Indeed. Sleep darts aplenty. And Twilight just had a superstar day. It was so good, in fact, he got to sit the last map out. But
that's right.
That did not remove him from the possibility of being the player of the match.
I think he deserved a rest. He put everyone else to sleep, but there you go. Give him the crouch.
You know, bit of the crouch in there. All right, well, spectacular Ana play.
I mean,
21 enemies slept, yeah.
21 final blows to 9 deaths. I know Captain Planet, our stats wizard, was very happy with that line. Really impressive stuff from an Ana player for sure.
If he hits you with that sleep dart, you die. That's what we can get away from that one, right? That's right. Wow, what a interesting series to watch. We definitely kind of saw the. It was fun. I loved some crazy stuff. Yeah, bumpers, Farah. Can't wait to see what DPS Hero he pulls out next. That's the next big question. But we're not done yet, guys. We have one more match to go. It's going to be the Washington Justice versus the Chengdu Hunters. You thought Fun Overwatch was done for today? No, it's not done. There's going to be another match. Stick around. See you then.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Toyota, official North American partner of the Overwatch League. Toyota, let's go places.
the week here to start off Stage 2 in the Overwatch League, but generally the balance of power seems to be much where we left off in Stage 1. We'll have time to ruminate a little bit more about that after this next match coming up. The Chengdu Hunters look pretty damn good after Stage once more. The Washington Justice, well, maybe not just as dominant or at all, actually, coming to this one. We're still yet to really see them hit their stride. We got to see a couple different looks from them earlier this week. Exactly. But in general, you'd have to think this is going to be quite the matchup for them after Chengdu breezed past Paris earlier this week.
Oh, the Hunters were sick the other day against the Paris Eternal. I think they've really kind of turned themselves into fan favorites. They play a really interesting style of play that teams do not, really kind of, they haven't figured it out. Can't even play anything close to
Cruz was saying, with 1 day to realistically prepare and to play these guys, we had no idea what to come up with. And again, he was saying, we just had to try and adapt on the fly to what they were doing and try and theory craft whilst trying to play the game, whilst also trying to stay positive after, struggling map after map. Now, if you think Paris did have a decent start to the week, of course, the first match they prepared for against the Defiant was a bit better. But let's talk a little bit more about Corey, who looked quite good, especially in the final map of Washington's last series, Matt. We saw him only play Zarya in Stage 1. Now, a bit of a diversified portfolio he's been able to put forward.
Yeah, a hero that we've heard he was very strong on leading into the Overwatch League this year was his Widowmaker. He played a really strong Widowmaker the other day. I think you're really going to need to see Corey pop off in a big way today if they're going to be able to take out the Hunters.
To get so many stars on the opposite sides of the stage, the Washington Justice definitely need to push some of their own into the spotlight. So let's start that off right here. Everybody, welcome to the stage, the Washington Justice. Corey leading the charge. His team is not winless. So they are 1-7 currently. More opportunities to pick up wins throughout the course of this stage. It is a team also that's experiencing some adjustments. Ark now being part of this team. We are very interested to see how his influence is felt, or at least how it manifests now as he sits in that support role.
In Brent's power rankings based off of primary colors are pretty high up.
They got red and that's
red and blue. I mean, that is
the only team that's stronger is Paris that has yellow as well, right?
Ark coming in as the main support over from NYXL. He was really like a mainstay, the main support for NYXL last year for most of the season. Then Animo takes over, and now after that, they don't really need Ark, because Animo can play most of the main support. So they get Ark, very good shot caller, can speak really good English as well to be able to communicate to Corey, to include him with the rest of the comp. So I feel like Ark over time will be a big piece of this team.
And their opponents would like to say, welcome to the jungle. We got fun and video games. Welcome to the stage, everybody, the Chengdu Hunters. Now, what really let this team down, I feel like, in Stage 1, that was losing games they just shouldn't have. Like, no reason to drop a few of these matches. They had some stiff opposition. Of course, I think Vancouver Titans was one of the teams they had to go up against, but consistency still eluded them a little bit. And with their play style, it kind of makes sense, right? They play aggressive. Sometimes they overextend, they go too far. Maybe they're not always able to put up the same numbers, but that has definitely got to be something that this team is aiming for, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, they have a play style, and they dare you to come in and beat it. And they're not going to change their game. They're going to play aggressive. They're going to play a little bit wacky. And I think, like you mentioned what Cruz said the other day, like trying to theory craft and figure it out on the fly is incredibly difficult, because then what happens is the Hunters now have a solid 3-3 composition to fall back on with the main tank here in the middle.
And we talk about Amon a lot. Okay? We spend a lot of time discussing the main tank player.
But it's work.
Well, it is work, and it also makes sense. This guy is the guy to beat if you're going to try and get past the Chengdu Hunters. Obviously, I think the percentage of Wrecking Ball played by Chengdu is like 87% compared to a league average of 23 or something similar. So, yeah, we can see here, like, the next closest is 109 minutes.
I mean, what do you do when he comes down with like a pile driver, and then you have Bacon Jack putting down the consistent damage, with the 76?
See what happened to Finzi there? Yeah. He gets the knockup, bit of damage, and then there's someone, following up. Elsa was there on the Tracer, someone who's always there. But something that Chengdu are very good at doing is playing together. If they're going to play aggressive or passive, that's fine, because they do either one of those as a unit.
And I mean, you see the seconds between knockbacks, when you have the 6 seconds and the Forest coming down, putting some rockets, very difficult to stay at the same spot, get anything going. It's a map set presented by Toyota. It'll be Oasis to kick things off. Probably not a map that Washington wanted to see. Very good map for Jinmu's Farah.
It will be interesting, I think, as the series goes through. King's Row is part of the map pool here. That's a map where, teams are still preferring to play more tank-oriented compositions. We're seeing some bunker comps on defense on that map. But Reinhardt is still as strong as ever. That is something that Chengdu are able to
The
show.
Hunters will just play Symmetra on offense.
Do it. That looks fantastic on Hanamura. I mean, we gave Elsa the honors. Elsa was player of the match previously for the Hunters for his Symmetra play. But now we're off and running. Gardens is where it begins. So there's going to be Sombra Farah composition here from the Hunters, but the Justice do go for a bit more of a tank-based composition. No damage dealers on that roster.
And they are going to play the Moira here, so no Zenyatta in play for the Justice. They'll play Moira instead. And Janish taking some damage here from Amon, just going to go back. You have Jinmu's far, just putting down damage as well. Big pile driver coming down.
Amon just trying to shake Justice off their purchase as they try and engage all together. And notice that he gets his ultimates very quickly. Just knocking into people at speed is helping him get that bar charged up nicely. Janus going down first. Again, a tank who has in the past been criticized of just finding himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'd say this would be the same here. He does get caught out. And look, Washington, I feel like, want to play like the Toronto Defiant, Matt. They want to play no nonsense. They want to play solid fundamentals here. But Chengdu are kind of the antithesis to that play style.
Yeah, I feel like if you try and come in and play the norm against the Hunters, you're going to lose. I think you need to run something that really, you're talking about it on the way in. It's like you need to dedicate like so many resources to get rid of the Wrecking Ball.
How do you stop Wrecking Ball right now, like realistically? How many stuns do you need?
With the way he plays Wrecking Ball, you're going to need like at least 2. I think just having the break, not enough.
Minefield now being deployed. Janus down to half already. Pretty much instantly eliminated. Once more, the main tank for the Washington Justice is MIA. And then the follow-up from Jinmu, who always seems to be there. And the barrage will end that fight again. Washington Justice back to the drawing board.
I mean, you're going to walk into, they're going to have Transcendence here. You're going to have an EMP for the Hunters, so you just use your Minefield, Rocket Barrage there. You did use Valkyrie as well, so.
I mean, they have still a lot to work with though, man. You can see this composition that Chengdu are playing is one that they are quite comfortable with, something that other teams don't really go for. Bacon Jack hoping for a big EMP. He was revealed there as well. It could be dangerous, but had to translocate out. And he does.
Who do you land this grab onto, though? Everybody can play so spread out here for the Hunters.
You try and get Amon with the grab. I think you try and burst him down as quickly as you can before you get in.
I guess Amon would be the answer.
Yeah. There's the EMP, though. 3 players caught by that one. Guido's still able to get the Coalescence off, so healing available for the Justice on that high ground. But the Chengdu Hunters still have positional advantage here. You see, they're not really in a hurry to push off. A lot of ultimates being used, and that's the grab. It's Bacon Jack that gets caught, but he'd already used the EMP. Essentially, his job had been done. Self-destruct will zone the point, and it will catch Janus as well. Again, unfortunate end for the Winston here, the Washington Justice. Now they need to get it done without Janus, their leader from the front. Corey charged up on the high ground, but it falls to a barrage here. Jinmu very lucky to get out alive. It looked like from behind he was being shot by Guido. Now Ark pretty much left on his own here. There will be Janus returning to the fight with Primal Rage. The Justice have to win this fight here. They haven't won one yet in this particular round, and it's already 99% on the clock for the Chengdu Hunters. Amon hoping to chase down Sansam. He gets the finish. Not as flashy as knocking him off the edge, but just as effective. And he has his shield available as well. That adaptive shield for Amon if he wants to go aggressive. He does use it, backs out. So durable right now, so hard to take down.
Oh, he's going to get another Minefield with the knockbacks, the amount of damage he's put down. He's going to get a final blow here onto Corey. If you're the Justice, we just saw Paris lose running a similar setup against the Hunters. You probably should have had some kind of game plan that was a different variation, something a little bit different to come out here.
Well, that is fair. I mean, the Justice had a couple of days to see the tape from the previous Hunters outing to try and get some information from it, but they straight up just got hustled in the neutral. Simple as that. Will it be a composition change? Maybe you see them try and answer this Farah pick, man. Especially on a map like University here, where it is more encouraged.
I think McCree's a good pick here for Corey, as you can have the McCree to potentially stop some of the flankers. Another stun onto the Wrecking Ball. Obviously good against the Farah in the sky. The McCree makes a ton of sense here.
Out of the gates once more, Chengdu with Bacon Jack on the 76, and now Elsa is playing the Sombra. So this team, again, happy to chop and change their composition, and they've got the players to support it. Washington try and set Corey up to actually be safe while they'll be able to have an impact over the fight. Jinmu is playing quite carefully himself.
And this is the same exact thing that they did the other day, where it was like Bacon Jack would go underneath and go on these long flanks. So he actually comes back to play from his team side now. The other day when they tried the flank, it didn't work. As Jinmu concussive blast, just trying to separate some players here from the Justice.
Yeah, it looked like Guido actually got given a repair pack from Ado there, which is not normally a priority. He almost got burst down by Jinmu, who was just playing from extreme range, harassing, constantly just taking chunks out of health pools here. And look at this, Corey can't get eyes on Jinmu right now. If he wants to do that, he has to push out of safety, which would, again, make him subject to all the damage that's coming from above. Corey went down already, brought back to life. Guido needs to be careful here, and Giannis has finally caught the scent of Jinmu, but can't catch him.
I mean, he's going into the sky trying to get the Mercy out, and able to get Valkyrie now going to use it.
Wow, from the top row. That's it. Amon tries to drop on top of Giannis here, who got hacked immediately after. Sansam at risk of losing his mech here. Nivatal goes down. No, it was actually Elsa. I thought Corey would be able to pick up the Mercy as well, but the Deadeye still gets one kill. Jinmu, though, strolls inside a small enclosed space and uses Farad.
Nobody still control the point.
That's still the first fight going. Amon could capture it right now.
But he gets off.
Actually, just capture it. Oh, he wants to fight. He doesn't want to play the objective, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you still have Keo Janet there as well.
You're transcendencing just for your habit, by the way.
Not?
2 players, Transcendence seems like a great play. Chongdu finally win the point. They definitely don't do it without style.
That feels like the longest first fight we've had in a very long time. So, now the Hunters will start to accrue percentage here. You do have the attack visor in play for Bacon Jack. No shield on the other side. I mean, you just have like the defense makes you seed it all up. But see if Corey, when he gets his Deadeye, can potentially get another pick off. But it's so difficult for Corey because he's got to deal with the Wrecking Ball diving in, the Sombra in the Farah rockets coming down.
Just a couple too many threats for McCree. One is enough generally. Okay, it's about aim on him. Ooh! Bacon Jack going down. He tried, of course, to go for the tactical visor, but Guido was able to stop in his tracks. Now the rest of the Chongdu Hunters need to lift. They're down to 5 players. Kyo also falls the minefield.
What was that?
Giannis!
He just jumped into it.
Did the mines fall down the middle of the pit? Did Giannis walk into it when he tried to drop down?
I was watching from the top down. He actually jumped from the high ground onto the mines and then jumped to the low down. There was another mine underneath.
So brave, protecting the rest of his team from the mines like that.
Yeah, that's
you love to see it.
That's the way to put it.
There's an EMP for Elsa here. McCree's still relatively effective when EMP. He just kind of can't stun anything or roll away, so he needs to just fly by the seat of his pants with the 6-shooter. Too close to barrage now. It's also okay. Ado goes for the rally. It was an EMP that came in and actually caught him towards Giannis. Great time for a Deadeye. And Corey's satisfied with just catching Jinmu there. He doesn't want to hold that any longer. It was a 1-for-1 trade, but Giannis is brought back. Bacon Jack, Bloodic Field thrown down, and Corey didn't have the window to finish him off after the stun hit. But the Justice are in control of the point here, Matt. The Hunters are the ones that have to step up and reclaim.
Yeah, just nice positioning from Corey. Didn't get hit by that EMP, and he's able to use the Deadeye. He puts that down a few nice shots, I believe, on Elsa before he decides to use his Deadeye.
Corey almost picked off Evil Tal at extreme range there.
So you have Jinmu switch over to Brigitte. Bacon Jack will play the McCree. So you're bringing out McCree of your own here for the Hunters.
That's a McDouble. We like those. We've seen Bacon Jack play much McCree yet. Again, no positioning here. Sunsum mitigating a lot of that damage. We're getting caught out in the process. Ado also going over the edge from the whip shot. Trying to make a very small change. Doesn't seem to be that massive, but a big difference here. Getting rid of the Mercy, going towards that Lucio and the McCree in Bacon Jack's hands. He's doing well to stay sharp and safe. Corey, talk to him, bro.
Yeah, the Justice do get those 77% though. Now you see the Hunters getting aggressive.
Guido's lucky. He just saved his own life with that sleep dart.
We'll see, maybe use the minefield to help everybody get out of this. Be Transcendence use here. Deadeye gonna be popped.
Good way to burn the clock down a little bit, Matt. Yeah. No one was gonna push into that. Again, another sleep dart from Guido connecting. It's like a Viking war horn. And Bacon Jack's gone off to Valhalla now. Corey ran him over. Giannis going for the pile driver, but Ado wasn't really the kind of target he was looking for. Chongdu have drawn even here, but if they overextend, like they kind of already have, they may not have a chance to reclaim.
Another sleep that's come out. Oh, wait. No way! All right.
Oh, it was just away, dude. All right, Keo has to back away there. Corey started to hit some of these shots. Very satisfying headshot, ringing out. Chongdu about to lose control of the point here. They probably can do that. As long as they don't get staggered and chased down, they're fine. They might just opt to commit anyway. That seems to be the Chongdu thing to do here. Giannis staying pretty safe now, but a sound barrier on Chongdu means they're ready to brawl, and Ado has already gone down. Giannis forced to go for the Primal Rage. Hard to say where he's heading right now, just trying to sow some chaos in the back line, but he gave up all of his health. as a result. And now Corey has fallen. He lacks protection. Sansam on his own, desuited, and Bacon Jack ready to Deadeye just to zone in, prevent Washington from contesting it all. They don't even get a chance. So a pretty slick play coming out from the Hunters, and the McCree in Bacon Jack's hands. It's real nice.
That's the ability for the Hunters to play their wacky playstyle, but also mirror opposing teams now. That has really made them a scary opponent. Being able to bring out the McCree there at the end, help them get that victory. And map number 1 will be back with map number 2 right after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. High ground or low ground, T-Mobile has you covered.
Pretty clinical from Chengdu. That first map, Oasis going their way pretty comfortably. A little bit of a struggle in that second round. Justice making some adjustments in team comp, and again, you can see Corey, a player that is definitely able to start to create momentum around him. Unfortunately, we saw Bacon Jack say, okay, well, you know, do the classic. This is what McCree mains do, by the way. If you get killed in game and you're playing anything by McCree, you immediately switch to McCree. Doesn't matter what the composition is on your team, and you hunt the enemy McCree, and then you try and assert dominance. You T-pose, try and shoot them, flash them, doesn't matter.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about how you loved when McCree's play McCree into Widowmaker. I thought the really long sightlines. That's one of my favorites as well.
That is probably, yeah, they'll do it. They'll try to. And it takes 3 shots. You know, they hit 2, then Widowmaker just sits there and finds their head. I don't think we'll see that on this map, though. I'm pretty sure both teams have adept Widowmakers, although I don't know if Amon is one of them.
It would be crazy if he did, but I doubt it. It looks like the Justice will come out.
I mean, we get it. He's a huge unit. I don't know if he needs to...
They come out of the bunker on defense. Interesting Otto playing the Widowmaker. We've seen Corey play the hit scan. Otto, we kind of know more as like a projectile player. As you see, that would be point B. Point A is where we're seeing the Justice set up right in front of right now. So, of a bunker comp here, Arc playing the Batiste. The Hunters don't have to change much of anything. They're going to play what they play.
We're playing double flankers here, so this will be a potential headache for the Justice. Who do they send back to deal with Tracer and Sombra? Won't be Ardo, I'll give you the big tip. So Washington want to try and hold their ground and not let Chengdu slip through the gaps. If they do,
they're going to change. Genji, okay, so this is a... Ooh, okay. This is our first look at this from the Hunters. I guess this would be like, this is a really strong dive. Like you really want to put pressure on this Bastion right now. As looks like Amon's going up for the high ground here. As you're going to send the Genji with the supports to the left of the Bastion.
Amon has gone all the way around back behind the Justice, by the way. He's almost actually at point B. So he's gone far and wide. The rest of his team.
Another sleep from Vito, by the way.
Yep.
Looks like his 3rd or 4th one today.
Yeah, he nailed Bacon Jack quite a few times in that previous round. So Amon is waiting basically for the rest of the Hunters to be in position. They need to get all together without getting picked off or eating a sleep dart here. Now, most of the heroes are pretty good at doing that, pretty good at, you know, getting into position. Ana not so much, so she needs to stay safe. And here it is out of absolutely nowhere. Amon appears in a flash of orange.
He's gone again. Let me tell you what though, I like when the hunters play this with the far and Amos goes again as he's gonna get one. There goes the immortality field, but Corey's gonna be able to live through it, obviously, to take out 3. I like when they play this with the far in. I'm not exactly sure you have enough overall damage with the Genji. Like, well, the idea with the Genji is just like they
don't have shield pressure at all. And you saw a really nice play from Ark to put down the immortality field and keep Corey alive. Otherwise, it could have gone either way.
It's like, I kind of like this setup when you either have like the Hanzo in for the Hunters or the Pharah. I think it's going to be a very difficult comp to break with the amount of damage you have.
Okay, looks like Corey, yeah, he does manage to get the tank configuration out. He was hacked, but the ultimate still works. And he gets 2 point-blank deals with Kyo. He had a rocket deflected at him there, but notice that he's playing well within the bounds of that immortality field, which behind the shield of Orisa is really hard to get to.
I mean, Amon's doing a nice job of knocking Janice off of this high ground, displacing him with the rolls, and then you're just leaving the Bastion there, but they're doing a nice job using that immortality field. Pumping Corey with the heals, being able to keep him alive.
And Ark can heal him from long range, I mean. This might be a bit nasty though. EMP comes out first. Nano boost being applied here, but Ark's immortality fields have been taken down. Amplification Matrix also being committed to the fight. Jinmu doesn't seem to care too much about that, and the Batista ultimate kind of goes by the wayside. Jinmu has found Corey, and you better believe he's not going to let him just chill and wait for the fight to go his way. Bacon Jack gets rid of Corey. There's a minefield up on the points of the Justice. Kind of have to play inside until they're gone. Jinmu going in for the kill now after a couple of deflects have left the enemy Ana low. Ditto needs to be careful. Pulse Bomb dropped in a small room, but no effect. Bacon Jack doesn't connect with it. Another immortality field from Ark goes down. Self-destruct outside of the point here, but Bacon Jack, there's too much healing inside that small room for him to pick off any of those targets.
Yeah, and they're going to use the nano boost here onto the Wrecking Ball, just trying to gain some extra damage, extra sustain on the point. And going to invest the sound barrier into this as well, the Hunters. They know this is like a last-ditch effort on the point.
Yeah, they're kind of running out of time. They're really going for it now. Both teams with the Wrecking Ball. Jinmu just clearing out that immortality field. You see it takes a while to actually get rid of that drone. You really need to focus it down. And if it's just one player like Jinmu, then it takes a while. EMP once more coming out. The Justice are affected. Janus now showing a little bit of his Wrecking Ball action, but Amon was the progenitor, the father of the Hamtaro. Now Sansan will take his time here on the point. Defense Matrix being stretched to its absolute limit, but he finds 2 great kills. Getting Q and Evil Talau is just huge. Amon was hacked and then taken down. And Hunters try something a little bit wacky, Matt, but it doesn't look like it's worked.
Such a good defensive stand for the Justice. They're able to just extend these fights for so long. You may get a touch here. If you're the Hunters, it's not looking good though. You have to have this blade be massive.
That's gotta be huge. Jinmu pulls the blade here. Goes around to the other side, thinks twice about going inside that small room. He knows there's an immortality field there, so there's no point playing it. He has to go there anyway, try and get rid of the field and find some kills on top, but it did not work at all. Sansam demexed. Elsa just got blown up there by Guido, finding 2 in the fight. His Un's been excellent on this map. And the previous one, Kyo, sound barrier now will keep him alive a little bit longer, but Ado is absolutely tunnel visioned on getting rid of that motor, now transitioning over. And the Justice, solid defense. They should be happy with that. Got a couple of looks thrown at them by the Hunters. Some wacky stuff, but they held strong. They played good fundamentals.
It's like Guido's got like 13 sleeps through the first like basically 2 maps. I mean, through the half here, he's been a difference maker on the Ana. We'll be back with the Justice attack right after this.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
support players on the Washington Justice look fantastic on this map, man. Obviously, Guido with numerous sleep darts, but this guy here, Arc, on the Batiste, prevented 2 deaths, but actually, in reality, more than that because of just the way that seeing that immortality field prevents, you know, opponents from even going in. So there's implied death prevention, attached to that ability. Nicely done, Arc, doing a great job of keeping Corey up, and Washington make the Bastion work. Yeah, it's becoming commonplace.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
A ton of healing that comes out from Arc. 60% of the healing of the Justice there done by him on the Batiste in the first half. So really good half. I was talking about how, you know, it seemed like the Hunters had some kind of, you know, being able to break that bunker composition, you know, pretty easily. They opt to not play Jinmu on Pharah, and then that's the one time that they're not able to do it. So I think they just need a little bit more shield pressure to get past that. I just don't think you had it with the 3 flankers there, but
they had it with an EMP. They got rid of shields that way, but that was it.
So now Washington's attack. Let's see what they decide to do. Double sniper potentially here. Guido was a DPS player in the past.
No reason. Genji more than anything else. And a Tracer as well. So
a little bit of scouting.
The Hunters play what we call like the treehouse composition. So they're playing sort of 2 long-range damage dealers in Jinmu and Baker Jack, so the Widow and the Junkrat. And then, you know, they have a lot of protection available. They play aggressively to start the round. So you see a shield thrown up on the high ground, and then they just rotate back a little bit and play safer. The Justice just wait that out.
Yeah, the Justice, if they're going to play this, they're going to play around a lot of just pickoffs, right? With the 2 snipers, you just have Lucio, 4 heals. You're really going to rely on, you know, Janice, Samsung, Otto to stay alive on their own.
Remember, Wrecking Ball cannot be headshot while he's in that ball mode. He does not have a headshot hitbox. So he, you know, a little stronger against sniper-based compositions. Otto hunting down Baker Jack here. It's going to be tough for Baker Jack to get out of this one, and Janus drops in at just the right time. Someone must have put the bat signal up. Now in a 5v6, Chengdu are in a bit of trouble here, especially with the position that Janus has been able to take behind their lines.
Yeah, they have nothing to deal with the sniper of Corey at long range, so he's going to be able to just hit shots with this Widowmaker as things have opened up here for the Justice.
Oh, Arc though, getting picked off in midair. Keo found him. That's massive. Jinmu also able to get rid of Janus was big. Janus seemed pretty comfortable just getting around with his adaptive shield, but now it's not over for the Hunters. Amon has fallen to Ardo. The pressure's still being applied by the Justice here. Baker Jack's going to try and answer this, but I mean, he's not faring much better than he did on Widow. And Evil Tile needs to be careful. There's a pulse bomb here for Ardo. He will use it, and he gets eaten by Elsa.
As Elsa eats it up, but you do lose your Mercy though. So Corey now on the Widowmaker starting to find these picks at range. Can they get to the point though? As you have Amon switch over off of Arisa back to Wrecking Ball.
Well, Matt, it's already been almost half of the Justice's time burnt down now. Oh, Jinmu! Yeah, he ran headfirst into that one. He knew that he was going to be facing it. That's a scary Dragon Strike. This could be nasty. Guido throws it in. Chio cowering in the corner trying to avoid it. But eventually Ardo will run him down. Jinmu has been brought back into the fight, and Amon is here to stall for a decent amount of time, but Corey's popping off on the high ground. And that should get the job done. Washington Justice paved the way with a strong defense. They'll take map number 2.
Yeah, they get the Bastion on defense to work, and then on offense, double sniper set up. Arc just playing the Lucio to get the speed boost in, get a little bit of healing onto the point. But you know, Corey, 10 final blows there. Big Widowmaker in the offensive half.
There we go. We're going to be breaking things down in our halftime segment. We will return with our next 2 maps.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
The Washington Justice are giving the Hunters a run for their money after dropping map 1. They're going to fold on Anubis to tie things up at 1 apiece. We are back in the Blizzard Arena, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise if you're still awake. Everybody here? Yep, yeah. It's Sunday night. We've been partying all week long. And we have a good match to close this one out. A lot of people online were saying, all right, after Chengdu's performance against Paris yesterday, this team's going to come in and 4-0 sweep the Justice. But we got a tie game. However, it did look pretty familiar going back to Oasis. It was all the wrecking ball once again. Bren, what were we seeing from your favorite player of all time?
A little bit of Eamon, you know, just rolling around, doing the roly-poly maneuvers as he does, just kind of crashing into a lot of people and getting a lot of kills and setting his team up, really. I mean, it is just a joy to watch at this point because you just know what's coming. They play so well around the wrecking ball. They know exactly how to play around his limitations. I mean, Eamon has just got better and better now as well, given the fact that he can now use his adaptive shields when he's just rolling around. A couple of times in this game alone, in this map, he has just survived in scenarios when he just shouldn't have.
Yeah,
so.
It's crazy. This patch was like a buff to Eamon, basically. And the Chengdu plays so well around it. Look at this. Wrecking Ball on Oasis died twice. Played it the entire time, basically. Just putting up ridiculous numbers. It doesn't fit every map, but on the maps that it does, plays fantastic.
He is so darn good. I mean, what did he do? Block a Deadeye as well?
Yeah, block the Deadeye with his adaptive shield.
Pretty great stuff. Now, Bren, we just watched some highlights, but I feel like we need to break it down for people at home. Can we get a little visual?
Absolutely.
Yeah, break it.
So,
how'd that work?
I've got a couple of Eamons here, and Josh, would you mind demonstrating something for me?
Shall I be the
Could you be the Justice in map 1?
You need me to hold your mic?
Yeah, could you?
Yeah.
Hold that one for me.
I got you.
I mean, sports was never my
we know
strong suit. I'm not gonna lie to you, but
here's your mic back. You're fine. You're totally fine. All right. So what was happening in that game 1, Brad?
So basically, you have Eamon here playing Wrecking Ball in the form of an orange, and he's the Justice. And I'm going to warn you, Josh, when it's happening. So 3,
what do you mean?
2.
What?
I missed
my
completely.
God,
I missed completely.
He doesn't always connect.
It's okay.
He doesn't
Sometimes
always
it's
connect.
hit or miss. It's hit or miss. Don't worry. Okay, but this one's going to connect.
We got a lot of Aemons. Don't hit the screens. They're expensive. Oh, my.
Okay, more oranges.
More oranges.
Okay. All right. It's coming.
Soft,
I will actually count now. Softer. Okay.
Oh!
All right. Okay.
That's going to leave a bruise.
This is I apologize.
This is Eamon, by the way. Eamon are your oranges.
Last one for Eamon.
Yep.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Actually, I mean, Eamon didn't prep Washington Justice when he rolled into him, so I'm not going to do the same for you. Just going to come at you. Just any moment now.
Oh, God, that's a screen, Brad.
It's gone for the screen.
All right,
I hit
it's
the
okay.
LED screen. So he's
wrap this up, Brad.
There's a couple of hit misses, but he's managed to build up his ultimate. And I've got some mines here for us as well.
There we go.
I don't know if you can actually see these, but there you go. A couple of mines as well.
Just a few.
Just sprinkle that all over the Justice.
That was good.
And suddenly they're trapped in Eamon's little prison of mine.
And we all learned that they don't play baseball in England. Let's take a look at map 2, though, because the Washington Justice got a little bit of revenge. Here's a look at how they did it. Friend, that was the worst sketch we've ever done.
Yeah, that was actually terrible. I won't lie to you, mate. That was actually awful.
All right, here we go. So we see all kinds of DPS. Corey starts on the bash and had some big plays there with the ultimate. But ultimately, I think the most impressive thing is we did not see Chengdu go to the second point. They got stuffed here on their attack.
Yeah, and I think this is more faults of Chengdu than it was excellent play from Justice, but they did have a very cohesive defense going on. And I think Chengdu just didn't really understand how to break the hold of the Washington Justice and ended up being very uncoordinated on their offense. They're normally pretty good. They can set up the dives, but Justice just stayed on the point and continued to kind of hold it, stall it. And in the end, Chengdu weren't able to get anything done. So I think... Where have you been?
I'm just grabbing some oranges. There you go, Brad.
God almighty.
Pretty impressive stuff. All right, we're going to wrap up halftime on that note. Ladies and gentlemen, it is all tied up one apiece. Let us know who comes out on top of this one in the chat right now. Tweet out as well at Overwatch League. Guys, we got plenty more games. Don't go anywhere. Overwatch League returns. Game 3 after this.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
Yeah, so we were waiting up here actually to get given some tomatoes so we could throw them at Brent now and give him a taste of his own medicine, but they didn't have any.
I bet you I could hit Brent from here with
kind of out of season. Yeah, well, his head's that big. Anyway, welcome back. 2 maps already out of the way, and that previous one there from the Chengdu Hunters didn't look as good. Temple of Anubis.
Head's huge.
Temple of Anubis. Their attack was a little bit weird, right? We saw everyone like really try and wrap like right around behind them with the wrecking ball play, and they couldn't really break this Bastion down. It didn't seem like a complicated thing to break, but Chengdu seemed to be adamant in playing the way they were playing.
And the Hunters play Pharah on like every map, and then when the one time they could have used like some of the extra poke damage of like let's say a Pharah or a Hanzo, where Jinmu plays a fantastic Hanzo as well, they decided to go with the Genji, where they're just trying to a really strong dive, but
I mean, Genji against Immortality Field. Yeah. You can see the obvious non-bow there.
Well, you saw when they used the Immortality Field and he popped Dragon Blade, didn't even want to go in there and try and fight it off.
Against a bunch of supports that are going to heal each other.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was waiting for Amon to go in and knock it out, but
he wasn't about that. He was off doing something else.
No.
So I think pretty sure he was off teaching his ways to more of the masses. So Kings Row, look, I mean. The bunker comp on defense, we see Washington Justice.
I like it.
It's no surprise.
Yeah, I mean, if they beefed trying to break it the last time, you may as well go with it again, right?
Here we go. It's going to be Soldier 76.
Oh, yeah. I was joking about at the beginning of the series, but why not?
Where do you want to see him TP to?
Well, I don't think it'll be the high ground.
Maybe they just
TP across. They can TP across to here and then TP directly onto the high ground.
Theoretically, they won't be seen. They were seen, but theoretically they could do that without being spotted.
Do they know the soldier to cross?
They don't. So Baker Jack is not with the rest of the team. He actually is snuck inside the little hotel. He was spotted by Sunsum though, so Sunsum has been sent to deal with Baker Jack. Hello. Trade greetings. Yeah, not really a great 1v1 for Baker Jack, I'll be honest with you. He realizes that that does not work.
Yeah, I mean, D.Va is so strong against, a lot of the damage dealing heroes one-on-one. Just a large HP pool, the defense matrix.
Oh, Amon, he's in trouble. Yep, nice Immortality field.
You do have decent shield breaking potential with the Symmetra and, the Symmetra, the Orisa, and the Junkrat, but just the high ground positioning. It's way better here for the Justice. And you see the teleporter actually goes to the low ground and pushes the Justice back. So now looks like the Hunter's trying to set up here on the point.
Yeah, it's going to force the Justice to try and challenge them out here. The Bastion can't do much from this position. It's hard for him to see over the lip. You see Corey Kid's trying to reposition, but getting close enough to the edge to be able to see people puts him outside of Justice's shield. Oh, well, still kind of worked out, I guess. The Hunter's just like, oh, he can do that.
And I think it's a miscommunication from the Hunters. Both of their supports actually teleport up to the high ground. They don't rotate with them.
I don't know about this one, Chief. Corey doesn't seem too bothered. He can just reposition if he needs to. Giant fire by Jinmu. And even without that self to start hitting anything here, Washington looked pretty comfortable. Chengdu, some weird attacks here. Corey says, oh, Nano Boost, cool. I guess I'll go back to fighting. He was actually inside the Immortality field. He opted to drop out of it because, hey, the fight was already over. 2 ticks for Chengdu amidst all of that, Matt. That is something. Symmetra barrier that didn't get much value, though.
So I think Bacon Jack now switching over to Hanzo. I think the Hanzo makes more sense, even more shield pressure for the Hunters. And I think the Dragon Strike, good ultimate to force people out of position. The Justice still going to set up here on the high ground. Know exactly where the TP came through. Is maybe they're trying to catch somebody off guard here as they rotate back. So Hunter's just trying to find an angle they can attack this from.
That damage coming from Elsa there, the balls that are being fired are actually hard to get rid of. Sunsum canning them. All right, so 4-point capture here, 72.3%. Now because the amplification matrix used in case anyone tries to face the Hunter's front on. But Corey's going to go around the backside. Jinmu gets blown to smithereens, and Elsa is right on his heels. Kyo's not going to last through this one, and nor is Evil Tile. I'm glad we're off Disney XD, because we wouldn't have been allowed to show that.
The Justice only a minute away from holding the Hunters on their attack here as they have found something that has worked against the Hunters. Playing this Bastion bunker on defense.
I mean, you have to, like, there is a point where you have to ask, what are the Hunters actually doing here?
Well, I mean, look, I think now that they'll have a Riptire here, maybe you're able to connect with the Bastion with the Riptire. You don't know if Bacon Jack's even going to get this Dragon Strike, which would be great to force the issue up on the high ground.
All right, now, Ado can't see, is that Infrasight, so he's pretty aware of what the Hunters are trying to do. 3-man biting grenade, nice little mortality field thrown down to save Amon and Ko's life. This Riptire has to be gigantic, enormous, it's not enough. There was an immortality field there. Arc, the best laid plans sometimes go to waste, that one didn't. Getting rid of Kyo now as well. There's 10 seconds left in this one. Chengdu, they've got to find an opening, Matt. So far, they're pretty darn average. Now Ardo's starting to line them up. Oh, Supercharger as well. Oh, Evil Tom just combusted immediately. Filthy.
That was Supercharger, Nano Boost, and the Amplification Matrix there on the Bastion.
Pretty sure Bastion's doing upwards of 900 DPS with all those things at that point. Solid stuff from the Washington Justice here. They've set themselves up for another potential quick map win. And I'll be happy about it. We'll see you after the break and see how quickly the Justice can close.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Well, that's 2 strikes for the Chengdu Hunters, Matt. They, again, go for a little bit of a weird attacking setup on Kings Row, and it looks pretty bad. 3 strikes and they'll be out if they pull that off in the next map, but all Justice have to do now, Matt, is capture point A. Pretty much entirely, they need 83.7%, which, look, solidly one team fight would end it. So Chengdu have to be pretty defensively solid, which, by the way, they just haven't been over the course of
And they looked so strong the other day against Paris. And it's not like the Justice are running anything like way different.
No. The Hunters are messing around with some different stuff, though.
Yeah. So Elsa will play the Torbjorn sitting up on the high ground. You do not have a Batiste here for the Hunters. So you do have Jinmu back on the far now, but playing far on defense here, we usually don't see it that often because the other team, most likely on offense runs snipers a lot. So
I like the Torbjorn though, that's fun. I don't know how easy it will be to get value out of Torbjorn when there's a Pharah who doesn't touch the ground, a Widowmaker who won't get close, a Wrecking Ball who won't stay there, a Hanzo who will just climb the wall to safety, a Tracer who will just blink away. But I'm sure there is a reason.
So this is what they tried to do on Anubis, the Justice. Instead of playing Lucio, though, they're going to have Arc playing Mercy here. So potentially damage boost one of these long-range players, whether it's Guido playing Hanzo or Corey playing Widowmaker, trying to get these easy
Nicely done.
takedowns.
That is so nice from Janus. He's knocked Amon off the high ground. Amon taking a lot of damage. Well, that's Torbjorn. Just saying, just found Ardo with the turret kill. But Jinmu also goes down. So team's down to a 5v5 here. There'll be a resurrect. Jinmu brought back to life. Janus, I don't think you want to be there. Jinmu takes him down now, and the Hunters repel the Justice.
This has been a really odd game. So now we have Jinmu trying to chase down Arc, who is just trying to waste more time. So Finally could have died a little bit earlier there.
See, normally with Arc it's going 2 by 2, but he was left alone for a while and got staggered out. So Justice had to wait a little bit.
Sansam's still behind enemy lines here on the Sombra. He's kind of gone really far, potentially like looking for like a spawn kill.
Or a coffee shop, perhaps.
He's wrapping around all the way, so maybe trying to get a hack here onto...
He's refilling the parking meter. Right. Bring Jinmu down to earth now, which is pretty... Oh, okay, Jinmu's able to get inside.
Inside the torp turret.
Yeah, if he doesn't have a ledge there to jump onto, Jinmu would have just floated down and died. So, Sun, that was cute, I like it. Oh, Kido, I don't think that the Hunters were aware that Kido was there actually until he sort of showed himself.
They're not even looking at him.
To duck hunt, though. The rest of the Justice here are playing very patiently. They were trying to wait for this first pick here. They do need to bear in mind that Evil will just resurrect that. So it's almost as if they need to go straight for that Mercy. Elsa finds Corey without turret, by the way. I don't even want to know how that happened.
Well, Corey keeps like trying to go up to the high ground, the platform right by the Hunters, and he's just getting taken out. There's the EMP that comes in from Sansam. We'll see if they can follow it up.
Yeah, he used it just for Evil and Jinmu there, just to try and ground the both of them. But Kido's the one who's been crowded and sent to his room. No dessert for you.
Oh, yeah.
He gets resurrected, but Jinmu just slams him again. Okay.
I love it. This is the type of game I like to watch. It's Otto getting low here on the far. He's got no healing from his mercies. He's gone really far, so he's back with Sansam, like back by the Hunter spawn point. How do you get use of the Torbjorn ult here with everybody so spread out? It's not like you really need area denial.
The Justice here, I mean, they have such good opportunity to close, but they have a minute left, and they're using ults kind of randomly, but they get Evil Tile. That's huge. No Resurrect available for the Hunters now. Despite me to go side. Barrage from Jinmu trying to save the day, and he gets rid of Guido. Janus going down to a Torp turret is super not good, but Arc is there. Gets a kill and a Resurrect. That's a player swing of 2, and that is big. The Justice now need to transition, get rid of that turret, because that thinks he's more deadly than half of the Chengdu roster right now. No, now moving to the point. Transcendence here to buy a bit of time. Keo letting that one go, but Bacon Jack is missing. Molten Core over on the point there. Elsa tries to let it go, and Amon is able to frolic amongst the daisies there, knowing that he can't be approached across the point. The Justice now starting to apply the pressure. The Vice Grip starting to come in. Amon had no idea that Corey is right there, and he still goes down. Evil Tile descends on the Lucio and finds the kill. 1 tick so far for the Washington Justice. They definitely need a bit more, but Otto is close to another barrage, and he's got there, picked up another turret kill. Elsa gets it again. It's like having a 7th player on your roster, Chengdu. Oh, Washington Justice versus one turrety boy. Who's gonna win? Looks like the latter here now. Otto trying to save things here. Bacon Jack is low, still able to get the pick off of that enemy fire win overtime now. Bacon Jack trying to chase down, but Dino gets the pick on Jimmy, and then missing. Arc, no Resurrect for him. Corey standing still a little bit too long. Bacon Jack trying to get the finish, but Sansam is also there on the Tracer. It doesn't matter. Elsa goes missing. Yes, but Corey is down. A melee to finish. Bacon Jack with a pulse bomb if you should need it, but he doesn't. Tio finishes it off. What am I watching? What is this game? It doesn't make any sense.
The Hunters win!
The Chengdu Hunters will take map number 3. This is just stupid.
9 turret kills for Elsa with the Torbjorn. HP Omen turret of the game there.
That's 1.5 team wipes, bro.
Why not? Every time they need a kill, it was the turret picking it up.
I'm done. Someone get me out of here.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. High ground or low ground, T-Mobile has you covered.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Danny Lim, and Chengdu is up 2-1 right now. But I talked with Washington at halftime, and they told me that they watched Chengdu VOD reviews, and they've been also doing internal scrims specifically to prepare for this match. The Justice said they feel confident in this meta because they have strong DPS players like Corey. We've got one more map to go, so let's see if they can turn that preparation into a win. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Danny. Yeah, that series went from a clan siesta to a clan fiesta awfully quickly. But I have to agree with that assessment. Yeah. There are some very strong DPS players on the Washington Justice. Both teams have them, and I'll be honest, that last round...
It was crazy. It was crazy.
Yeah, so a lot of individual play. Obviously, the position that tourbillon turret was placed in is quite annoying because you're pushing forward onto the point to try and deal with another player. Yeah. And the turret is just slamming you. And then you get boomed by it. You would get 7 times in a row.
It would get like hits at important times.
Yeah.
Like there were times where, I mean, look at this. 1,200 damage coming down from the turret.
Elsa 500 blows.
9 turret limbs. So, I remember one time, like they get the Justice get an early pick and Otto's alive on Tracer, like a key person there. When you're playing like Tracer with the Wrecking Ball, trying to get pins, and he gets down by the turret. They're playing the Pharah drops the turret. It was just a wild game there.
And we've said this before about the Chengdu Hunters. Like, if you try and play their game, I mean,
nobody plays it like the Chengdu Hunters.
That's right. They will drag you down there and they'll make you play it like that, and then you'll wish you did it. 2 maps to 1 now. Kings Row. Probably we've seen, it's the least amount of Kings Row that we've seen in quite some time. So Gibraltar's next, which is, I'm kind of excited now. I mean, Washington have to win here to stay in the series. Chengdu, show us some more craziness.
What an incredibly odd scoreline for a series as well. 2-0 in the control, and then 1-0 on both of the next 2.
Well, I mean, yeah, we talked about these teams have no defense. Well, I mean, what happened then?
Where's the offense?
Exactly.
So we'll see now as we move on to Watch Point Gibraltar. As you saw there, that was point B. They complete the map. This would be the ending point, so this would be point C.
No, neither team has played this map yet, by the way, so neither have any tape on each other. Gibraltar's kind of a different map, right? Like, you play some sort of specific stuff.
The way the series has gone, I mean, that may be your only looks at point B and C. Teams have been strong on defense, lackluster on offense. So we'll see the Hunters. They come out with a double sniper, 2-2-2. So 2 tanks, 2 supports, and double sniper here. So a little bit more of a traditional setup here for the Hunters as they come out on offense.
Be interesting to see if the healing capacity is sufficient for Washington. I'd say it probably is. I feel like you play Moira and you feel even better as Washington now, knowing what Chengdu are trying to play. However, the payload is on the move, and the Washington Justice here, they will engage probably as the payload moves just out of that underpass. Sunsum here is just trying to see if he can bait a commitment from Chengdu.
I mean, you can do some pretty nice stuff, though, with the Wrecking Ball, being able to pile drive people up into some shots that Bacon Jack or Jinmu could lay down.
It's even easy to hit them, and it's hard. That's a great point. Line up that headshot. Jinmu has a couple of seconds. You can't really control the rate that you fall when you get knocked up, so that is something. Janus is down, though. Not ideal for the Justice. And Corey trying to flank. Yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah, they may as well be down 2 players now. They're going to have to try and get Sunsum back in their mech as quickly as possible. He does, so he's already done that. The payload's on the move, though. Corey takes a huge hit to the side of the dome. Looking like Bren after he punched himself in the face during his sleep that time. That was new. Bacon Jack will play from the high ground here, and he has the infra side map, but there's nothing really to see. Everything he needs to see is right in front of him, really. Janus going down yet again. And with the Dragon Strike cutting through here, that makes it hard for the Justice to hang around without taking way too much damage. Also couldn't get away from that self-destruct, so he lets his own go. It does so well. Guido falls to Amon. And the Chengdu Hunters are on the way.
And I think with some of the ultimate usage there at the end, I would expect some changes here for the Justice. So Guido will stay on Zenyatta for now. Looked like Corey had gone over to Tracer to maybe make it back as see Amon putting a lot of pressure on the Justice spawn as the Wrecking Ball moves on back. So
I don't know how Janus managed to slip through there. I thought he was just going to get body blocked in the doorway and end up going down. That would have been disastrous, but Guido sends a salvo of orb Bacon Jack's way. And Amon's getting a bit of attention now himself. At least the Justice know he's not worth chasing. So Amon's able to get away. Oh, it must be like a super pro playing that hero.
Feel like he was going on the flank here, actually used the Transcendence to get back to the team. It's not the ideal use of the Transcendence, but
Oh! Okay, Janus looked like he had to jump into the Dragon Strike to even stay alive, and Amon tried to follow up there. In fairness, Janus was low. Nice Sonic Arrow there. That gives the Hunters all the information they really need to know about where the Justice had retreated to. But now Washington want to play the aggressive game. Transcendence.
You can back out here if you're the Hunters.
I think you do, right? Keo used his already, trying to get back to his team. Or do you, though? I mean, I'm going to think like the Hunters now, not like Mitch Leslie. It's a bit different. Sansam desuited. Bacon Jack down. Of course you throw the mines here. Of course.
There's a lot of people trapped here.
Ark was knocked up, man. He had no choice but to get blown up by the minefield. Yeah, I mean... I don't know if really that's what you want to spend on a fight like that, Chengdu, but they're getting close to another Transcendence here.
I mean, another Transcendence, you have another Dragon Strike here, so... You'll have some ultimates to work with if you're the Hunters. I think we see Amon use the minefield, like when he kind of gets behind players and tries to, you know, knock it behind them, or he uses it to help himself escape. We see that kind of how he uses them as well.
Janus is low. Amon's found him here. He's looking to try and finish off the kill, but Jinmu's falling. You know, dueling Jinmu, and in fact, Bacon Jack as well. He is taking on the snipers of the Washington Justice and coming out on top a couple times. Jinmu's Dragon Strike just got eaten. Sansam obviously close enough to eat the arrow itself. You can't eat the dragon. That is quite rare to see.
Keo actually used his Transcendence. He was like on top of the self-destruct there from Sansam, so he has to use it. Then brings over to Amon, try and save him. Elsa's gonna launch his self-destruct in. Why not? The team's just throwing ultimates all over the place. Why not? We got a Graviton Surge here up on the high ground. Looks like the Justice finally coming out on top of this fight.
Now, we've seen Chengdu in positions before in their matches where they played up against a composition that is objectively better than theirs, and they generally refuse to switch. So this is not out of character for them to keep forcing this. Couple changes here though. Amon going to the Reinhardt, and just as I say it, Chengdu decide to play nice.
But usually you don't play Reinhardt in this stage of the map because of all the verticality. Is this where you see it hurt the Hunters a little bit, where Amon does not really play any Winston? Like, they don't play any Winston at all.
I want to see if they can punish Janus for overextending here, because it's something that's happened to him a lot, even without being against Reinhardt compositions. That's what they're hoping.
Yeah, even against like some of the weaker teams that play in the Reinhardt composition, they're still able to catch Janus off guard.
Guido's looks so good today, by the way.
Yeah, he really is.
Look at Bakir now. Discord orb on an enemy Zenyatta, that's when you know you've got a score to settle. Anu and Corey have fallen here, so... Well, it seems as if Janus did walk into that one. Corey going down first, though, was probably the bigger concern for Washington. Chengdu were like, okay, fine, we'll play properly.
Yeah, but look, and this makes it difficult, though, for the Justice, because do you switch off of everything you do right now and try and match the Hunters? Because if you do, the Hunters will just go back to the spawn, they'll go back to the wrecking ball. And
can't pick Reinhardt, right?
Yeah. I mean, you pick Reinhardt, they will go back to the spawn and play ball, and they'll play the Pharah, and it puts you in a position where you can't win that rock, paper, scissors matchup, so to speak.
Amon will use the payload to break line of sight, which will prolong the life span of his shield. Oh, damn, Janus. He got forced into that one. Yeah, he has to go for the primal range now. They got forced out of him. See Amon trying to charge back and deal with him. Janus not taking as much damage as you think he would with all this focus on him. So he gets out to safety. Sansam gets desuited though. Earth Shatter. Amon knew that Janus wasn't there, but the Transcendence from Guido was well timed. Another great response from the flex support player in Washington. Guido looking excellent so far. Still the Justice being bundled back inside their own spawn. A minute and 45 seconds left on the clock here. Corey will need to be dislodged, and quickly. He gets a nice little high ground Zarya play with the desuit on Elsa. Bacon Jack trying to go for the Graviton Surge here. Both teams affected by them. Sansam self-destruct though. No results there. No one was able to set it up.
Yeah, Amon getting very close to another Shadow though. He's got it now. He falls right before he has an opportunity to use it, but the Hunters still have the advantage here on the card. They look good to be able to complete the map.
Sansam, he's in trouble here. Couple meters to go, that's going to be about it. And I'm quite sure that Janus would like to add Amon to the list of names to train with in the off-season, but he doesn't have enough gym badges for that. And meanwhile, Amon's got that Master Ball. You feel me?
So that'll be all the points taken there for the Hunters. 1:17 in the bank. It's just the Justice is going to be so hard on the offensive end. So what do the Hunters run on D? Do they run... whether if they come out with like a Reinhardt version of the Triple Tank Troll Sword, they could play at the bunker, they could play like
I feel like they have like Winston in the 3-3 maybe.
They probably do, but then I think, the Hunters expect it, like, if the Torbjorn works so well, I think Gibraltar is a map where you can see some even better use of Torbjorn on the high ground. Do you see Torbjorn again? But I'm happy. I'm not on the stage for the Justice trying to decide what we would be doing because you have zero clue what the Hunters are going to be doing.
You know, you don't even get as far as how do we counter this composition. Maybe as the Justice now in such a crucial moment, you're thinking of how could we best play our way whilst making concessions perhaps to the team comp of the enemy team. But like really, you're just going to play your game, right? And hope that the comp you practice works out. I don't hate this in the Justice. Play Winston in 3-3, it's fine. I don't need to see Corey try and challenge, you know, with a Widowmaker or something like that. Jinmu playing Soldier is... I don't think I've seen a ton of that.
No, I mean, usually it's Bacon Jack, the one we see playing the hit scan heroes.
What do you think about the Tracer here into what will definitely be a Brigitte composition?
It's interesting, man. I mean, I never really... Well, I think if you're the Hunters, you expect the stuns from the Brigitte to be dedicated to Amon playing the Wrecking Ball, so I'm not exactly sure you're worried about it. I think for the Justice, the one thing you think you could have considered is maybe a Moira here, knowing there's no Diva on the other side. You're going to get a great value out of the orbs, and then also being able to survive a little bit on her own as opposed to, you know, the Zenyatta. You see the pile drive comes right on top.
I suppose they really just want to be able to put an Orb of Harmony on Janus here. You just can't heal Janus, right? If he's diving in your Moira, what do? You fade after him and get rid of your own escape? I don't think so. So also on a Sombra here, this is going to be really frustrating for the Justice to deal with, constantly getting hacked. Evil Tile there just has to return back to the high ground with the rest of their team. I'm very curious to see how Bacon Jack tries to throw. Is that Amon in the right? It is. Why? I don't know why he's here.
Why wouldn't he be there?
It just does what he
I think a lot of the positions you see him take with Wrecking Ball, though, are predicated off where he wants to use the grapple off of. Like, always puts himself in a position to have a way to get out or a way to move back.
They say you should travel the road less traveled, but it looks like Amon just, like, plows through mountains and makes his own tunnels. He does get Janus there. Kyo is going to go down, though, but Amon's not worried about that. Kyo wasn't healing him anyway. They're going to keep playing forward, Matt. Jinmu with a tactical visor now. There's rarely a huge array of targets here against a 3-3 composition, so Soldier not going to be a fight winner. Oh, that's nasty! He gets that one there on towards Gita, but seems to have had to avoid it. Like the stick well enough to me, so I don't know how he survived that one either way. It's going to be Corey going down, also getting the pick up there. Transcendence for Guido. Minefield being used, Ardo soaking up most of that damage now, and Amon just trying to roll away. Kyo now with the Coalescence. Janus, he has to use the Primal Rage. Probably just about to jump away. Might try and get Guido off the edge. Oh, that's so rough. He used his ultimate just to stay live long enough to get aggressive. He still gets burst down, Matt.
And I mean, this is the composition we saw the Hunters play the other day on Blizzard World against the Paris Eternal, and now the payload has started to get moving here. So the Justice have gotten pretty close here to point A. Without your main tank here, your only tank for the Hunters, how do you go contest this? It's probably going to have to be Bacon Jack.
Shout out to Observers, by the way. This looks like an absolute nightmare to capture all the action of. There are 12 engagements happening at any one time across the map. Self-destruct in. Sam probably just wanting to try and get his mech back here. The Justice know they just need to keep going. Janus is in trouble though. Pulse bomb in the corner. It's enough to get the kill confirmed there. Sam getting bubbled. Jinmu.
Oh, they got on the pedal!
The Justice get there and manage to get to point A. And the Hunters.
It's the only thing we were missing in this match.
We got it. We got the letter number, Matt.
We did it, fam.
I can't ask for anything else now. I mean, I won't ask for anything else now.
All right, so Jinmu playing the Doomfist now, so I kind of like him better on like the Hanzo and the Pharah and like things like the Genji and the Doomfist as opposed to the hit scan. I think like Bacon Jack has really proven to be like a really strong hit scan player.
So Jinmu, I mean, there will be an element of surprise briefly. If you can get a burst kill, that would be quite nice. Good against tanks normally, but Jinmu immediately gets caught up inside a Graviton Surge. Immediately Corey lets that one go. And that Justice need that. Keep pushing on. Guido had used the Transcendence. How long till they get rid of Chengdu now? Until they finally get them off the payload. There it is, Amon stalling, he's gone.
So now we've switched off of Doomfist, gone over to the Brigitte, so maybe you're just trying to get like a one-hit kill. So it seems like now we're gonna see, the Reinhardt version of the triple tank, triple support here out of the Hunters. So it seems like they feel now that they're pretty confident of falling back on this.
You really have to drag this Chengdu team kicking and screaming in front of 3-3 to make them play it. But they know they need to defend against point B here. The series hangs in the balance. Bacon Jack down to Corey here, and Amon can't do too much against Janus during Primal Rage. Didn't take too much damage in all fairness. But now he gets thrown in the bubble, so no healing for him. Elsa's trying to help him out, but his defense matrix isn't going to stop much of that damage. And the Chengdu Hunters have lost their grip on point B as well by the looks of things. Jinmu just stands there and waits, and Elsa knows he's done.
So you need to build up some ultimates here. If you're the Hunters, I think Bacon Jack actually got the forward spawn, but he's able to make it all the way towards the back. So no follow-up possibility here for the Justice, as their offenses look very strong against all of the looks that the Hunters have thrown at them. Now, can they break through this? Jonas will actually switch over to Reinhardt, so gonna get a mirror matchup here.
I wonder if that provokes the Hunters to make a switch up here at any stage. They probably don't have the option to go back, so they'll take the Rein battle.
I think they were able to make the Reinhardt work against them on offense really quickly through that second stage, and even there at the end, so they probably decided to go to it a little bit faster.
Another grab to Glory, man. There it is, gets laid on down. Q has the Transcendence though this time. No self-destruct for Sansam, so very hard to break Hunters through that setup of ultimates. Trying to do a pressing Q a lot of times. Self-destruct gets thrown in over the top without any consideration for Graviton, which Bacon Jack is still working on generating. So many ultimates, no kills, which is kind of the stage 1 advantage. It still holds true here. All right, Sansam, self-destruct. Sound barrier here. All right, that does keep the Hunters alive, but barely. Jinmu's looking very average. Anyone's able to get away, though, at the very least here. And you can see that, well, all up in the sky over there, Elsa was dueling with Sansam for a moment. Ark got knocked down there. The only person affected by that Earth Shatter, and Bacon Jack, he wanted a bit of that extra charge, man, but he pushed too far. Janus with 3 now. And the Hunters starting to fall apart.
Yeah, they had to have known that Ark had sound barrier was close, so when they land that shatter and they actually knock Ark down, they try and push forward and get that kill. They're just not able to follow it up.
Right, Giannis in the doorway. Transcendence for the Hunters. Charging Amon out.
I don't think anyone came out the other door. They were a little bit slow. Yeah.
They got grabbed there. Ironically enough, had that happened a second earlier, Amon would have been able to contest the payload for the Hunters because Giannis had charged him into it. But still, looks like both teams are able to finish the map here on Gibraltar. About a minute between the two of them. Washington do have that lead and are set up with a chance to take this series over to a map number 5. We'll see you in a few moments and see if they can get there. Washington Justice, it is a recovery on the attacking side of Gibraltar, showing that they played that solid style, the 3-3. They can withstand the Hunters' onslaught when they move to defense here. It was Giannis, Matt, setting it up. Big fire strike and then short-range charge. You'd love to see those.
Yeah, and it was big. The shield at the beginning was actually when Ark had gotten shattered. So using that shield to keep Ark alive. Once he's up, you're able to go through. Giannis picks up 3 and gets the payload moving. So the Hunters come out. Same thing they ran the last offense. Didn't really work for them at the beginning.
They can see this. I don't think the Justice realized that they got Sonic Arrowed in that room. Although Chengdu, with that information, they do nothing. So perhaps they weren't confident, even maybe having more information than their opponents did. Either way, they've now managed to bait the Justice out into the open, and this could be their undoing. Repair pack there, thrown at Giannis, if I'm not mistaken, in midair. That's a satisfying sound. Jinmu wants a few more of those ones.
Yeah, Giannis got dinged again there by Jinmu, so he had to back out.
Corey could be in danger here if they can cut him off. Giannis has to push out now.
Pretty much a save Corey. But...
Yep, nicely done. Amon is down. Giannis gets the punch in. And there's 27 seconds now.
I don't think they know if Bacon Jack's all the way on this flank as Widowmaker. Oh yeah, no, Sansam actually he's caught him out now. Yep.
And really, who are you one-shotting? I guess Ado, if you can get around a shield. Guido, maybe. Widow into this comp is just a bit odd. Double sniper in general, so he switches to Zaya. You have 9 seconds to charge and grab Bacon Jack. See how it goes. Oh, I like this. I mean, a wall in this underpass splitting the Justice apart could be what the Hunters need to push forward. Let's see if Jinmu plays it correctly. Coalescence out. Oh, we might need to use it for self-defense there. You have straight to Ice Block, but Ado is actually caught. Can they find him? You see Guido's trying to peek over the top of the wall. And he gets 2! Ado and Ark fall down to the minefield. Elsa with 1 now. All the supports are down for the Washington Justice. And Corey tries to duel out with Amon, but he knows he can't. Trying to bring out the May. And it gives him at least a fighting chance.
Yeah, I mean, look, the May, you're able to put the wall up, ice block, just hold on to that point for a little bit. As looks like Jinmu actually gets slept here, so Guido hits when the sleep dart is. They have taken point A, so that's actually kind of big now, because the Justice, when they all go on offense, I mean, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. At this point, any type of progress is good
Getting
here.
point A is huge, yeah. With that amount of time, it's very good. It's not easy to get that first checkpoint. So
they'll play Anna Zin with a Reinhardt and a Mate here. That's going to be...
the door shuts.
Yep, but you do have the Transcendence here to keep him alive for a little bit.
Jinmu was able to use Ice Block there. You can see Bacon Jack was being body blocked, but Elsa's able to get there. Oh, I don't think they're going to be able to stay on the payload. Kyo has to try and touch. Bacon Jack now shielding up. Great timing to go for that grab there from Corey. As the door shut as well, splitting the Hunters in half. Well, now it's pretty clear, man, what the Justice need to do. I think get point A, and they're probably going to be fine after that point. Guido looking animated. So they should. They have that chance to secure a map 5 here.
I feel like this is one of Guido's better series.
He's looked great.
Overall. As a support player, I mean, we know what he's done in the past as a damage dealer, but moving over to flex support, like last year, and then obviously coming in this year for the Justice, I feel like this is one of his stronger performances.
Getting a chance to shine with this roster as well. Didn't really have as many opportunities as he would have liked with the Dynasty. It looks good here. It's very well integrated. So,
did he get stuck on the other side of the door?
I think so. Look, yeah, see that he's... Oh,
he
hate that. Oh, he hates it so much.
All the way around. Oh, nice play. Nice play from Giannis.
Oh, you just stop playing, right? You just take your hands off the controls and be done with it. Nice job from Giannis. So that's where the Justice need to get to with the payload. They have 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Why the double sniper again from the Hunters? Like, every time they've run this comp, they've had to switch off of it because it hasn't worked. So they're going to run it again on D.
I don't know.
So don't think we'll see the Guido sim. So.
I kind of think they're like Vancouver, you know, they just kind of want to play what they want to play. I know what the coaches, I wonder what the coach tells them, like, please play your standard and then just ignore him.
Well, I think they don't want to play the Pharah because I think they use Corey with
nice.
Oh, yeah, they've caught Giannis. Yep, he's super dead. Oh, wait, they barely... How do you let him get out of there?
And that shouldn't be happening. Still, a huge amount of free damage. Both the bigger bodies in the Watch the Justice were down to like 10% health. And they are given a chance to regenerate. So you're mad about that. That's a huge missed opportunity here. Jinmu booped twice in quick succession. Can't be a huge fan of that.
He's put down so much damage already, though. Basically, at a Dragon Strike, just haven't even been able to follow any of this stuff.
Here. Look, like the Justice realized, oh, we actually need to move the payload. We can't go challenge that. You have to know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about that Dragon Strike.
That is straight to the ground.
Yeah, look, because of how close he was to the ground when he fired it, there's only a very short amount of Dragon that actually exists. It just plows into the ground and then disappears. So.
I think he actually probably like tried to get it through the tunnel and like get it down towards the payload, but when he got knocked off, I think that probably just changed the direction of it. But it's really, really weird.
Not great, was it? Coalescence here. Bacon Jack is going to pop the infra site just to make sure that no one's going to sneak up on him. But Jinmu goes down again. He needs to be here for this. Oh, okay. He's putting down a lot of damage. Guido falls. They couldn't fade away from that one.
It's a lot of their healing as well.
A minefield here, Matt, could really stop the Justice.
Through this room.
Amon can see them. Oh, yeah. There's a present for you. Some doo-doo with a bag set on fire out your front door. Corey walks straight into it. It's like slapstick comedy, except a little bit grosser. Even Otto walked into one as well. Amon is busy doing other things since then. He's not even worrying about you. That minefield, man.
Trying to bait Samsung into one.
Yeah, Sansum took the bait. He chased after Jinmu. Amon was there. Self-destruct here from Sansum. Can Amon avoid it? He can. Guido get a shot. Gonna get 2 headshots in quick succession from Bacon Jack. Completely shutting the Justice down. And now there's 20 seconds left.
So the Justice have nothing to work with here. No ultimates. You're gonna have Transcendent self-destruct here for the Hunters. The Justice has to be a perfect push. But then they win this.
Self-destruct for Elsa. And Transcendence for Kyo here. The Justice have nothing but a couple sticks to rub together. Let's see if they can heat it up. Janus just got hammered there. Jinmu didn't even land his rocket punch. And that's Guido again! You can fade away from a self-destruct, but he couldn't escape it. Seismic Slam knocks Otto up, and he shield bashes into the minefield. Janus going down to it as well. Corey's got to save the day now. He found 2 kills, but Elsa finally shuts him down. It wasn't enough. So close, Washington. So close. No cigar, though. And the rock stars of the Overwatch League continue to crank out power chords. That's a 3-1 series victory for the Chengdu Hunters, who refused to play the game in a remotely normal, remotely analyzable, remotely conventional fashion. It just doesn't matter, though.
Yeah, they looked much more vulnerable today, though, than they did against Paris. Against Paris, they looked like, you know, the world beaters. Today, they looked strong, but I definitely think they looked a little bit weaker. I thought the Justice definitely did some nice things today as well when we saw them go against the Hunters, but not enough in the end.
Washington Justice, we've seen, you know, them play very much leaning still on a comp that was popular last stage at 3-3. They're still trying to master it. They're still trying to, you know, put the finishing touches on it. But teams like Chengdu, you know, have already moved on. In fact, they never played that style. The rest of Washington's competition in the league will also have moved on to try and add other compositions to their repertoire. At some point, you have to look outward at that and realize that perhaps you need to diversify your offering a bit too. I'm very happy with Guido. He had an excellent series.
Guido had a very good series.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Corey had some really great moments there as well. And even Janus, who, you know, often is criticized of, you know, over-aggressive and over-extension. But I have to say, Chengdu Hunters, very impressed with them. Amon, we called him out at the start of the game. We said, if you're going to deal with this team, you have to deal with this player.
They never know.
And I asked you, like, what kind of heroes do you need to pick? Like, how do you shut down a Wrecking Ball, especially now that he doesn't stop when he's applying his shield? And he said, like, you need to almost craft your comp around answering one player. It's insane. We'll get some words from the man himself, though, now as we head down to the stage with Emily and Amon.
That's right, you guys. I am standing here with the Giga Chat himself, Amon. Congratulations on another win. So, 你可能已经知道了，就是破坏球是你的招牌英雄，对吧？对。那你说实话，你认为你自己是不是联盟最强的破坏球 ？So everybody already knows that you are the wrecking ball, but do you think you're the best wrecking ball in the league?
没错，就是我。
Absolutely, it's me. I'm the best. 那么刚才在半场呢，我们的主持人 Brand 在示范，就给 Sideshow 示范怎么使用破坏球，但是他一直失败，所以我们能不能把他请过来，然后你好好的示范一下到底怎么用破坏球？你觉得 OK 吗？
好的。
好。All right. So earlier during halftime, one of our analysts, Brand, was successfully showing Sideshow how to use Wrecking Ball, but unfortunately I think he needs your help. So can we get Bren up over here so that you can show him for real how to use Wrecking Ball? So Bren, if we can just kind of have you here, maybe crouch down a little bit.
Yep, I'll bow down to the Yotta Chat any day of the week. Anytime. Yeah.
不是这样，而是这样。
All right, there we go. And that is how you use Wrecking Ball. Thank you guys so much. Back to you, the casters.
Yes! Didn't need any convincing. It was like, hey, you okay with squeezing this on Bred's head? Yeah, he got boom!
Pile driver.
Fantastic.
Oh, I love it.
You know, I really appreciate that gentleman down there. Again, great performance from him. It's time, though, to have a look at our player of the match. So when we have a moment, brought to you by Omen by HP. Now, we couldn't put Elsa's Torbjorn turret in there, but we found the next best thing. There. Amon, look, he gets player of the match. His contributions continue to be extremely large for just being on that main tank role. He's out there doing damage. He's out there finding individual targets. He's playing an assassin. He's playing a frontliner. He's controlling space with that minefield. You know, we saw Elsa play fantastically the other day. He definitely goes home with the honors.
And I think in a game like Overwatch, where you know, mobility is so key. With a hero who is just so mobile by themselves and so sustainable on their own, it's so difficult to play up against. I mean, look at the adaptive shielding. 15k. That's 15k extra shield.
That's health for one hero.
200 players knocked back, just the displacement, the extra shields on his own. Doesn't need a ton of the resources, right? Because he's able to just stay alive, roll around. It's just such a difference maker for this team. And there's not really another team in the league that can mimic the playstyle.
Put it in perspective, right? Zenyatta has 150 shield. Let's say like 200 health. That's like 100 heroes worth of health. That is insane. It's been a great week so far, ladies and gentlemen, and today's had some very interesting game. At least it wasn't for Overwatch all the way through. Coming up next, though, we're going to cast a fond view back over the week and the day that was with our Watch Point post-show after Brenda's got the orange pips out of your hair. From myself, Mitch Leslie, from Matt Morello, it's been a pleasure. We'll see you next week.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Toyota, official North American partner of the Overwatch League. Toyota, let's go places.
Want a selfie again?
You know what's up.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to another edition of the Watchpoint Post Show, live from the Blizzard Arena in Los Angeles. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, joined at the desk. We've got the whole crew, the jet flying, limousine riding, orange throwing, fur coat wearing experts. We got Brenji, we've got Josh, and Hexagrams. How you doing, Hex?
I heard like 3 of those words.
You did?
Yeah, I have no idea what
like
you said.
2 fur coats out.
But I'm hyped.
They're mink. All right, Brandon, let's start things off with you. You've just been juiced, but I want to start with you. What did you learn today?
Well, I learned that I should never suggest halftime segments ever again. Because not only do I suck at executing it, I also almost broke one of the LED screens.
Yep, that's expensive.
And I also just completely butchered it. So there you go.
It was a great idea, terrible execution. What about you, Josh?
What have I learned today? I mean, I think the games themselves were fairly predictable. They played out as we thought, but some of them I thought would be a little closer, particularly Atlanta. So I think my big takeaway from today is that Atlanta have some real issues that they need to fix if they're going to be even a mid-table team.
I love that guy's hair behind you. What about you, Hex?
I learned that if you want to run these kind of quad DPS goofy comps, you have to have a god carry Hammond to disrupt everything and let your team do it, because we've seen other teams try all these DPS comps, but they don't have Amon on their team, and Amon causes so much problems and distraction. That's what makes Chengdu go.
Chengdu was so fun to watch today, and it was a crazy day here in the Overwatch League arena. So let's jump into the action and catch everybody up. Chengdu Hunters came into their match today off of a big win over Paris. It was a 4-0 yesterday. So in matching up against Justice, we thought, oh, they're going to have total control. But at the half, it was all tied up 1 apiece. Justice wins Anubis, but then we go to King's Row.
Yeah, and King's Row should have been a win for Justice as well, because on the defense, they just completely held Chengdu. I mean, yes, they got some time on the point. They got nearly 84%, but Washington Justice, again, had a fairly well-executed defensive strategy involving an Orisa that didn't get broken by Chengdu. And then this happens.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much more to add on to that other than the fact that, well, like you said, Josh, Washington Justice are going to be kicking themselves after this. They're going to be reviewing this VOD. Don't know why, because I don't know when the next time they're going to be playing Chengdu is. You know,
true.
It's a bit of a poor VOD
It's
review.
not really fair, though, because Chengdu was playing with 7. They had that turret, you know?
That's true, that's true. Yeah, they were playing a man down completely. Washington Justice must have been a little bit rattled after that one as well, because they should have won King's Row and ended up not. And then they come into Gibraltar, and they kind of got steamrolled on the offense after a little bit of a kind of an okay defense through point A and point B, and then they put up some resistance on point C, but Chengdu still capped with a minute in the bank. But then they fired back with their own really decent offense as well. So I actually think that Justice are starting to get better.
I was going to say, what are the highlights of the team right now? Because they definitely are improving.
So they are actually taking opportunity, or taking advantage of opportunities and syncing up with Giannis a lot more. Whereas previously they'd just sit there and not do anything for the entire game.
Might have our 20th team in the league at some point.
Yeah.
Well, they also, I think they're figuring out how Giannis wants to play. Very close to the edge, getting very low, but now he's getting the heals on his jump backs and on the way in, so he's not dying as much. I think they're close to really syncing that up.
Are we going to see their second win next week, guys?
Who do they play? Unless it's one of the bottom 3 teams, then probably not.
I believe they play Atlanta at sometime next week.
Well, I don't know.
And there's a chance. Without the Fran, there's a chance. There's a chance. We're still riding the DeFran chain. He's gone. He's gone. All right, coming into today's match, the London Spitfire and Atlanta Reign had the same record at 4-4, but these two teams did not look so even as their records would imply. Let's take a look at the action starting back on Oasis. Fury was just the man of the day.
He really was, yeah. But talking just Atlanta Reign for a little bit, I was very disappointed, honestly, with their performance, because I'm honestly expecting a lot more from them coming forward. This is a team with talent there. We've seen them perform up to a reasonable level, but today they just did not show up in the slightest. And I mean, it seemed off in terms of a lot of regards with their play, making kind of weird swaps as well, substitutions in and out. Just all around, a bit of annoying.
So is it the humans? Is it the characters in the game? What's the issue with Atlanta right now?
I think it's... Oh, sorry. I'm going to steal that from you, though, because I think it's the humans. I think it's already a big enough change. It's the humans. It's already a big enough change having DeFran out of the lineup and having to integrate Baby Bay and run Urstra on some of these other roles, like normally run the Zarya. But why are you then making additional changes on top of that? Yeah. Where is Darko? And why isn't he being fielded? Is he ill? Maybe, but then why hasn't the team talked about that?
That Diva was one of the best pieces in Stage 1.
Darko was fantastic, and you're ripping apart this tank line with Darko and Pompo that have played together for so long.
Yeah, they've been together since the minors, but I want to switch it to the positive. Like, this is the London we wanted to see.
Oh,
like, beat teams up that you're better than. So the London has 2 versions. It's the Jekyll and Hyde, if you will, and this was the good version of them. I don't know if Jekyll or Hyde was good.
I've actually never...
Well, you know, it's duality of man. There's a lot of things going on there. But this is the London we wanted to see. Beat the teams that you're supposed to be. Get a 4-0. Be dominant. So, like, the tank line's been good all year. Good performances again. And Profit, what can't you do?
Yeah, I don't know. Main tank, maybe? Apart from that.
I bet he could do it.
That sounds like a challenge.
He was playing Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, he was actually.
Oh, yeah,
I'm totally wrong.
He's done it all.
He is fantastic. I think he's one of the best players in the league. But I mean, Fury was just insane over the course of this entire day. And Bren, we were looking back at some of your Oracle predictions. January 2018, after only watching the preseason, with Fury having never been part of a top team before, you called it that this guy was going to be incredible.
Yeah, I did.
So sometimes you get him right.
It's almost like I am actually the greatest analyst that's ever lived.
Did you know that the other 11 divas coming into the league?
Of course I did.
All right, just double check.
I predicted all of this, you know?
Just making sure. All right, when we talk about London, we do a lot of talking about profit and gesture and bird ring. But Bren, you've been talking a lot about Fury for a while now.
Yeah, as Josh just kind of hammered on and nailed, I have been talking about Fury for quite some time. In the preseason, last year, the inaugural season of the Overwatch League, I was talking about it. But there was one play today that really highlighted exactly why this guy is just absolutely nuts. He is a phenomenal diva player. I think probably the most mechanically skilled that we've seen, at least so far.
Yeah.
I would firmly place him at #1. I have done for quite some time because the guy is just absurd when it comes to his reaction times. He negates, he eats the gravitons day in, day out. We're going to get to the bit, this one here. Look at this in slow motion. This is slowed down. I want you to pay attention again. Look at this flick, the 180. The most impressive aspect, pay attention to his defense matrix charge. It's not there. What? It's in the last moment, and it's instant. Full speed again. Look at this. What? Flick.
Do you know what? I went back
Unreal,
I went back over the replay team with this, and it takes 0.3 of a second.
Here's a look at a tweet immediately after the game. Baby Bay's and Fury mind gamed my buttocks so hard. Poor Baby Bay.
All right, Baby Bay.
So good.
There you go.
You love to see it. Don't worry, though, Baby Bay. It wasn't just you. Fury had the most ults negated in a single match this season. Look at this, man. He totally went to town. 6 ultimates negated. It wasn't just the gravitons. He also ate a blizzard earlier in that matchup. Just a huge day for the diva.
Yep, fantastic player. And I think, as well, maybe even the most underrated player on the London Spitfire. He gets overshadowed a lot by gesture, by profit, by birdering as well when he's playing well. I mean, maybe you can make an argument for the support players as well on London. Sure. But just in general, diva players never really get enough credit.
And of course, Fury, well, it looks like he's well fed today. Awful GG.
That's great.
Love to see it. He translated that tweet too. We love you, Fury. Extra effort, bonus points here on Watchpoint. All right, well, coming up next, we'll see exactly why the Shock and Titans are 2 of the best teams in the league. Don't go anywhere. It's the Watchpoint Post Show. We'll be right back.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Bro, dude, I just heard the, like, you know when you shoot through the mid?
Yeah.
That's what I just kept hearing. I was like,
Bro, Ryan had beat on him, and I literally, like, he died within a second. Like, actually, it was so fast.
Super seems like the new hero Batista a little bit, and he was all smiles for the Shock today in this match against the Charge. Our runners-up from Stage 1 coming here in the second match of Stage 2, and there's no slowing down for this team right now.
They weren't messing around, were they? They just came out full force, absolutely, you know, really showing, I think, complete respect to Guangzhou Charge, but in a disrespectful way, if that makes any sense.
Sure, they didn't. You mean they didn't play lightly against them or anything?
Exactly.
They just treated them as a tough opponent, but smashed them because they weren't.
Well, they wanted to get home. They have streams to do.
Very true. These guys are famous on the internet.
Yeah, San Francisco Shock shows no signs of slowing down, and in fact, only signs of improvement. And if you're another top team in this league, if you're New York or you're Titans, and you see the development these guys made in Stage 1 and how scary they look in Stage 2, you gotta be fearful for the playoffs.
They were walked out by Marshawn Lynch yesterday. They're putting on a show again today.
I don't know what that
I feel like
means if
Marshawn Lynch is a big deal in real football, Josh.
Okay.
Yeah, in real football. We'll show you some clips after the show.
Well, the biggest sport in the world.
I don't know what you're talking about. Most money making probably here.
We're getting into this argument.
So the game plan to beat the Shock earlier to get this back on track it was to isolate Sinatra. He's out of line, he's out of step. Let's isolate him and kill him. Now Sinatra is completely in step with his team, unkillable with the support that he gets. And we saw it. He barely died this entire match. And I don't know the weakness in the Shock now.
Yeah. Charge were playing a bit scared as well, I think. At the end of the series, they kind of found their groove a little bit more and started going toe-to-toe with the Shock, but then kind of just getting outplayed because the Shock are faster to react, have more individual skill as well, more preparation. But at the beginning, Charge looked very tentative. I wonder if they feel that.
How did they get spawn trapped on this map for almost 3.5 minutes? I was watching, I was like, wait, is Shock on the attack? Because they're inside of the Charge's base.
Yeah, you know, Junkertown, anything's possible with this map. You know, you just see some erroneous results.
Erroneous. Very erroneous.
Got it right that time.
Someone got a word of the day dictionary.
Yay, Brett. He's great with oranges. And if you're good at math, you can see there's a little bit of an issue for the Charge. They've lost 15 of their last 16 maps. So Josh, do you have any idea what has been going wrong for the Charge so far?
Well, I think the first thing you got to say is they've had a very tough schedule. 2 of those 4-0s, one of them was against the Shock, the other one was against the Titans. They faced the Shock again in their next match, and the previous stage, they faced the Titans twice. Now, everybody in Pacific has to face those guys at some point, right? During the league, they have to play them twice. But they don't have to play them at their absolute peak. And unfortunately, Charge played them both at their absolute peaks, unless they go on to be even better later on in the stages. So I think that for the Charge, you are starting to panic a little bit because they still got bopped by Paris, and then we're only able to take 1 map against Gladiators. But things aren't as bad as you would be led to believe by only being able to take 1 out of 16 maps, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think there's something you can do with the Charge. And I'm no sports psychologist, obviously. I'm barely a functioning human being. However, it's a very young team, and I think they lost their mojo at some point in time, and because they did take the Titans to 5. Remember, last-second Diva bomb on Ilios. Otherwise, they were the team that beat the Titans to start with. But they're one of the youngest teams in the league. They took a lot of time off between Stage 1 and Stage 2 to recharge, and now they're trying to figure it out.
Recharge.
I also think that they know they can't stack up 3-3 against these teams. So they're trying something else, and they're not super comfortable with it. But for me, it's a confidence issue.
Bren, quick question for you. Can the Charge take at least a map in the rematch against the Shock?
I think it's entirely possible. It's within the realms of possibility, to be honest, as well. You've got game tape to review. You've got this match here. Shock are going to be most likely going into the next match with a bit of underestimation. Even if they have that going in forward, they're thinking, okay, we don't want to underestimate any teams. At the end of the day, when you 4-0 and you sort of clean sweep a team like that, you are going to be going into it with like a kind of weaker mindset, a more jokey mindset, a little bit more carefree, laissez-faire, as the French like to say.
I think maybe Shock would even play better with that kind of attitude, though, as well. They look the scary on people.
Yeah, they play pretty comfortable on that main stage. Well, another team that looks good is the Vancouver Titans, who look to keep their undefeated streak alive in the Overwatch League when they faced off against the Hangzhou Spark earlier today. And, well, they did exactly that here. Stitch comes in, the hit scan hero. We're going to show a bunch of his nanovisor, but trust me, this guy has a whole lot of great aim. Beautiful. We saw him on the Soldier 76 on Oasis. We got some big monkey stomps here as Bumper chases down a flying soldier. This one, I mean, it looked close for a minute, but then it was Vancouver just running away.
One of those strange times in life where choosing to get hit by a car was the better choice.
Right?
Well, I don't understand what this strat was from the Spark. Please, answers on a postcard if you have any idea what this defense was supposed to be, because they ran it twice, and I cannot for the life of me figure out what the point was.
B looked okay when they had that set up on the high ground, like I did that, but A was just like, I guess, leave Gushua alone to die on an island, because he got walked in on constantly. No support, no one's doing anything.
Just walk at the Orisa.
Pretty much, yeah. It was not hard.
Yeah, it was very strange strategy.
I will say as well, it's nice to see Stitch finally released from the bench.
Yeah.
It's nice to see that this guy is getting some play time. Absolute legend when it comes to the Overwatch scene. I spoke to Harsha as well in the corridors, and he said, yeah, Stitch is ecstatic to be able to finally start getting some games in as well on the main stage. So yeah, I think we've got really big things. I was a little bit worried with Vancouver Titans moving forward because you play a certain meta for a long time, and despite the fact that this roster does have so much history playing on previous metas, making that transition, starting to play other compositions, can be a bit of a worry.
And here is a Nano Blade. We get a chance to see Hacksaw on a hero he got famous on. The Genji comes out, and immediately you can see what's in store for some of the other teams later in the year.
Oh, he's so good. I mean, what can you do when Hacksaw comes at you like that? He still looks so fantastic. He was like one of the guys that shaped how Genji works in 2016. And almost 3 years later, he's coming in and just bopping.
So rare for a player to really just be a trendsetter early on and still maintain that throughout and still evolve.
We didn't even really go into how nuts King's Row was, but that was the fastest time that's ever been set in this season of the Overwatch League on King's Row.
5 minutes and 16 seconds were left in the time bank after their initial attack. Bumper played the bar for 4.5 minutes of King's Row and then had to go back to the Reinhardt to seal the deal. At the end of the day, though, it's a perfect finish as the Titans remain unbeaten. Pretty crazy stuff here from the boys from Vancouver. It's been a crazy day, and you definitely don't want to miss the most over-top moments of the day. They're coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, all you beautiful people. It's the Watchpoint Post Show, and it's now time to honor the best of the best. It's time for the most over-the-top moments of the day. Here we go at number 5, Brent throws and feeds.
I really had no idea what was going on here, but I think I have a welt on my arm.
Yeah. Again, I'm pretty strong.
I'm not a fan of the term cringe.
It was fitting in the chat.
At some point, it does apply.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I'll take full responsibility for this segment. It was tragic.
I love that they edited out your misses. They tried to make you look good in the worst segment of all time. At number 4, we got Adora dodging some traffic.
He should have died because now he's just feeding over ults.
Yeah.
It was kind of fun.
I thought he was getting
dodging the traffic, but still getting hit by the bumper.
Definitely should be a custom map mini game where you race through traffic.
Oh, I'm still laughing about the previous one. The first time I've seen that.
Coming in at number 3, let's keep this show moving. We got Bumper again, this time with the Stone Cold Earthshatter. Everybody gets laid out in the final 30 seconds of King's Row to seal the deal for the Titans.
Yeah, what a nuts map this was, honestly, because Hangzhou managed to complete with a huge amount of time left on the left on the clock, and then Titans just speed run it back.
At number 2, we had the power bombs off the top rope. The baby divas causing some big explosions. The crowd goes wild, not once, not twice, but 3 times in one game.
My God.
I know so many divas in my games are going to try that, and we're going to get 0 from the self-destruct. And somehow the self-destruct's going to revert to beta form, and it's going to kill the diva.
It could happen at number 1 today.
Oh,
it's got to be the Ultimate Warrior, eating all the ultimates thrown out by the opposition. Baby Bay got mind-gamed in this one. We highlighted it earlier. There it is one more time. Look at this reaction.
Literally,
that's unreal.
0.3 of a second.
0.3 of a second.
The whole
flick, man.
In 0.3 of a second.
It's also spirit breaking for the Zarya. Like, can I ever use my ultimate?
Someone check his mouse. Because that's just unreal. Like,
season record of 6 ultimates negated in a single match. Now it's time to check in on our cheer boards. Our Twitch cheer leaderboard, as always, led by the Atlanta Reign, basically since day 1 of the Overwatch League. Titans still in the top 10. Paris Eternal sitting at the number 8 spot, and a few shakeups there.
I'm always amazed how much this changes throughout the day, but it's always the same at the end of the day. It's crazy.
Yep, here's a look at the current big names who have been donating all week long. All season long.
Do you know who I feel bad for as well in this one, Puckett?
Capsy Not.
Capsy Not. We never say him, and he's at number 2.
We got him today.
He's about to take number 1.
We're going to talk about Aperture next time. Yeah. Not right now. Definitely not right now. We're not done yet. We've got a week in the book, so it's time to do a little reflecting. The Watchpoint post show. We'll be back after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. High ground or low ground, T-Mobile has you covered.
Welcome back. Taking a quick look at the season standings. To this point, we still got these 3 juggernauts sitting at the top here. And, well, with the win today, the Spitfire are staying pretty much in contention. So with week 1 of Stage 2 behind us, it's time to look back with a little bit of hindsight. Hexagrams, let's start with you today, buddy.
The top tier of Overwatch League teams is so far apart from the middle tier of Overwatch tier teams right now. You've got maybe 3, there's maybe you start talking about 4 and 5, but then there's just a big muddled mess of teams trying to catch up and figure it out. You've got the best, you've got everybody else.
I like that one. Josh, do you remember your hindsight?
I don't.
I got you with the lower third. Here it comes. You ready?
Yeah.
It's
ready
coming
for it.
up
What did I
right
say?
now.
Oh,
there it is.
That's what I said earlier when we planned this segment out. Yeah, of course. I think in hindsight, over the course of the whole of this stage that we've seen so far, Goats has not been killed. The triple tank, triple support composition is still pretty good, but there's a lot more that you can run now. And so I think that's interesting that it's such a huge balance change. Still didn't take it out of the meta, but there's a bunch of other stuff you can still
What's your favorite addition to the petting zoo?
Favorite addition? Probably the Bastion Batiste. But yeah, but I hope it dies
What about a hamster?
death.
I love you, Bob. Thank you. Keep it coming. All right, Bren, finally, last but not least, what's your hindsight?
Yeah, because I'm actually a professional, I can remember.
Wait!
My hindsight.
Best joke of the night!
Got him!
Squeeze an orange on this
Mine
man.
is, in hindsight, it's good to see some more Widowmaker players. You know, flexing a little bit. We get to see Happy, you know, kind of just like playing a little bit, shooting some heads, clicking on them. I love it. It's good to see. Day in, day out.
You named one Widowmaker.
Yeah, that's very strong.
I like Happy. Listen,
very strong.
mate.
You
All
get
right.
one more chance. It's the end of the show. Final close. Get it.
What do you want me to do?
Something stronger than what you
Name
just
another Widowmaker.
And that will be it for Brent, guys. Coming right up after the Watch Point post show, you don't want to miss. We got a live Q&A with the one and only Bumper from the Vancouver Titans. It's guaranteed to be a lot of fun. So get your get over to twitch.tv, get your Overwatch All Access League Pass. Brent just spit the orange out. That's why I'm distracted. We got the Bumper Q&A coming up.
No, I didn't.
Where's it at, Brent?
It's in my hand.
Where's it at? We'll see you guys later.
Okay.